Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Smartest Alley Cat? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic.
Izuku abruptly awakens, his fur standing on end. One of those damnable humans closed the lid of the dumpster in the alley below far too harshly. Why they always insist on making so much noise during the time any sane creature is supposed to be asleep, he'll never know. To make matters worse, this happened on one of the few times he's been able to actually fall asleep. Lately he's been beset with the same nightmare he's had since he was a kitten. The faces and names have blurred with time, but the one who burned him? His eyes are always there, almost as if they were made of fire too. He's always conflicted whenever these nightmares occur because it always starts off with the sweetest dream he's ever had too. A kind woman with eyes that almost seem to mirror his own verdant green ones. The scent of lavender and kind words with a soft touch. Izuku would say it could be a memory from his first owner, but he knows it's just a dream. Humans aren't nearly that kind. Just before he can fully remember, no, it's not a memory. Just before he can make out the face of the woman, her mate with the eyes of fire grabs him by the scruff of his neck. No matter how much he struggles and claws the man, his grip only tightens. He hears words he can't make out anymore as he's tossed on the floor with a false sense of having survived. If he's lucky, he wakes up before the fire licks his side, before the smell of his flesh and fur burning reaches his nose. Before he hears the screams of the woman as her mate directs his hate and fire at her. It doesn't matter that when he wakes up that patch of skin on his side feels raw. It doesn't matter that he feels like that woman gave him his name. It's just a dream his kitten mind made up to remind him humans aren't to be trusted. Sure, he survives on the scraps a few of the kinder ones leave out for him, but he'll never trust one of them ever again. It's a mistake he only made once and one he would rather forget about. Deciding to do just that, he stretched out, shaking out his tail, and made his way to the edge of the roof he was napping on. Expertly he hopped and slid down against the outcroppings in the building till he reached one of those staircases humans have against the sides of buildings. In no time at all, he was down in the alley, keeping an ear on his surroundings as he made his way to a spot one of the kinder humans would leave him food sometimes. Making his way over to the dish, he was cautiously happy that there was indeed some food left out for him. This human even went the extra step and left out some water too. Now Izuku isn't some housecat that's too good for the puddles the sky provides, but nothing beats fresh water nobody else has drunk out of. Perhaps milk? And oh, he won't fall for that delicious trap again. It's how he was caught by the last human from the area before he moved to this side of town. Izuku finished eating and ignored the urge to sit and clean himself right there. That's another way you can get caught by the kinder ones. Then they take you to the place with the cold tables where various others of their kind poke, prod and blind you. Supposedly for your own good if the others they have caught are to be believed. Izuku thinks it's just human propaganda to enslave the weaker-minded of his kind. Never trust the crazy musings of a housecat or those depraved morons' dogs. They are even worse than house cats. They practically worship the two-legged devils. Making his way back to head to his new favorite sunning spot like he always does after eating, Izuku notices something next to the dumpster. A book. Izuku knew he wasn't like other cats. None of the other ones he's met can understand the scratches the humans make. He however can though. It's not often he gets a chance to read. Usually it's just the scratching on the side of the human buildings or the odd newspaper here and there that end up next to the trash instead of in it. There's certain words he's not sure of, but it's better than what some random house cat can do. Carefully he picked up the book in his muzzle and climbed up to the roof the same way he got down, though with a bit more effort than usual given his current load and now full stomach. Eventually he did make it and dropped his book, and with luck it was on the correct side too. No need to paw it around to fix that. Reading the cover, it was harder than he thought. It contained a word he's seen before but wasn't sure what it meant or even how it would sound out loud. Quirks. How they changed society. The more he read, the less he understood, if he's reading correctly, and it's pretty sure he is barring a few words here and there. Well then, the reason he's so smart is because he's one of the rare animals who also have this thing called a quirk. The chances of that were quite slim, and it matched with how he doesn't remember his mother or his litter mates. Was he made in a lab? whatever that meant. It was the only thing that made sense the more he thought about it. Animals with quirks almost never happen naturally. According to this book, only experiments made in labs or their offspring can have quirks. Now if he knew what an experiment or a lab was, he'd be much closer to an answer. Not that he was looking for an answer or anything. He was fine being the only cat in the neighborhood who could understand the words humans spoke. It certainly helped to spot the fake kind ones. The ones who hide their intentions with body language but whose words betray them. It's a useful skill to have, even if he spent much of his time as a kitten trying to talk back to them. He's learned now though, at best you gain an annoyed glare, and at worst? Well, he could understand before the worst came and get away from it. Before he knew it, the sun had warmed him enough that he had fallen asleep, still trying to understand much of the book. He understood now what the two-legged devils meant when they spoke about heroes and villains. To Izuku though, it seemed all the same, just a bunch of humans making an unnecessary amount of noise. He usually avoided areas where they made a lot of noise, but reading about this he couldn't help but be curious about it. So that's what filled his dreams. Using his quirk to save his cat brethren from the tyrannical rule of humans. When nightfall came, Izuku was still asleep and hadn't noticed he was no longer alone on his rooftop. One of the two-legged devils was creeping closer with an amused look on his face. Izuku jumped awake when a loud click filled the air and he spoke. "A cat that reads? Zashi wouldn't believe me without proof. Too cute." Somehow this particular two-legged devil had moved so quietly that Izuku didn't even wake up until it was far too close. Is this due to one of these quirks he read about before falling asleep? Talk about manifesting the world around you. This, however, wasn't the time to ponder the intricacies and mysteries of the universe. There was a human within grabbing distance to Izuku. He had to get away, and preferably immediately. That was something easier said than done, because his brain had decided that now was an excellent time to remind him of what happened the last time a human had caught him. Back then Izuku hadn't thought of not sleeping on the ground. He didn't know it was dangerous. Granted, the danger came after, and not technically because of his sleeping location. He still remembers the small hands that picked him up so gently while he slept. They had reminded him of the woman in his dreams, so he didn't wake up until they put him down much later. He then realized it wasn't part of his dream, and one of the human kittens had stolen away with him to their lair. She was kind enough though, and respected that he was scared of a strange place. She offered food and water each day, no matter how many times Izuku protested by refusing to eat. After a while though, his stomach got the better of him, and he ate the food the small devil offered. Something he was rewarded with being cornered into a box, and then to top it off, a visit to the place with cold tables and hands, so many hands all over him. Sure, they took care of that patch of fur other small devils had burned off with tiny things that had made too much noise. He would later learn they were fireworks. It didn't matter if he felt better after. It didn't matter that he grew to actually like the small one, that he felt safe for the first time ever. The nights he would spend cuddled and warm next to the small one. None of it mattered. It was all just a lie to break him even further. The small one's father shoved him harshly into the box one day to take him to a place even worse than where the cold tables were. There they threw him in a cage next to other scared and broken members of his kind. The small devil never came for him. Nobody did. Nobody ever left this place if the stories those around him told him were true. Worse still, there was a door where they took some and they never came back with them. It was only due to luck and coincidence that Izuku managed to escape through an open window one day. He learned to never trust a human again, even the kinder ones. This particular human in front of him now was far too strange for Izuku's liking. Not only did it seem to understand exactly how cornered he felt when he awoke with him standing over him, but he also made no moves to try and catch him. His movements made no noise or sense to Izuku. Slowly it retrieved a can of some description from inside the outer fur humans put on. When he opened it, the unmistakable scent of fish filled Izuku's nostrils. This human must be a fool to think he could catch Izuku so easily. He survived weeks without food, and his willpower was far superior to any measly housecat's. Besides, what kind of moron gives the food before capturing its prey? It put the can on the ground and stepped back? This human was really too strange for words. Especially the words it spoke. "Okay, kitten, I'm backing off now. I'll just leave this here for when you want it." I'd love to take you home to show Zashi just how cute you are, but I still have work to do tonight. It spoke like Izuku could understand him. Sure, others of his kind have done that, but it always came with a cutesy tone as if to mock him. Not this one, no. Though perhaps it was too sick to do that? The more he studied the man's movements for signs of danger, the more it looked like he was seconds away from falling over. It made sense given the hours humans insist on being awake. Just as Izuku was pondering how stupid humans were, this one did something that shocked him and for some reason made his body move on its own. He ran to the edge of the rooftop. Izuku knows how clumsy these creatures are. They can't even land on their own feet, so when this one made to run off the roof, for some reason he had to stop him. Before he knew why, he ran at the human and Claw grabbed his leg. Ouch! It yelped in surprise and looked down at Izuku with wide eyes as realization hit him. Oh, were you trying to save me there, kitten? Izuku relaxed his claws and let go when he came back to his senses. Not only did he just save one of these two-legged devils, but he's increased the chances of this one capturing him. Usually Izuku is glad for his instincts, but he'd curse the one that made him do this till the day he died, which, considering how this human was coming closer now, might be tonight for all he knew. Stay back! Izuku hissed, even if he knew none of the humans ever heard what he said. The human stopped in its tracks with wide eyes. Did you just talk? His question seemed to shock even himself. Izuku stopped backing up slowly when he processed the question. Did he hear that correctly? The human had heard him? This one was indeed strange. He had to test it out though. Maybe he hadn't made it down the building earlier and he hit his head. Maybe he was still asleep? That had to be it, he was asleep. Figuring it out, Izuku relaxed and sat down laughing. Thank Tuna, he said, relieved. I'm just dreaming. For a second there I thought a human had actually heard me for once. To Izuku's horror, the human spoke again. If you're dreaming, then I definitely am. His body grew stiff as he slowly looked up at the curious man now sitting on its heels, looking intently at him. You can hear me? Fifth. Slowly it gave Izuku a nod. Shota Aizawa has experienced many things in his time as an official underground hero. Granted, it's only been 2 years. That, however, is more due to the vast difference between limelight and underground heroes. Those flashy media hounds rarely deal with the real seedy side of villainy. They don't have to find, infiltrate, and take down various organizations whose misdeeds range from drug distribution all the way to human trafficking. He'd pay good money to see All Might go skulking around in the night without being noticed. With his line of work, he's also seen his fair share of oddities. Even to this day, the wide array of quirks and their accidental or the outcomes of misuse they can produce left him shocked sometimes. Other times they left him annoyed. Hisashi still refuses to let him forget the one time when he was under the influence of a particularly annoying quirk. He was incapable of speech if it was not in a cutesy tone for a whole month. None of it, however, had prepared him for this though. A cat mistaken his regular traversal method as danger and had tried to save him from falling off a roof. What's more, this particular cat spoke to him. An animal that talks isn't unheard of, not by any means. His own homeroom teacher when he was at ULA was none other than Nizu, smartest mammal on Earth. Shota, however, was under the impression that Nizu was made via various horrible experiments. The chances of another animal being able to speak was negligible, let alone one that isn't a chimera. Other animals with naturally occurring quirks are rare but not unheard of, but something was off about all of this. Shota's instincts were all giving off signals that something is up. He had to get to the bottom of this, but with how jumpy this kitten has been throughout their encounter, he knew that was going to be quite the task. What he at first thought was nothing more than a cute anecdote to share with his boyfriend when he got home in the morning from patrol has turned into a full-on situation. Every breath he took was watched by the kitten, like it expected him to lunge and strike at it any second now. Shota has experience with stray cats and is unofficially the owner of a grand total of 7 alley cats who he feeds every night before he sets out to work. Slowly and purposefully Shota got lower, holding his hands within sight of the cat until he was sitting on his heels. Is that your quirk then? Shota asked, pushing past that part of his brain asking why he's talking to a cat like it can understand. It had moved back even more as Shota had gotten low but relaxed slightly when he saw he made no indication of reaching for him. "How would I know? You're the first two-legged devil who understands me," he said, voice full of contempt and condescension as he preened his fur. Two-legged devil? This kitten seems to have quite the opinion on humans then. Shota wonders if it's been abused for it to form such a worldview. If it was a lab animal, chances are rather good. Beyond the general contempt for humanity, the rest of his answer bothers Shota too. He's the first one who could understand him? Was he in fact the one who was hit by a quirk making able to understand animals? It would make far more sense than another talking animal. Only problem with that would be that he's been asleep until just an hour ago and was neck deep in paperwork the previous day and night. No chance to have been hit by an errant quirk. He certainly would have noticed when he fed the brood in the alley earlier too. Shota came up with an obvious way to find out but would hold off on that for now. If it works, the chances that he would speak to him again afterwards were slim. That ever-present cheeky grin of his old homeroom teacher flashed in his head. Shota sighed at the thought of involving Nizu in this. He put that in his back pocket too, though only partially. I wonder if there's an activation requirement? Shota mused out loud on purpose. If the book he found the cat reading is any indication, he likes things to do with quirks. He filed away his freakout that a cat can actually read for later. What would that be? The cat asked, unconsciously inching closer. Well, I heard you for the first time right after you clawed me. Shota played into it and earned what he could swear is a feline version of a smirk. Serves you right, lumbering oafs the lot of you. Can't even land on your own feet when you fall. The cat tooted. As for this requirement? He continued unprompted. Impossible. I've clawed plenty of your kind before, none of them heard me. When he finished saying that, Shota could swear he saw his chest swell in pride over clawing plenty of humans. Did you use actual words though, or did you just hiss at them? Shota asked because he feels certain about this and also partly because he has no other idea why this was happening to him only. The cat seemed to consider his words for a while, clearly trying to remember all the times he clawed a human and with a small glimmer of amusement in his eyes as he mentally counted. His gaze returned to Shota. I don't really remember a time that I spoke like this after clawing at someone. Usually when it gets to that point, I already know they won't listen even if the chance exists that they might hear. Shota would feel some pity for the people who the cat clawed if he didn't know how messed up humans can be. A part of him feels like they all deserved it and most likely worse. Time to play one of his hands. You know, oddly enough, you're not the first talking animal I've ever met. Shota told him and gauged his curiosity level. It seemed to have the effect he wanted, however, as his eyes were wide and the occasional preening stopped altogether. There's another one like me? He asked, his tone obviously hopeful. My old homeroom teacher from high school is none other than Nizu. Shota told him, obviously forgetting something important. I'm supposed to know who that is? The cat scoffed. Right, sorry. He's so famous since he became principal, I just assumed you knew about him. He's a chimera and the smartest mammal on Earth. Shota informed him with a light dusting of pink on his ears for making such a mistake. Do you think he could find out where they made me? The cat suddenly asked. Made you? So you came from a lab then? The cat shifted its weight around, almost looking nervous. I'm not sure, but that book says animals with quirks come from labs. So yeah, maybe I did too. Shota smiled at the cat, hope behind those verdant green eyes. If anyone can find out, it's him. Izuku found himself thinking that this human was strange in more ways than one. Beyond the glaringly obvious part where this one could actually hear him was the way he took the fact that he could speak so well. Izuku was quite certain that were there ever a time someone did understand him, they would freak out. It also was out and about at a reasonable time. Not like the others who lived their lives backwards, sleeping during the night. However, here this one was offering to decipher his origin. Offering a chance to speak with another quirked animal. What's more, this animal was in charge of a human institution. An animal having power over the two-legged devils? Izuku couldn't deny his whiskers tingled at the idea of meeting such a creature. This one called it the smartest mammal on the planet. Though to Izuku that doesn't mean much. To him it was more likely that this creature had a decent intelligence and humans are just amazed at anything more coordinated than them. Still, even if the prospect was tempting, he needed to trot lightly. He's fallen for false lures far too many times in his life to just jump at this, no matter how appealing. What did this particular human gain from this? They almost never do anything without expecting some sort of return. With this in mind, Izuku eyed the hand currently lodged in a pouch of his outer fur. What was he reaching for? It's too early to let his guard relax. What would you want in return for this human? Izuku asked, making sure to not relax in case it made a move to capture him. I'm not sure what you mean, came the answer. Izuku sighed at the confusion on its face and clarified, I know humans are slow, but I did have hope for you. In return for you introducing me to this Nizu. What do you want? The confusion on its face morphed into a smirk. Nothing. I don't have time for human humor, just tell me, annoyance clear in his tone. It's not a joke, kitten, I really don't want anything from you. I just want to help. Izuku didn't know if he should yell or laugh at this human's almost convincing tone. Nothing. It wanted nothing in return for helping him? Inconceivable, even the kindest of their kind expect something from him. If they fed him, they expected to be able to pet him, which if he's honest, a good ear scratch can't be beat. If it's not to paw at him, then they expect him to chase away the mice and rats in the alley he lives in. Izuku couldn't afford to believe that help came at no cost to him. That would be a dangerous habit. The more he thought about it, his fur stood on end with annoyance and bubbling fury. Izuku hissed, then said, Don't lie to me, you two-legged devil, his verdant green eyes seemingly gaining a glow. There's always a cost with you creatures, even among yourselves. Nothing is free. Izuku got lower, readying himself to sprint away if the human retaliated against his show of anger. No, not if, he was sure actually it was when, and knowing that, he felt a small part of his anger turn inward for chasing off the only human who could connect him with real help. Not that he needed help. He was perfectly content to live his life like he has been. It just would have been nice to know where he came from. The look upon the human's face and how it subtly removed its hand, where it's been tucked into its outer fur. The deliberate movement as if to show it's not posing a threat sparked something in Izuku. Something he only remembers from his recurring dream, the woman who gave him his name. The one who shares his eyes, she always has the same look on her face. It takes a moment, but he defines it as sadness. I'm sorry other people have treated you badly enough that you believe that, he started with and gave a heavy sigh, but my job is literally to save others. I'm a professional hero, and that means I just want to help, no charge. Just because I want to. Izuku thought it over, and the concept still sounded strange and definitely not something humans would have come up with. Perhaps the concept came from this Nizu? He couldn't believe he was going to do this, but reluctantly he started getting closer to the human. Still cautious, but giving it a sliver of trust, hoping he wouldn't regret it later on. Izuku was within arm's reach now. If it stretched out it could grab him. He sat down and looked at it. Fine human, how do you intend to do your job as you say? Is this Nizu of yours close? Humans, if nothing else, are expressive creatures, and even if this one appeared more stoic than the rest, the relief on its face was apparent. I can call now and we can go see him, if you'll let me take you there? There was. In exchange for the help, he had to go with him and trust he wasn't going to end up back in the death house. In order of locations, he'd rather end up the death house was at the bottom for obvious reasons. He also didn't want to just be taken back to this one's nest to end up its pet. He is not a house cat. There wasn't much other option if he wanted to learn about himself though. It was this or get away now and always wonder. Izuku ignored every part of himself that screamed at him to run away and moved directly in front of this human. He barely had to move and he could pick him up now. Izuku averted his eyes as he spoke again. I agree to this then against my better judgment. If you take me to the death house instead, know that I will find a way to haunt you, devil. Izuku felt himself being picked up, bracing himself for the discomfort that comes with it, but instead it seemed like this one knew how to properly hold him. This human is quite the oddity. Then all thoughts melted away as it scratched his head and behind his ears unlike anyone else ever had. Embarrassingly, Izuku found himself purring. Part of the fur the human was wearing seemed to come alive like a snake, and were it not for the head pats calming him. Well, he almost certainly would have panicked and clawed the human again as it used the alive fur to swing down to the street. Shota couldn't believe how well that went. He's always been closer to animals than people, but this kitten had proved quite the challenge. If it wasn't so proud of being a cat, he'd be convinced this was a kid stuck in their quirk. It was certainly as stubborn as one, though he's pretty sure it has more to do with how it was treated as opposed to just being purely obstinate for the sake of it. Most of him hopes this really is just a rare case of an animal with a quirk, no matter how unlikely. He'd prefer that to the chance that someone threw away a kid so young they don't remember being human. Shota has never been good with cases involving children. Sure, he's not the most openly loving person around, and you wouldn't be blamed for thinking he's cold. Cases that involve children always remind those around him that his tough exterior hides an enormous capacity for love, even if he himself will deny it. Back before he went on and established his own agency and worked for other underground heroes, even they knew to limit his involvement in child cases. At the very least, they knew to never leave him alone with villains who had hurt children. It was understandable being freshly out of UA, but when he reached 22 and nearly killed a villain who had trafficked children, he nearly lost his license. It took a serious talk with Hisashi for him to realize that if he goes to jail for murder, nobody would be there to care enough about the next set of kids. It did cost him his place at the old agency, though. It was a hard lesson, but today he's glad to have learned it. He works for and owns his own agency at the young age of 24. He and Hisashi are getting married next month. The only thing he wished he could change was for Nizu to stop pestering him about teaching part-time. Sure, he cares too much about kids, but that doesn't mean he knows how to interact with them without scaring them. It was with this thought that he found himself outside the gates of his old high school, a far too intelligent cat tucked into his capture scarf and on his way to see Nizu. Much as he owes the mammal, he knows to be wary of him. As if to prove his point, the speaker next to the gate whizzed to life with an electrical buzz. Aizawa-san, just in time. Do come up to my office, I've already cleared you with the security protocols. He doesn't even know why he's surprised anymore. Obviously the Chimera knew he was on the way. He never got to finish making the call to him and didn't want to risk scaring the kitten as they came here. The answer to how he knew then? Well, that's something only Nizu or some celestial being would know. Shota knows better than to ask by now. I take it that's this Nizu you spoke of then, human? The cat said with its eyes surveying the now empty campus for any signs of danger. A practical thing for a cat to do, something disturbing if the small hunch he had were true. Shota sighed slightly, hoping he was wrong before answering the cat. Yeah, told you he's smart. Never even got the chance to actually call, and he knew I was on the way. Naturally, he is an animal after all, the cat said with a tone like it was as obvious as the sky is blue. Technically he's like 3 or 4 mixed together. A chimera. Shota informed him, hoping to impress him. It didn't bother him how the cat spoke about humans. He wasn't much of a fan most of the time either. He just didn't want to be lumped into the bad ones the kitten talks about. The cat peeked up at him from his scarf with a mischievous glint in those verdant eyes. So 3 or 4 times better than a human then. I'm feeling better about going with you, two-legged devil, smirk evident in his tone. The words were meant to annoy him, to test if he would get angry and lash out so as to prove that all humans are the same. Shota smirked back at the cat. You're a little sheet stirrer, aren't you? Humans play with their waste? The question came across as disgusted with a tinge of shock, but it sounded too rehearsed. Then, even without the human features that would make it obvious, there was an expression unable to be described as anything other than a sly smirk on the cat's face. Shota had to swallow a snort that would make it obvious the cat got him. Instead he put on a front of mild annoyance. You're lucky I actually like cats, you know? Making sure to let a small smile slip past so the kitten wouldn't think he's in danger now. He walked in through the ridiculously large front doors of the school and made his way to the principal's office. Thankful it was no longer the man who had the job during his time there. That guy talked way too much and wore an ill-fitting hairpiece the third years stole at their end-of-year prank. The cat had peeked out his head once they entered the building, looking every which way. If he didn't know better, he'd say it was in awe. He did know better, sadly, and knew he was keeping his eyes open for escape routes. Shota went back to gently slide behind his ears, earning the subtle purring from earlier again. Nearly there, kitten. I'm sure Nizu can help in some way. Shota told him softly. There wasn't a response, but the cat did seem to calm somewhat and went back to a slightly more relaxed position in his scarf. Before he knew it, they were in front of Nizu's door. If he wasn't sure they didn't move it, he'd say the walk there was shorter than he remembered. That, or he actually did have that growth spurt his friends told him he did back in school. Naturally, the door opened on its own just as Shota had raised his hand to knock. Come in, Nizu's voice carried out to them in the hall. Shota stepped inside and saw his old homeroom teacher, now principal, sitting on his own special seat on top of the desk and a cup of tea in his paws as usual. Tea, Aizawa-san? Nizu offered as he smiled brightly at his former student. No, sensei, Shota said, wishing the floor would swallow him for his old way of addressing Nizu slipping through. It's just Nizu now, Aizawa-san, no need for sensei anymore. Though I'm always happy to teach, I leave that to my staff now. Nizu said. The smile from earlier was unchanging, but Shota knows there's a hint of delight behind it now for having a chance to embarrass his student a bit. I was hoping you could help me, Nizu, Shota said, still slightly uncomfortable being so informal. He wished Nizu would at least let him call him sir. I will certainly try. What do you require? Nizu asked. His general nosiness sprang to life behind those beady black eyes of his. Just then the cat decided it was time to get a look at this Nizu creature Shota had been talking about and to for the last bit. So you're Nizu then? His tone filled curiosity and caution evident. Nizu put his tea back down, his interest clearly prickled as his eyes moved to the cat who spoke. Who do we have here then, Aizawa? Nizu addressed him instead of the cat. Did he not hear him, or was he doing that thing where he pretends nobody knows he can talk to other animals? He asked you a question first, Shota told Nizu, gaining an even wider smile from the chimera. Indeed he did, curious. Have you been hit by a quirk that lets you understand animals, Aizawa? Nizu asked before picking up his tea again. No sir. That's what I need help with. This 1 inch, he said gently scratching its ears again, is far more than just a simple cat. Earning a glare from said cat. I was wondering if you could help me figure out where he came from. I found him reading a book, then he tried to save me as I was roof hopping, and since then I've been able to hear him speak. Just then the cat jumped out of his scarf and onto the desk Nizu was sitting on with his special chair. He stared Nizu down with seriousness in his eyes. What the long-winded devil is trying to say is, can you find out where his kind made me? His kind? Nizu asked, tilting his head ever so slightly but never losing his smile, making him look a tad demented. Humans, he said with annoyance evident towards Nizu. Then he drove home his mood by glaring at Shota. I thought you said this was the smartest mammal on this planet. Aizawa, you flatter me, Nizu laughed. Shota avoided Nizu's eyes, who were trying to embarrass him again. Instead he turned his gaze to the cat he brought. He is, but as you can see he also has a flair for the dramatic. What is life without a bit of panache, Aizawa? Nizu laughed before turning his attention to the cat fully for the first time. Now what can you tell me about yourself, young one? How about a name for starters? The teasing in his voice is replaced by kindness. The cat unsurprisingly looked slightly dazed by the speed at which Nizu switched between emotions and tone. Even Shota never fully got used to it, and he spent a full 3 years with the chimera teaching him. The cat shuffled its weight around before sitting, but his gaze never fully met Nizu. The silence stretched for a while before he spoke again. I think it's Izuku. The sorrow in his voice made Shota's heart clench. How would your own name cause you so much pain? This place. This human. Aizawa, as the Nizu creature had called him, had brought Izuku? Well, it was quite an impressive territory to behold. The entrance doors to the main building itself was nearly as tall as the front of some other smaller buildings. Sure, he's used to the tall structures humans supposedly developed. Izuku is sure his ancestors had helped the clumsy humans figure it out. To think though that this vast territory was controlled by an animal. Quite a small one at that. What's more, Izuku couldn't help but smell that at least part of him was made up out of rodent. Its demeanor reminded him of humans, but his instincts told him it was covering up its true nature. It even wore the same type of outer fur they did. Possibly it all was to make humans more comfortable? It seemed a fruitless endeavor to Izuku, but clearly there was merit to it if this Nizu had enough power to claim this large of a territory. Izuku himself never bothered to maintain as large a territory as the rest of his kind would. He found that it was tedious to check if his borders were being respected. No, he mainly focused on marking out the areas where a kinder-human could possibly have left him food and the areas where he slept frequently. Was he really willing to give up how he's been living just to find out where he came from? It was too late to wonder about that as he was already here though. The conversation about it had started and no amount of second thoughts and stalling can delay it forever. He snapped out of his thoughts and answered the question, trying his best not to fall into thinking about the woman with eyes that matched his verdant green ones. It hurts so much to talk about it out loud. The chance he has to kept increasing though. He couldn't help but start to overthink things. Why a mere dream hurts like that is something he thinks can never be known. It was just a name after all, he's given it to others plenty of times. Somehow this time felt different, possibly because he might learn where it really came from? Was the woman real or actually just a dream? He wasn't sure which one he would prefer. Then came the very question he was just thinking about. Nizu tented his paws with that same smile he's had since the beginning. That's a very nice name you have. Do you remember who gave it to you, Izuku? He asked, his gaze fully on Izuku now instead of flitting between him and Aizawa occasionally. Izuku gave the chimera his attention in return, not avoiding his eyes anymore. He swallowed and said, I don't remember my mother or my litter mates at all, so probably no I don't. Izuku could kick himself. If he didn't want this creature to pry too deep into this, he certainly wasn't helping with his cryptic answers. He was practically leading him to it. Nizu's expression was one of someone who had spotted a tasty treat upon hearing that. It was almost predatory in nature. Then, as if on cue, he leaned forward slightly asking, Oh, why probably? Izuku sighed to himself, hoping he could just have kept his mouth shut. Then, contradictory to what he just thought, he blurted out, I'm not sure, but, if I were to be entirely honest, well, I have an idea, but I'm not sure about it at all. There's no escaping this route now. Why is his mouth saying the opposite of what he actually intended to do? The next available opportunity he had to walk this back. It was getting dangerously close to something he doesn't want to face, right? They just think he's insane and then surely the help would disappear. Nizu's voice brought him back from his own thoughts again. Would you mind sharing this idea with us? Nizu's tone had lost that predatory tinge it had gained once he smelled a mystery. Perhaps he realized that it slipped through, or he noticed how it had sent Izuku spiraling into self-doubt. Whatever the reason, Izuku noticed and appreciated it very much. Nizu had given him a chance to calm down and back out if he wanted it. Part of him felt guilty for even bringing it up and deciding to not go down the path yet. Though he now felt more comfortable doing it somehow, perhaps just knowing it wasn't a do-it-or-die situation relieved some of the weight off of the situation. Izuku gave the feline equivalent to a gentle smile, and said, It's nothing really. Then Aizawa spoke up next to him for the first time in a while. There were no hidden levels of tone in his voice. No need for a careful inspection behind its true meaning like there was with Nizu. For perhaps the first time in his life, Izuku found himself grateful for the nature of humans. They were simple creatures after all, and it didn't take his full brain capacity to decipher their intentions like it had with this Nizu creature. Aizawa's tone was gentle and kind. Kitten, we can't help if you don't let us. Despite Aizawa's reassurances, Izuku still felt slightly apprehensive, and he must have noticed as he carried on saying with a kind smile on his face, If you want I can take you back to where I found you and we can forget this until you are ready, or if you want I'll never bother you again. Now this was a shock to be had. He would let Izuku go if that's what he wanted? Never before has a human taken him and was willing to let him return to his life. You would really do that? Izuku asked in shock. The Aizawa human sighed heavily with that same sad look from earlier in the night on its face again. You aren't a prisoner, Izuku, we just want to help, he told Izuku. If this human isn't what he seems, his deception skills are leagues above the rest of those Izuku has met so far in his life. He can't help but believe what this one is telling him. This is dangerous. Is he this desperate to know where he comes from? Izuku knows the devastation that comes after trusting his kind only to be harshly disappointed by their true nature. He's sure if that were to happen again he'd lose much more than just his freedom. He wouldn't even care if he ended up in the death house again. So was all of this worth it to him? I do want to know where I come from, but if what I think is true, then the bad parts of it are true too. Izuku found himself saying before his mind was fully made up. His mouth has always been faster than his brain, and for the first time he's glad for it. He can't keep faltering like this. He isn't a scaredy cat after all. A sad grin spread on Aizawa's face as he spoke. That's understandable, Izuku, but if you want the truth, it's going to be a possibility, I'm afraid. This Aizawa human is dangerous indeed, Izuku found himself thinking as he looked at him. The small part of himself he thought was locked away forever after the ordeal with the human kitten that had taken him started to open up again. That's something quite deadly for animals to have in this world overrun by humans. Izuku shoved that disturbing thought down and answered Aizawa and Nizu. I'm not sure if it's a dream or possibly a memory, he started off, uncertainty evident in his voice. They waited patiently for him to continue, and Izuku was grateful for that. He pushed past his nerves and kept going. It always starts off the same, he said, looking out the window. Nizu seemed to understand how hard this was for Izuku as he set down a saucer of milk. Where it came from nobody knows. Izuku appreciated the gesture nonetheless. A bribe probably, but he was taking it willingly. He lapped up a bit of the milk before really getting into it. I can't make out much, most of it is fuzzy and the words have long since lost meaning, he said after a few licks. Nizu gave him a nod to continue, and so he did. Fondness fills his voice as the nice part of his dream swims before his eyes. I'm being held by this woman. She is quite soft, this woman. She's kind and smells of lavender. Her eyes look the same kind of green like mine. He tells them, and Aizawa smiles brightly. The only thing I can understand clearly is her calling me Izuku. She holds me so gently, almost with love. Then it shifts and I feel him, her mate. His hatred for me. Aizawa's expression shifts to concern. I feel his grip on my neck. The harsh words he yells at me no longer make sense to me. All that is clear is I'm going to die. Each breath he takes is filled with literal fire, the same fire that seems to make up his eyes. Izuku feels how the words are becoming heavy and how hard it's becoming to breathe normally, but he carries on. No use in stopping now. I feel myself hit the floor as he throws me, then the stench of my fur and flesh burning fills my nose before I even realize how raw my side feels. A phantom version of the smell filled the air around him as he said that. The woman intervenes and I either wake up or I get to hear her screams as her mate turns his vile fire on her. By the time Izuku gets done talking, he was shaking and his side was feeling raw and constricted again. Aizawa had stepped closer and was gently stroking him to help him calm down. The door where he kept his trust locked away let out a little light. Looking up at Aizawa as he was calming down thanks to him, the thought crossed his mind again. This human is indeed dangerous. Izuku sat there with Aizawa steadily calming him through his almost panic attack. The gentle way in which he stroked his fur with his warm hand was grounding him in reality. The tightness of that patch of skin on his side wasn't so constricting anymore. The smell of burning fur and melting flesh giving way to the aroma of floral tea. The cruel gaze of fire is no longer in the forefront of his mind. Once he was back to himself fully, he looked at the Nizu creature again. Do you think it's possible to figure out where I come from? He asked, even if he still wasn't entirely sure even now if he actually wanted to know. Nizu gave him a smile so much softer than the one he's been wearing unwaveringly all night before he spoke. You've given me plenty to work with, Izuku. It might take some time though, he said, picking up his tea again and gently sipping before continuing calmly. I'm sure you're well aware how violent humans can be, and sadly domestic abuse isn't all that rare. Izuku was indeed familiar with how violent those two lumbering beasts were. This term domestic abuse was new to him though. He had enough context clues to hazard a guess that it meant when a human's mate hurts them. He'd seen it plenty of times in his nightmare and even in real life when that human kitten had him for a few months. The female would yell and the male would strike her. Nizu seemed to see Izuku was deep in thought again, so he gently cleared his throat to draw Izuku's attention, giving him a small nod with that same smile earlier. Don't lose hope though, the fact that fire was involved does narrow it down some. This was the longest he's talked with anyone in years. The most other alley cats would talk about is a bird they'd recently caught or the amount of mates they had. Something that never seemed to interest him, the mates that is. Izuku is quite proud to say he was able to catch a rather large pigeon once. The old neighborhood record amongst cats was a fat swallow until that day. So to have conversation partners who have the capacity to think beyond just two things was somewhat intoxicating to him. Izuku couldn't help but share a worry he had about this whole situation he had just shared with them. What if it's just a dream though, he sighed, looking ashamed at the prospect that he's made this much of a fuss over a dream. Nizu gained a somewhat distant look in his eyes, and when his eyes met Izuku's again there seemed to be an almost deep sadness behind them. I'll be looking into more than just this possible memory of yours, like at all labs who were conducting quirk experiments with animals about. He said, then paused and seemed to be assessing something as he looked Izuku over. 10 to 12 years ago. Most of them are already in my files. He finished with an even stranger look than earlier. It reminded Izuku of someone angry, but he felt no malice directed towards him specifically. It made him kind of wary to keep asking questions, but the anger that appeared was gone just as soon as it appeared. Much like earlier tonight, though, his mouth was faster than his common sense and had already asked before he could rein himself in. What are the chances you'll actually find something though? Izuku wanted to sink into himself for such a brash question. It came off condescending to his own ears, so he wouldn't blame the Nizu creature if he was offended. It wasn't so much that he doubted Nizu himself, but this would be the first time someone other than himself cared about anything to do with him. It remains an odd concept, and he certainly wasn't going to just blindly believe it in the span of a few hours. That's guesswork, and that's something I like to avoid if I can. Nizu informed him calmly with that same smile from earlier. Izuku couldn't detect anything resembling hostility coming from the Nizu creature as it spoke, so he cautiously accepted the answer. Oh, okay. Izuku. Aizawa's voice reached him, making him slightly JRK at the sound of it. He's been remarkably quiet during his and Nizu's exchange. Izuku also couldn't help that it felt weird hearing a human say that. It's literally been years, or possibly even the first time if it was just a dream the whole time. Yeah, he yowled, surprising both of them at the combination of human speech and feline noise. Izuku could swear he was suppressing a smirk before he carried on, giving Izuku a serious but kind look, saying, I would like you to come live with me until Nizu comes up with something. Was this it? The actual catch for his help in getting to the Nizu creature? Did he lie when he offered to let him go back earlier? Izuku's mind kept spinning with these questions, and Aizawa seemed to notice the slight panic behind his eyes, so he quickly added, or you could stay here with him, but I can take you back to where you were if you prefer that? Not for the first time tonight Izuku was surprised by this human. That metaphorical door to where Izuku had locked away his trust so long ago opened even more as he unknowingly allowed himself to hope. You would actually take me back there? He asked. It's not my first choice, but if that's what you want, yep, he said with that sad smile he sometimes wears. Izuku couldn't help but wonder how much he's had to hide his pain that he's so good at hiding it behind a smile. You do know you're extremely odd for a human, right? Izuku told him with a slight chuckle. How so? He asked as his smile turned into a proper one. Izuku thought how best to explain it without insulting him. Something he wouldn't have worried about just a few hours ago. You actually consider what I would want, he finally decided on saying. Aizawa frowned in confusion, simply stating, anyone with a functioning brain should know you can't force a cat to do things it doesn't want to. There's another one. Izuku laughed back. Huh. You don't act superior just because you're human. Izuku told him. Nizu made bristling noises. I would hope none of my students would think that, but Aizawa has always been a kinder soul than most. Even if his outside looks prickly. Nizu finished with a chuckle. Nizu, sir. Aizawa tried to defend. Tell me I'm wrong, Aizawa, and I'll get Yamada here to bring proof otherwise, Nizu informed him with a wicked grin. Aizawa just grumbled under breath with the unmistakable tinge of pink on his ears at being slightly embarrassed. I thought so. Nizu said, far too satisfied with himself. Izuku couldn't help but be amazed at the interaction. Aizawa, a human, let this small creature tease him without reacting in anger. No malice or threats upon his life. In fact, it seemed like Aizawa even respected the creature to a degree. What's your choice then, kitten? Aizawa asked, snatching Izuku's thoughts back to the conversation. Izuku thought about it some and then sniffed the air as wind blew into the room from the window above. Rain. Izuku is no demon housecat, so he is not afraid of rain. No, he isn't. At all. He doesn't even mind when the sky is filled with its blinding light and deafening roars. Nope. It is a hassle, however, to find a consistent spot that remains dry during the time the sky unleashes its fury. Using this as an excuse, no, a reason, he'd made up his mind. I'll go with you then, human, he said bravely, not at all nervously glancing outside. Izuku couldn't help but notice the far too happy face on Aizawa. Don't look so pleased, two-legged devil, I have conditions, he informed him firmly. Let's hear them then. Aizawa nodded, successfully hiding his smirk behind his scarf. Izuku's gaze turned serious as the first condition was actually the only one he really had, but the human didn't need to know that. The most important of them is that I always have a means of leaving if I so choose, he said, stamping his front paw on the desk to drive home the point. Aizawa seemed to think it over before answering. I can leave a window open to the balcony. Acceptable, he said before carrying on with his list of demands conditions. Secondly, I have never nor will I ever be a housecat. Do not refer to me as such, I am not a pet. Seems reasonable, Aizawa nodded along. This was going easily, suspiciously so. Izuku pushed past his doubts. That means, as an extension to the second condition, no pet names for me, no baby names, and no cutesy versions of my actual name. His eyes trained on the Aizawa human, trying to look completely serious. Sure thing, kitten, he teased Izuku. Izuku glared at him but let it pass. Aizawa tried to hide his smile, but Izuku noticed. So he added another condition, seeing how far he could push it. I can add other demands as they come along, he said, gauging Aizawa's reaction, or rather his lack thereof, because he just nodded, before speaking louder than he has all night. Oh, it's not a problem, I hope, but I do live with my boyfriend, Aizawa told him with a bit of concern on his face. Izuku couldn't understand why that would be a problem. Is his mate not as nice as him? Before he could ask, though, Nizu interjected with a tired tone. Aizawa, you're getting married next month, you can say fiancé. Aizawa tilted his head slightly. I'm not French, though? It's dash, Nizu started but sighed and mumbled to himself, how Yamada puts up with you. Clearly it wasn't soft enough, as Aizawa replied in defiance. It should be me who gets the sympathy here, he's far too obnoxious for his own good. This sent up warning signals for Izuku. Obnoxious? Maybe I should stay with Nizu then, he said. Don't mind him, Izuku, Yamada is far nicer than this grumpy coffee container. Nizu chuckled as he said, trying to reassure Izuku. This intrigued him though. Aizawa was already far nicer than any human he's met before, and he's even starting to think he might be able to actually trust him. The prospect of a second human like him, or even one that exceeds this. Unlikely. Someone kinder than him, you say? Izuku scoffed. Oh, definitely Hisashi is the best human alive, Aizawa said, chest swelling with pride. Izuku wasn't aware humans shared that ability with pigeons, but the image matched that of a broody male claiming his mate. Izuku couldn't help but laugh with a slight snort at that mental image. Nizu thankfully interrupted his thoughts to continue his discussion with Aizawa. I'd say you're a bit biased there, Aizawa, but I happen to agree with you. A wide smirk on his face. If even the Nizu creature is praising this human, Izuku couldn't help but be curious to see this human too. See for himself if he's truly all of these things, and he informed Aizawa of this. I would like to see this human for myself then. Aizawa just smiled, and Nizu added, be sure to let him know so he doesn't use his quirk out of excitement, Aizawa. Izuku was left pondering what this human's quirk was. In fact, he still didn't know what Aizawa's one was. On it, Aizawa told Nizu as he pulled out one of those bright boxes the humans always carry around with them and started moving his fingers around on it. Nijava, hey Zashi, I'm coming home early, have a surprise, but please be quiet when I get there, okay? Love you. Inside voice please, okay? Do I need to prepare the spare room? Nijava, 4? Inside voice please. So you aren't bringing me a baby then? Nijava, Zashi? Inside voice please. That's a no then? Ni Java, we aren't even married yet. Inside voice please. Ichigi it's fine. Inside voice please. I'll just stay childless then. Slightly frowning face. Ni Java, we can talk about this when I get home. Inside voice please. Okay, I'll be waiting here. All alone. The Aizawa human had made a myriad of faces as he poked at the box, then looked up at Nizu with a smile far bigger than Izuku had seen before. Nizu, sir? He asked. Yes, Aizawa? Nizu asked as he was preparing more tea for himself. Still unable and possibly unaware of the smile on his face, he inquired, Can you help me and Hizashi get a kid when the time comes? Nizu chuckled as he looked at Aizawa. Oh? Yamada wants a cub already then? He asked teasingly. Yeah, we aren't even married yet. Aizawa said defensively despite the clear opposite visible on his face. Nizu chuckled to himself. I'm sure he's just teasing you, but I'll definitely help when you boys decide to really do that. Then he rubbed his chin before taking a sip of his tea again. You boys want to adopt, or are you looking for a quirk PRDNCY? Aizawa's face turned bright red and he nearly stammered, I don't know. He then looked at Izuku. We better go before he starts adoption papers for the neighbor's kids. I'll be in touch when I have something. Nizu said happily to Izuku before turning a serious gaze on Aizawa. It would be easier though if you accepted that job offer, Aizawa. Aizawa sighed loudly. I knew I wasn't so lucky to have you forget. No chance of that. Nizu laughed only to turn serious again. I want you to mold our future heroes. You know that I get what I want, Aizawa. The air filled with sense of authority. Aizawa gulped. I know, that's what scares me. He turned to Izuku, letting him climb back onto his shoulder and into his scarf before making it out the door. He turned and bowed slightly to Nizu, making sure Izuku didn't fall in the motion. We'll be leaving now. Good night, sensei. Good night, Aizawa, Nizu said, mild mirth in his voice. With that they left for the Aizawa human's burrow, or house as they call it. The journey back to the Aizawa human's dwelling went by quite a bit faster than Izuku had thought it would. It also brought to light just how much more different this human was to others he had encountered before. Beyond using a part of his outer fur to swing around, this human moved more like a fellow feline than the rest of his kind. Izuku found he didn't even need to have bothered saving him when they first met. He's able to traverse across the tops of buildings with ease. He would feel a degree of regret for interfering with it earlier, but then none of tonight's events would have transpired. So it was with speed and Izuku feeling slightly impressed that they landed on an outcropping of a building. When the Aizawa human pushed aside a glass pane that functioned like a door, Izuku figured this must be that balcony he talked about earlier. Izuku jumped swiftly out from the remarkably warm confines of the outer fur the human had used to swing around with. He might have agreed to have come with him, but that doesn't mean he's going to let the human just carry him in like he owns Izuku. Even with the begrudgingly small amount of trust he's gained with Izuku, it doesn't erase a lifetime of earned caution and paranoia. The Aizawa human seemed to understand, choosing to leave the entry open, then opening a smaller one before walking further into the dwelling. Aside from not wanting to push the boundaries of the arrangement he's established with the Aizawa human, Izuku was also wary of his mate. He received a brief description about him on their way here, and he was certain that having a mate made humans sick to some degree. Izuku had catalogued the symptoms of this disease. The Aizawa human's heart rate went up noisily. He gave off some sickly sweet scent while simultaneously secreting a minuscule amount of some sort of other foul liquid from under his arms. There was constriction in his eyes that was no doubt the reason for a decrease in situational awareness. They had narrowly missed the side of a building. Worst of all the symptoms in Izuku's opinion was the non-stop baring of the Aizawa's teeth. Sure, he's aware it's referred to as a smile, but when it's constant there's no chance to figure out the meaning. It's only humans who have this behavior. For anyone else, teeth baring is seen as a warning or an invitation to a fight. Nevertheless, Izuku slowly made his way inside and was on the lookout for this other human that even the Nizu creature held in high regard. He kept his eyes out for his yellow natural fur on his head and face. He was also prepared to, as Aizawa had said, be bombarded by an obnoxious amount of color. It's a known tactic of birds to have a garish amount of colors to attract a mate, but it was new information to Izuku that even humans used this. Perhaps as a means to persuade the other given that the connection causes illness? Zashi, Aizawa called out to the darkened dwelling. Izuku could see fine but was under the impression that humans were lacking in the basics to survive the night. So to see this one's dwelling was darkened struck him as odd. It didn't stay like that for long as the whole area was suddenly filled with light, making Izuku flinch slightly at the abrupt change. It's been a few years since he's lived inside. He'd actually forgotten about these things humans had imaginatively called lights. "Sho," came another voice from further within the dwelling. "Is that you already? That was quick. I thought I would have had time to bathe." To Izuku's horror, the voice sounded disappointed at the prospect of not having a chance to bathe. Did the humans change the meaning of that word? Who sees joy in the act of being submerged in water? Humans are crazy creatures. Izuku knew this, but it was just confirmed. Then this Zashi human came into view, and the image Aizawa had constructed and reality seemed to be two different things. Sure, the natural yellow fur was there, but the way he had described his mate didn't line up with what he saw now. He wasn't small and in need of protection. If Izuku had to compare, he seemed to have even more structure to his flesh than Aizawa had. There were no garish colors on his outer fur. In fact, he barely had any. Just a small amount around his waist, and it was white. Perhaps the sickness affects the human memory too? Izuku couldn't help but wonder what could possibly be so enticing about having a mate that they would risk all these things. Aizawa's voice brought him out of his thoughts and increased concern for the man. "We were at Yudari talking to Nizu-sensei. So we were closer to home than I would be otherwise." The Zashi human closed the distance between him and Aizawa and proceeded to assault his face with his own face? Not assault? They both looked pleased after the brief intrusion to their personal space. Humans are quite odd. He asked Aizawa, looking around excitedly. "Yeah, and I need you to not use your quirk, please. It took a lot to get him to agree to come with me," Aizawa said, taking Zashi's hand and started walking over to Izuku, who thought back to what he could remember what Aizawa had said about his mate's quirk. "Ah yes, that's right, all he said was that Zashi is loud." Izuku couldn't help but be slightly nervous as Zashi's eyes grew wide and he too bared a toothy smile while approaching Izuku. "A kitty? Sho, this is what you were so concerned about? Obviously I wouldn't scare a kitten. Is he one of the alley broods?" he asked, sitting on his heels, stretching out a hand for Izuku to sniff. An age-old tactic humans would use to trick other cats into trusting them. Izuku knew better. Unfortunately, that meant his instincts took over and he swatted away the hand with his claw. The resulting scratch caused a chain reaction of events. Izuku hissed. The hand was withdrawn as Zashi yelled out loud, "Odabi-iyash!" Then the sound disappeared abruptly as Aizawa's his natural black fur was floating. Izuku, in all honesty, was panicking more than he ever has before. He just heard Aizawa's mate and he wasn't able to fully see the expression he was making. Was he angry? What was up with his natural fur floating like that other part of his outer fur? Was it related to his quirk? Speaking of quirks, this is what he had meant when he told Izuku, "Zashi is loud, isn't it?" It was all over as soon as it had happened though. Aizawa's fur relaxed, and while the Zashi human was holding the small wound defensively, there wasn't an inch of malice on his face. The words out of his mouth came as an even bigger shock to Izuku though. "Sheet, sorry kitten. Lost control there. Are your ears okay? Right, like you can answer me. Sho, do you think I heard him? Why are you laughing at me? What do you say, Izuku? Did Zashi here hurt you by being so loud?" Aizawa asked with a pointed look on his face as he directed his question directly at Izuku. His mate was obviously confused as to why he was talking directly to the cat. "Sho? What do you mean? Is that the kitten's name? Stop being silly, do we need to call a vet?" Izuku was slightly still stunned at the lack of anger either of the humans had at his actions, so his brain took a couple of seconds to register being addressed. This was also a perfect opportunity to test out if clawing a human gives them the ability to understand his words. Izuku rearranged his face to hide the fear he felt a moment ago and gave his best version of a feline smirk at Aizawa. "Well, it certainly wasn't a fun experience, but no, he didn't hurt me. I'm not some house cat. I'm more shocked you aren't mad I clawed him though," Izuku told him. Aizawa laughed. "That's his own fault. Cats like their personal space." a concept Zashi has trouble with. Zashi stood there looking pale, watching the interaction between the two, and finally forced out some words. "Sho, that cat is talking, right? I'm not going insane? You can hear him too, right?" Izuku just laughed and Aizawa slowly nodded at his fiancée. The Zashi human slowly stood up and faced his mate with mild concern on his face. He frantically asked him, "Sho? What's going on? Why can I understand that kitten?" He finished nervously looking back at Izuku. "We believe that's his quirk," the Aizawa one told his mate calmly. "We?" he inquired. "We came from Nizu's just now," Aizawa reminded him. Zashi was busy wiping the tiny trickle of blood on his hand from Izuku's, clawing against that outer fur around his waist as he replied, "Oh yeah, I nearly forgot about that. How is he?" Aizawa sighed deeply, then with a tinge of annoyance in his voice said, "Still trying to get me to teach." His mate's eyes grew wide hearing this, and he walked over to a structure growing out of the ground with seating in front of it. He turned something like a larger version of the lightbox towards Aizawa and pointed at it. "He got us both today? There was another email from him just this morning." Then, as if he wasn't the one to do it, he turned back to Aizawa and sounded slightly upset. "Wait a minute, don't change the subject here. How'd you find a quirked animal?" Aizawa seemed far too used to this chaotic and fast-paced change and only answered without even acknowledging that it had happened. "Pure chance. Saw him reading a book half asleep." "Reading?" Zashi asked, curiosity clearly tickled as he glanced back between Izuku and Aizawa, who then pulled out his lightbox from earlier. These humans seem to be obsessed with these things, Izuku thought to himself. Then showing it to him, he told him, "Yes, reading. Look, I took a photo. Isn't he just the cutest?" At this point Izuku was more than a little annoyed at being ignored. Sure, he'd prefer it if humans don't notice him usually. He's used to hissing in order to keep the filthy creatures from pawing at him, or petting as they refer to it. This, however, to have two of the devils that he knows can hear him speak carry on as if he wasn't there? Well, that's just won't do. Izuku made a noise like he was clearing his throat to gain either of the humans' attention, and then said while preening his fur to appear regal once they turned to look at him, "Ahem, the focus of the conversation is right here, able to hear you, you know?" "Oh, I'm sorry, kitten. I'm used to the cats just ignoring us until dinner time," the Zashi one said, turning his full attention towards Izuku again. Izuku was slightly impressed. This one seemed to know its place in the universe then, serving his kind and not pestering them until needed. Izuku would soon wish that he never called attention to himself, as it seemed like the Zashi human had no concept of personal space. He soon got down and sat on the floor after fussing with his outer fur for some reason directly next to Izuku. "That's a pretty name you have." "I'm Hisashi Yamada, and I'm this one's finance," he said, pointing to Aizawa before his face scrunched in deep thought. "Do cats have a concept of marriage?" he finally asked with a tilted head. This was one of those words that Izuku had read before but wasn't sure what it actually meant or how it was pronounced until he had heard it earlier tonight and now again. That old prickle of curiosity Izuku nearly always indulged in called out to him again. "What does it entail?" he found himself asking the Zashi human. This seemed to excite the overly excitable human even more than usual, and Izuku nearly had to cover his ears in fear that he might use his quirk again as he squealed in delight. "Oh, we get together with all of our friends and family and promise to always be together no matter what happens. It's an all-day affair with a large party at the end of the ceremony, though it's usually a bit more romantic than all that." Izuku wondered how this human said all of that without taking a break to breathe. Perhaps a side effect of his loud quirk is that he doesn't need that much air to make sounds? Possible. As to the question if cats have something similar, Izuku thought about how much he could actually say. He doesn't know all that much about cat culture. As much as he prefers them over humans, Izuku has always been pretty much alone. He started with what he did know. "Well, I wouldn't say we have a gathering when it happens, but there are times when we decide to stay with only one mate. It's usually something only older cats do so they don't die alone." Panic spread through Izuku as he realized something. With a shocked gasp, Izuku looked up at Zashi, studying him, then said, "Humans are weird. You both look young. Which one of you is dying already?" Then his gaze landed upon Aizawa, and with a closer look at the man he sighed deeply. He stared at Zashi with a sincere look. Never mind, I'm sorry for your upcoming loss. At this, Zashi bent over in what Izuku assumed was gut-wrenching sorrow, and Izuku felt slightly guilty for bringing up this subject. The stunned look on the Aizawa human led him to believe this was a topic they rarely discussed. Perhaps it was rude amongst humans to talk about their imminent death? Rude or not, Izuku's curiosity had been prickled, and well, he was never one to put much stock into the old saying that curiosity had killed the cat. How can simply having knowledge kill you? So instead he barreled on and asked while being aware of where to run and escape if they turned on him. Did you not tell him or something? Just then the Zashi human let out a wail that Izuku at first thought was from crying, but it went on and it resembled laughter more than cries of sorrow. This confused him even more. Aizawa seemed to come to his senses at hearing his mate laugh like that, then shaking his head in disapproval at Izuku and muttering under his breath, "Little sheet." Izuku answered a slew of questions the excitable Zashi human had for him. Apparently, despite having been schooled by the Nizu creature, the novelty of a talking animal had not lost its charm for him. Based on some of the questions he asked, Izuku couldn't help but think there's a chance they were too scared to ask Nizu. He didn't mind the conversation as it seemed like they avoided questions too personal. Besides, it was nice talking to anyone, even more so it wasn't about just him like it had been with Nizu. The time went quickly, and if it wasn't for Izuku's stomach rumbling, chances were they'd still be discussing whether or not dogs actually forget their tails are attached to them. Despite informing them that he had eaten today, these two kept insisting, and Izuku reluctantly followed Aizawa to where he would put down the food. Izuku was by no means a snob. He would eat what he could catch and not turn up his nose at free food some of the humans would offer him after he determined that they aren't going to try catching him. He wasn't fussy about drinking from puddles he knew was safe. That being said, there is a world of difference between catching pigeons yourself and the food humans keep locked up in tiny cylindrical jails. Even more than that is the degree of separation between that and the meat humans keep for themselves. Izuku will deny it to the end of time, but he is very easily swayed by an actual fish. Chances to catch one himself in this human-infested area were less than non-existent. So it didn't take much to get past his resolve. He found himself nearly swallowing the fresh salmon whole that these strange humans gave him shortly after they got acquainted. Izuku didn't find it too hard to convince himself it was perfectly fine to accept the fish even if he wasn't hungry. Well, more hungry at least. There's no such thing as being always full when you live in the wild. No, that's for those lazy house cats who wouldn't know what to do with a mouse if it sat on their heads. The thing he found most strange of all was the contraption these humans had set down near the fish they gave him. Instead of a stagnant bowl of water like he's used to the humans setting out if they cared enough, this was some kind of machine that was like a contained river. The Zashi human had disappeared in the time it took Izuku to eat, only making himself known after Izuku had finished eating. Judging by the now new and more complete set of outer fur he was wearing, his absence made more sense. They led him to a specifically designated area where he could sleep if he wanted, but made sure to let him know he can sleep wherever he felt comfortable. Usually, however, Izuku never sleeps when it is night time. That's something the two-legged devils and lesser creatures do. The night was there for prowling and hunting, but Izuku's stomach was quite full. So full, in fact, that it was making him sleepy again. So it was with a stomach fuller than it has been in years, and being in company with humans he's cautiously okay with, that he found himself curling up for at the very least a quick nap despite the time. Shota and his soon-to-be husband left their furry guest to sleep and made their way to turn in for the night themselves. It's rare that they get to sleep at the same time. Shota works underground, so most of the night is out on patrol while Hisashi goes to bed. Hisashi, however, is a spotlight hero, so his work hours are during the day, not to mention his radio show. With their work hours restricting their time together to a small window before Hisashi leaves for work and Shota comes back from patrol plus the weekends. They were all too glad to take advantage of this newfound cuddle time. The lack of time they spend together was one of the main reasons Hisashi was seriously considering taking Nizu up on his offer of both of them teaching at UA. Sure, it would mean less hero work, but neither of them cared much for the ranking system the commission held. Sure, going up in ranks means more payout, but Hisashi's radio show, his merch sales, and basic hero salary meant he was never going to need money. Only the greedy actively chase higher rankings, and both Shota and him weren't all too fond of the top 10 heroes for this very reason. Hizashi's mind mulled over these things like always as Shota got into bed next to him and he moved closer to him. The offer Nizu brought up this morning via email and later tonight to Shota himself was the current front-runner in his mind. It led him to wanting more time with Shota, which reminded him of the teasing text he had sent that hinted at him wanting kids. Hizashi knows Shota looks like a grump to the world, but he also knows how soft and filled with love his heart is. Any child would be lucky to have him as a parent. They both grew up in foster care. He's always wanted to give a child, or possibly multiple children, an actual safe and loving environment to grow up in because of it. Something about the way Izuku spoke to them only heightened these notions for him tonight. It itched that nosy and protective part of his mind. Something didn't sit right for him. Almost like Izuku was hiding something from them. The kitten needs rescuing and in more ways than one, but why does he feel this way? Shota's instincts were always better than his regarding secrets and the like. With this in mind, he squeezed his fiancée and tilted his head to look up from his chest at him. Sho! He was only met with a half-asleep noise of acknowledgement. Knowing he's not going to get much more than that without saying what he wants, he asked, "You picked up on it too, right?" With Izuku, he replied through a yawn but opening his eyes now. Hizashi hummed. He smiled down at him before answering again with his own question. I have a hunch about something, but what do you mean? Shota always does that. Hizashi finds himself thinking with a smirk. Never spoon-feeding him an answer, always making sure Hizashi is part of the conversation. Probably a habit he hasn't broken since high school. Shota gave him a light squeeze, bringing him out of his headspace so he could answer. I feel like he's not saying something. What's your hunch about? He asked back. Shota gained a serious expression as he spoke. Quirked animals are exceedingly rare, and even more so after Nizu gained his freedom and influence. Horribly, the pieces fell into place for Hizashi. Wait, you don't mean? He asked with concern. Shota nodded, mirroring the concern. I'm not sure, but I think he's a kid who's been stuck so long in his quirk that he's forgotten about it. Hizashi gasped, hearing it out loud, hoping he'd thought wrong. Slight confusion filled his face after a bit then. That's easy enough to check for you though, right? He asked. Shota sighed slightly before answering, clearly conflicted about it. Technically yes, but think about it. There's just a small chance it will go over with a good outcome. If it's not true, I just erase his ability to talk to us and he loses trust in us. If it's true and I suddenly make him human again? He asked seriously. Several scenarios ran through Hizashi's head and none of them ended in something favorable. Shota kept talking so that Hizashi's mind didn't run too wild. Chances are he'll just think that's a trick I've been planning. If you haven't noticed, he doesn't think all that much of humans, I'm sure for good reason, but still. Hizashi did notice, and he felt a small amount of pride when Izuku was okay with him stroking his fur when they spoke earlier. Just like Shota, he's sure the kitten's hatred for his kind didn't come from nothing. There are times he himself still hates humanity as much as he did in his childhood years. The scars on his face stung slightly at the thought. He shook his head to shake off the memory and sensation, focusing instead on the conversation. So turning him back might be good in the long run, but short-term he'll hate us and even try to get away. Shota hummed in agreement, then said, Yep, I don't even want to think what will happen to a kid who's lived as an animal all his life out there alone on the streets. Plus we don't even know how old he really is outside of the quirk. He could be barely older than a toddler for all we know, his voice trailing as he finished. Suddenly a hilarious and altogether horrible image popped up in Hizashi's mind. Or he could be an old guy, he said with wide eyes as he sat up, then in a serious and frantic whisper, Sho, I might have pet a 40-year-old dude. Shota just laughed at him before pulling him back down into a cuddle position and saying, no, I'm sure he's still a kid, at most he might be teenager. Still marginally worried, he blew a raspberry on the belly of some random balding man's belly. He chose to trust Shota and settled down, asking, So how do we go about fixing this then if he is a kid? Shota played with his hair to help calm him down before he carried on. Nizu is looking into something Izuku thinks is a dream, but to me it sounded more like a jumbled or partially repressed memory. They didn't bring this up earlier, so it was news to him. Oh. Shota in a bit of air through his teeth, clearly worried by it. Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up in front of him again. He had some type of dissociative episode mixed with the beginnings of a panic attack near the end of it. Poor kitten, he said, remembering how bad his own anxiety used to be before. A type of anger Hisashi is familiar with flashed across Shota's face. It's the same anger that got him kicked out from the old agency. Anger on behalf of a kid. Yeah, from what he told us it sounds like his father abused him and even used his fire quirk on him only to either severely hurt or kill his mother. That's horrible, is all he said, not knowing what else to say, the world still finding ways to surprise him in the most horrible ways. To burn your own child? How can anyone be that cruel? Shota stroked his hair again to calm both himself and Hisashi as he told him, I know there's a patch on his side that feels a bit rougher than the rest of his skin. That's why I'm thinking it might be more than a hunch, but I'm not sure so. Hisashi looked up at him and pulled his face down by his chin and gave him a soft kiss, then saying, well, whatever the case, maybe I'm not sending him back to live on the streets again. So if your hunch turns out to be true. Shota's eyes grew wide as he understood what that meant, saying in a frantic whisper, we haven't even had the wedding yet, Zashi. Details? He smirked at him before snuggling into his chest and closing his eyes. Night show. Shota just shook his head and sighed. Night, Zashi. This past week has been unlike any other Izuku has ever had. Sure, the time that human cub had stolen him was sort of similar. He had food and water regularly and even let her show him affection. Though never in all his time with her did they ever talk. He now knows there's a requirement to be able to hear him. This knowledge, however, does not erase that it had still hurt him when he begged her for help, and she just let her father take him away and dump him at the death house. The day he managed to escape there, he had made a solemn vow to himself that he'd never fully trust a human ever again. So it's quite odd then that Izuku finds himself feeling completely at ease with Aizawa and his mate Hisashi. Perhaps it's the fact that he's able to communicate with them? It certainly does help to vocalize how they displease him so they can correct their behavior. The fact that he's able to do that also shows the stark contrast these two have in relation to the rest of their kind. Not once has Izuku told them about something he would prefer they do, or something they shouldn't do has it felt like he was in any danger because of it. Any time in the past where he had made his discomfort clear to others, it has not gone over well. Sure, it had to be done via ducking away or hissing at extremes, but still. Aizawa simply nods or hums agreement and then changes the behavior, no veiled threats or attacks. His mate even goes further and asks about why it bothers him, as if he's actually interested. Izuku was sure it would change when he asked Aizawa to not touch that rough under his fur area on his side. But he simply agreed, much to Izuku's confusion. Then he was certain that Hisashi would get angry when he asked him to not close the curtains in the room they designated as his area to sleep. Instead, he just got curious, wanting to know if Izuku liked watching the stars. Izuku almost freaked out when he decided to test the waters and see if there was a limit to how far he could go. They had been feeding him much like the human from his alley, only more. He grew bold and asked if they could switch it up and give him a fish instead one night. Instead of yelling or flat out kicking him out, they actually did it. They didn't even mind when Izuku left while they slept and only returned when the sun was already up. The Aizawa one even held the same reasonable hours as Izuku. A human with a proper sense of time? Now there's a concept Izuku will likely never get used to. Needless to say, that small amount of trust Izuku had started to feel for Aizawa extended to his mate, and it was starting to grow larger by the day. So it wasn't as odd as it should have been to find Izuku snoozing on Aizawa's lap. In fact, that was where he was when the contraption humans carry, that Izuku had since learned is called a phone, had started making ungodly levels of noise. But who the hello, Nizu-sir. Yes, he's still with us. Oh well, yes, of course, he's free to come and go as he pleases. Today? No, he hasn't left yet. Okay, we'll be there soon. Goodbye, Anizu. Aizawa gently shielded Izuku's ears before leaning back slightly and yelling. Zashi, Nizu called. Hisashi came walking into the living room, busy fiddling with his ears like Izuku often sees him do. He's noticed the odd position he wears his jewelry but hasn't brought it up with them. Humans are strange creatures, so having odd customs seems to just fit the bill in Izuku's eyes. Once his eyes landed on the sight of Izuku still on Aizawa's lap, he gave his mate a soft smile. Instead of answering Aizawa though, he waved his hand about in the air like Izuku sometimes sees him and Aizawa do. Somehow they communicate like this, much to Izuku's amazement. After a bit of them moving their hands and arms around, Hisashi finished with his jewelry and sighed. I seriously need to find a new support company. This is like the third pair I had to try today, the rest are dead in the water. No juice at all, he finished saying with a grimace on his face. Aizawa gave his mate a sympathetic look saying, well, we are going to you today take Majima up on his offer already. Hisashi blushed slightly saying, it still feels weird, like I'm taking advantage of a friend. Aizawa rolled his eyes at this with a smile on his face. Zashi, he has literally been offering to make them for years now. It's not taking advantage if he keeps insisting. I know, but he's so busy. Hisashi huffed. You know, we'd be just as busy if we took Nizu up on his offer though. Aizawa informed him with. Hisashi shook his head with a sly smirk. No, we'd slow down on hero work. This made Aizawa raise his eyebrows in knowing suspicion. You just want an excuse to get your own recording studio built into the house. Hisashi stomped his foot lightly. It's not like there won't be space. They are still building it, you know. Aizawa groaned and threw his head against the backrest of the sofa saying, don't remind me please. Hisashi moved over and pinched one of his cheeks and said, you're the one who wanted to build us a house instead of buying one. Aizawa only groaned more. Ugh, if we find someone with a time manipulation quirk, I'm going back in time to slap myself. Planning a wedding and overseeing construction at the same time? Hisashi just laughed at him. My turn to remind you of the favor Ishiyama offered us. Aizawa sat up again, ready to defend his own reason for not taking up a friend on help. He's busy overseeing one of Nizu's new crazy training buildings. He bought a whole extra acre of land for you to build it. Hisashi hummed his agreement stating, it's sorely needed though. You remember the rescue training we had? A look of horror passed across Aizawa's face. Don't remind me, that wasn't training, that was just throwing us in the deep end. Izuku had been watching the both of them talking back and forth, and usually he'd be content watching the two humans interact. He had questions, plus it's daytime. He's supposed to be sleeping right now. So he leapt off of Aizawa's lap and sat on the coffee table to face the pair. Not that this conversation isn't interesting, but you said the Nizu creature called on the lightbox? He asked with a slightly tilted head. Phone. Aizawa reminded him. Yes, the phone. Does that mean what I think it does? Izuku asked, ignoring the slight annoyance of being corrected. Aizawa bit his lip and shrugged slightly. He didn't say, just that he wanted to see all three of us. Cryptic, Izuku said sarcastically. In unison, Aizawa and Hisashi both said, that's Nizu. Izuku has had many experiences throughout his life. Most things have been basic and banal, with a few exciting events strewn about. From the daily routine of ordinary existence to realizing he's the only cat he knows who is able to read. From the thrill of mocking a rabid angry dog from the safety of a high tree to the sleep-inducing lazing about in his favorite sunning spot. His short time being around humans who are actually able to hear him has exposed him to knowledge and experiences he had no idea he was even missing. Izuku was enjoying having these new experiences and learning new things, always defying the notion that curiosity would kill him. The novelty and enjoyment of it all rapidly changed the moment Aizawa, his mate and Izuku got into what the humans call a car. Now Izuku is no idiot, nor is he blind. Obviously he's seen and heard cars before. To Izuku though, it had always been referred to as the rolling noisemakers. He's also briefly been in one, though that time it was while being stuffed in a box, so he never saw or heard much beyond darkness and his own yelps. It's been quite a few years since that though, and somehow he's managed to forget how horrible the car itself was. It quite possibly had to do with fearing for his life and wondering what the brute who had ripped him away from that girl was going to do with him. If Izuku doesn't dream of the kind woman and her fiery cruel mate, he sees that man's sadistic smile. Izuku had been enjoying his time with these humans more than he ever thought he could. They recently introduced him to a large light box called television, where smaller humans talk either to each other or at those who are watching them. He vowed that day to figure out how those humans fit into the small box. Aizawa explained the concept of cameras after laughing himself silly as he heard Izuku declare his intentions. Then they showed him a smaller box called a radio, and Hisashi's disappearance that day made sense. He had been put into that box somehow. Izuku vowed to save him. Aizawa again laughed before explaining that before cameras this was how humans entertained themselves. The shows on TV were done without pictures video. Naturally, Izuku didn't appreciate being laughed at twice for something he didn't know. Aizawa awoke with a high-pitched scream as he saw the still-alive lizard inches away from his face. All these learning experiences and reluctantly admitted fun Izuku was having with these humans meant he was up for trying anything once. Nizu had called and they were to go to him. So shortly after Izuku had jumped in after Aizawa and settled on his lap and Hisashi had started the car, Aizawa found himself with a full set of now bleeding claw marks on his thighs. Izuku had avoided the noise cars made for most of his life, and while it's entirely impossible to never hear it at all, Izuku had found a balance where the sound melded with the rest of the city noise. To be inside one of these noisemakers and feel the vibrations as the whole structure rumbled angrily? Well, this was a new experience he could have gone the rest of his life avoiding if he had any say in it. Much to his credit and affirming to Izuku that he wasn't making a mistake by starting to trust these humans, Aizawa just winced slightly and gently stroked Izuku's fur to calm him. The notion and care behind such an action was much appreciated by him. Izuku had been mere moments away from bolting out of the open window before Aizawa had started to calm him down. Izuku withdrew his claws and focused on the gentle motion Aizawa was making, even managing to calm enough to apologize for slightly maiming him. "Sorry about the claws, forgot how much I hate these noisemakers." Aizawa smiled at him saying, "Thank you, Izuku, though I guess it's partly our fault for just assuming you'll be okay in the car. The way you go in made me think you've been in one before." Izuku came to a decision to tell them about what had happened rather quickly then. It's been something he's been debating with himself since he started to feel comfortable with these humans. It's one thing to be playfully chased around after pulling a prank on the grumpy man or seeing the slightly annoyed but still smirking face of Hisashi after he, accidentally, knocked something off of a shelf. It's a whole other thing to actually harm them though, intentional or not. Well, he didn't know what they would do. So experiencing how Aizawa treated him after hurting him just now convinced him it's okay. Hisashi had slowly started driving, and with Aizawa gently moving his hand over his fur and the slowly moving sky visible from the window, Izuku was calm enough to start. "The last time I was in a car was years ago and I was in a box, so I never saw or heard much of it." A frown crossed Aizawa's face as he asked, "Why were you in a box, kitten?" Izuku sighed slightly. "I told you about my nightmare about the man with the fire eyes, but if I don't see him I dream about another with a cruel smile." An actual shiver moved through Izuku's body as he remembered it, and Aizawa just added to his calming strokes. Izuku leaned into the touch, helping to center himself and gain courage. It was the first time he's allowed himself to think about her. "You aren't the first humans to let me live with them. There was a human girl long ago when I was smaller. She fed me, loved me," he told them with a sad tone in his voice. "Maybe she never did and I'm not remembering right, but her father hated me." Izuku paused after saying this, not realizing until now that a small part of him hoped she did really love him back then. Realistically, he knows he couldn't have expected her to save him from her father, but it felt like she abandoned him back then. Aizawa seemed to sense the inner turmoil going inside Izuku's head, smiling at him, patiently waiting but not rushing him to complete his story. Izuku appreciated that immensely, even feeling slightly closer to the human. Even the talkative Hisashi was just listening calmly as he drove. When he was ready, Izuku continued his tale. "I remember one day he got mad at his mate hitting her harder than he usually does. The girl yelled at him to stop and he smiled at her, the very same smile I see in my nightmares after he spotted me. The vast difference between that smile and the kind one filled with nothing but concern Aizawa had for him was never more apparent than right then. He shoved me into a box while the girl cried. He threw the box in the car and a while later I woke up at the death house." Izuku concluded. There was confusion on Aizawa's face and concern in Hisashi's breathing as Aizawa asked, "Death house? I have no idea what you humans call it," Izuku started, but felt a bit guilty for including Aizawa and Hisashi in with that statement before he finished saying, I just know there were dozens of us and even dogs, all kept in metal cages. Humans would come to gawk at us and there was a door where if they took you there you never came back. Hisashi eated in air through his teeth and his voice sounded strained like he was trying to contain anger. Sounds like the pound, he said. Izuku just scoffed. I don't care what its actual name is, I'd rather die than go back there. Before they could address that concerning tidbit in Izuku's statement, Hisashi had pulled into a parking lot in front of UA. Aizawa placed Izuku around his shoulders and within his scarf where Izuku settled while still being able to see out. Hisashi got out of the car a little later and closed the door marginally harder than Aizawa had. To Izuku, though, it was clear he was angry about something. Was it something he had said? Was the usually bubbly human angry at him? Aizawa again seemed to sense Izuku's mind working overtime and scratched his head between his ears. It's not you, kitten. The pound would supply muzzles to group homes to use on kids with voice quirks. There were things somewhat clearer for Izuku. The anger was directed towards the pound and not him, though he had no idea what Aizawa meant by group homes. Izuku filed it away as a question to ask later when both of them were calm and they didn't have a meeting with the enigma known as Nizu scheduled. The building was the same as the last time Izuku was here. The area that belongs to the school and conversely to Nizu was still obscene in scale. Much like the building's doors that were still as ridiculously large as he had remembered them. They confound any logic given that they open just as quickly in comparison to normal doors. The walk to Nizu's office was still the same distance. Nothing physical about Yudare had changed at all, but somehow it all looks different to him now. It might have to do with being more comfortable with the Aizawa human than he was last time they walked these halls. Living with him and his mate Hisashi has certainly started to change his opinion on humans, or rather on these two very specific humans. It will be an unnaturally cold day in the underworld if he is ever going to open himself up even more than he already has with these two. Another possible reason why everything looks much different today is the looming possible outcome of this particular visit. If the Nizu creature has indeed uncovered something about his origin, well, what would that mean? Would Aizawa prove him right that he was a fool to start trusting a human again? Would he make him leave once they learn where he came from? Does he even want to stay with them after learning about himself? Did the Nizu creature even find anything about him? Perhaps there isn't anything to find. Before he could spiral completely into despair, they were rounding the corner and in front of Nizu's door. Much like last time, the door opened before Aizawa could knock or push it open himself. The Nizu creature is sitting the same as last time, tea already in hand and giving a welcoming smile saying, Aizawa, Yamada, Izuku. Come in, just in time. Tea. They took their seats and drinks, Aizawa only sniffing it and clearly wishing it was something else. Instead of jumping on the desk like last time, Izuku jumped out of the scarf and made himself comfortable on Aizawa's lap, gazing at the mammal that had called them here. Nizu sat back down on his chair and clapped his paws together with a wild smile on his face. Now, before we get started with the main thing, I would be remiss if I didn't take this rare opportunity right in front of me. It's not often I can get both of you in my office at the same time. Gone are the days when I could just summon you over the intercom. He looked between the pair of humans after a pause and with a sly tone said, unless of course either or both of you have opened your minds to the chance? Aizawa shifted his shoulders nervously while Yamada only looked slightly amused and like he was expecting this. Perhaps he did actually, as most of Nizu's attention seemed to be focused on Aizawa. Can I add you boys to my staff? He asked again as neither of the humans replied to his first question. Given the amount of daily grumbling Aizawa had unknowingly subjected Izuku to when he sees Nizu has contacted him about a job again, his response was quite unexpected. With a heavy sigh and a glance at his mate that turned into a smirk upon gaining a nod from him, Aizawa replied, the idea is starting to gain appeal, but it really depends on how today goes. How today goes? This human was basing a decision on how it would affect Izuku? Izuku shook himself internally. That's ridiculous, and clearly he's just jumping to conclusions now. These humans have no reason to take him into consideration in regards to their own lives. None at all. Yet a traitorous part of himself felt that strange and long-forgotten tingle of hope. Maybe they do actually care. Izuku was pulled back to reality and out of such preposterous notions with a feral laugh out of the Nizu creature. Ha, naturally. I thought as much, which is why I worked extra hard to dig out the truth. A spark of excitement behind those beady black eyes of his. With that he turned his focus to Izuku. Now then, young Izuku. The reason we are all gathered here is that I have accomplished that which you have asked of me. That, you mean? You know where I came from? Izuku couldn't help but blurt out before Nizu could elaborate. That I have my young friend, he told Izuku with a smile on his face. Perhaps it was meant to fool him, but living with humans for a while now has refined Izuku's ability to read facial expressions and not just the overall tone in body language. The look Nizu was giving him behind that smile was conflicted and possibly even sad? That bad then? Izuku found himself asking before he even realized it. Izawa, possibly also reading into Nizu's expression, had started to gently pat his fur. There was a glint behind Nizu's eyes, something between surprise and excitement. It's not often that someone is able to see past my words and the true meaning behind them. That said, your origin, while not mysterious, is unfortunately not one born out of the most cheerful of circumstances, I'm sorry to say. Izuku almost snorted in derision but caught himself. This is what he had expected after all. Given the course of his life, there's no way his origin was a happy one. He just didn't have that kind of luck. Now all that remained was to learn just how badly the universe hated him, and judging by the tense faces in the room. It took some doing considering most of the facilities no longer exist and the rest have been repurposed, but I was able to determine you didn't come from some sort of experiment in a laboratory. Nizu pressed on to move past the tense pressure hanging in the air. So he wasn't grown in some cold room. All that leaves then is that he really is a naturally quirked animal. Did his mother kick him out of the litter for being different? As if Nizu's quirk was mind-reading and had decided to intervene before his thoughts got too dark, he spoke again. However, you also aren't a naturally born quirked animal. He left that statement hanging in the air with that sly smirk on his face as everyone else was left to wonder how both of those could be true. Well, Izuku assumed he wasn't the only one confused by this particular conundrum but was surprised again when Izawa sighed again, letting his hand rest instead of still stroking Izuku's fur, and asked, "So it's true then?" Izuku turned his head around and looked at the sad expression on Izawa's face without being able to hide his own confusion. It was mixed with the beginnings of being hurt. This human who he let get close knew something about him but didn't say something? But is what true then, Izawa? What do you know and why haven't you told me? Izawa looked just as slightly hurt as Izuku had felt, and that was why he let him explain himself. Oh, Izuku, it was just a thought I had when we met. One I desperately had hoped wasn't true. I didn't want to tell you about it because, honestly, it was a horrible thought and the chances were slim that it was true. Izuku didn't know how to feel exactly. He saw no malice and felt no hidden joy at having withheld truth from him. So instead of replying, he silently got off of Izawa's lap and settled on the third chair. Was it intentionally meant for him from the beginning? Izuku decided to wait to hear what Nizu had brought them here in the first place for. He focused his gaze back at Nizu and pretended he didn't see the nervous glances Izawa and Hisashi shared above him. Nizu carried on without missing a beat, as if he hadn't been interrupted. Having found nothing in my search of the laboratories and quirk research centers, I moved on to investigate that dream of yours that carried the capacity to possibly be a memory. With that he climbed out of his chair and reached into a drawer, pulling out a file. What I found was quite interesting, if not incredibly disturbing and sad. He flipped open the file as he went. 10 years ago there were a total of 5 quirk-related fires reported, though only one of them wasn't the direct result of Endeavor's hero work. Annoyance tinted his words at the end. If this wasn't such an important topic for Izuku, he'd no doubt be spending more time wondering if it's actually a common thing for heroes to hate their coworkers like this. He certainly heard enough complaints from both Izawa and Hisashi about the so-called top 10. Nizu regained his attention as he went on. The one incident that didn't involve him was a house fire in which it is presumed all 4 members of the Midoriya family died. The father Hisashi Midoriya, the mother Inko Midoriya, and their 2 children Izuku and his infant brother Ibuki. Hisashi gasped when he heard the name was similar to his. Izuku couldn't help but wonder at the irony of the world. Two humans with near-identical names but complete opposites in any other way. As he was hearing this, it wasn't making much sense to Izuku. Why would the woman from his dreams, Inko, call him by one of her children's names? The family name did sound familiar to him, and it felt right the longer he thought about it. Deciding he wasn't going to figure it out on his own, though, he shifted his weight and looked back at Nizu. "I'm sorry, but what does this mean exactly?" "I mean, the name matches, but why would Inko call me by one of her children's names? You still haven't mentioned a cat at all." "Ah well," Nizu said with a sad tone as he flipped through the file. According to the quirk registry young Izuku had registered that very same day. His quirk, feline shifting. "That means," Hisashi said quietly. What does it mean?" Izuku asked, bit annoyed at being the only one clearly not getting something that everyone else apparently got. Nizu took the opportunity when Aizawa and Hisashi just shared nervous looks again. Plainly he said, "That most likely means that you and that boy are one and the very same. Izuku, chances are that you are in fact a human child." Izuku Midoriya. Izuku's head was spinning, his mouth felt dry and felt colder than that one time he fell into the pond during winter and the ice had broken. He was fairly certain his ears weren't working properly either. Nizu, the supposed smartest creature on the planet, just said he's human. Izuku is human. It was utterly ridiculous, the very notion offensive. Izuku felt insulted on a personal level. Him? Human? That would mean he's been surviving on the streets for no reason. That people saw a strange-looking cat and never stopped to think it might be a child. Izuku isn't dumb. He knows even among other strange alley cats, none of them have eyes like his. Verdant green with the ability to glow even during the day. None of them have his shade of black fur with just a hint of dark green in it. Up until just a few moments ago, and for as long as he's been with Aizawa, he thought it was just because he's a quirked animal. Before that, well, he had made peace with being alone. Did she know when she took him home? Did Aizawa know? Is this why he's been treating him differently from the cats who frequent the alley outside his apartment? Why didn't he say anything? These rolling questions, insecurities, and panic soon turn to anger. No matter how he looks at it, it's happened again. He trusted someone. They lied. He's been hurt. Who cares if he's human? Humans are scum. He rejects this. He'd rather die than believe this lie. It is a lie. It has to be. Izuku's fur stood on end and was puffed up in his anger. His eyes glowed a dangerous toxic green as he stared down the small arrogant mammal who would dare lie like this to him. "Take it back," he hissed threateningly. To his credit, Nizu did seem to have some actual intellect, as his false smile he always parades around fell and he steadied himself ready to flee. "Izuku, I know it must come as a shock, but I assure you it's the truth." "Lies." Izuku hissed again, rising in his seat, getting ready to pounce. "Izuku, please," Aizawa pleaded next to him. Izuku, however, was intensely focused on the creature within his sight. It was part rodent enough that a primal part of Izuku latched onto his anger, only escalating things. Nizu seemed to have changed his mind from fleeing and was holding his stance in such a manner that indicated he wasn't going to back down. "I have not lied to you, Izuku Midoriya," Nizu said calmly, but not taking his eyes off him in case Izuku pounced. Hearing the family added, Izuku felt his anger reach new heights. How dare this rat keep spewing such nonsense? "I am not a filthy human." Izuku roared and pounced and pinned the rat under his claws. The table collapsed under the weight as yelps of shock and surprise from Aizawa and Hisashi reached his ears. Somehow the creature had gotten smaller and fit entirely under a single paw. Wait, what? How did the table collapse? Sure, he's eaten at a more steady and stable frequency since living with Aizawa, but surely he's not gotten fat enough for this to happen, right? "Izuku, stop this. Please," Aizawa called out to him again. Izuku turned around to face him this time, and to his surprise both Aizawa and Hisashi were smaller too. Not just them either, everything was smaller for some reason. How was this even happening? Why was everything so dramatically different? It made no sense, until of course Izuku happened to catch his reflection in the mirror of the china hutch where Nizu keeps his teacups. Staring back at him wasn't an ordinary alley cat or even a pampered house cat. No, nothing beyond his verdant eyes, although glowing now, was the same. In that reflection stood a lion with black fur and the beginning of a flowing mane having a dark green tinge to it. Izuku stepped off of Nizu and made his way to the mirror, looking for a spot not reflecting back teacups too. He needed to get a clearer look at himself, he needed to be sure. He moved his head to the left and the lion copied the movement in sync too. He opened his mouth, exposing large fangs. Again the lion in the reflection followed in perfect sync. This was real. What? He said silently. Unfortunately, Nizu must have thought the danger was over as he sat up facing Izuku again and said, "Feline shifting young Midoriya, seems you're able to change your body into more than one type of feline." This irked Izuku at precisely the wrong moment. He growled and felt the vibrations in his throat as it sounded so much different than he's used to. Slowly he turned and got low animalistic instincts taking over his mind. Though given his anger at the rat he's staring at right now, it didn't take much. His posture was readying to take down the rat again. Before he could though, Aizawa had jumped into action, his scarf floating around him. "Izuku, stop before I have to, please." His words sounded more worried than threatening. Not that it had mattered, because Izuku's mind was in full hunting mode. There was prey in front of him and nothing would stop him. Izuku launched himself but didn't get very far at all. For a second time today Izuku was quite confused with how he ended up in an odd position. Instead of currently ripping the Nizu creature with teeth and claws, he was on the lap of a backwards toppled Aizawa on the floor. Again his view on the world had changed dramatically. Everything was bigger again, but not as big as he's used to. What's more, there was an ever-present chill all over him that was strange. Even worse, his body felt wrong. Nothing was in the right place. Then he looked down. His fur was gone. What just happened? Izuku asked. To his surprise, though his jaw was moving as he spoke, his voice also sounded entirely different. The sound carried in the room, much like how humans and Nizu talked. "I had to use my quirk to erase yours, Izuku. I'm sorry." Aizawa sighed sadly, then said, "I didn't want to make you face the truth like this." Erase his quirk? That's Aizawa's quirk then? To take away others? Even in all the time he's lived with these two people, never has Aizawa used his quirk, so this was new information to him. Hizashi was different. He had shown him a video about one of his fights and was grateful that he managed to have his quirk under control and his ears were safe. Izuku looked over his body again and there was no mistaking it now, skin with barely any fur. Overall he was filled with small hairs, his head being the only place with anything that could be considered like fur. That and a small patch near his groin that he was currently staring at. "Human jintas are absurd," he suddenly said, and heard a chuckle from Hizashi and a squeak from Aizawa, on whose lap he was still sitting. He glanced up at the man who looked like he was sick with fever given how red his face was. Still laughing, Hizashi took pity on his fiancé and saved him from his second-hand embarrassment, much to Izuku's confusion. He took a blanket from the couch and gently placed it around Izuku, covering him. No sooner had Izuku been covered and the constant chill vanished, he found himself slipping from consciousness. His body slid against Aizawa and he was out cold. Aizawa sighed and picked Izuku up, making sure the blanket was secure. No doubt quirk exhaustion. Not every day you stop using a quirk after many years and finding a new aspect of it. "Is recovery girl still here, Nizu sir?" he asked. "She's expecting you," is all Nizu said as he was already making himself a cup of tea in the midst of his now destroyed desk, his old smile on his face again. Izuku had been visited by this specific memory for years now in his sleep. For many of those years the details blurred. The words became muffled. All that remained was key parts of it and the emotions attached to it. Memory became a dream that would twist to nightmare, and even more was lost. All that remained was his name. The kind verdant eyes that matched his filled with love looking at him, only to be replaced by betrayal and discomfort as the verdant gave way to orange swirling eyes filled with contempt, hate, and disgust. Fear and agony would overtake all other emotions as the stink and pain of his burning flesh filled the air. Fear would mix with sorrow as the nightmare would shift and show as the light behind the kind eyes drained away under hellfire originally meant for him. This time, however, everything was clearer, the haze of distortion lifted and the perspective changed as he viewed it from afar. There in a classic wooden rocking chair sat a woman that can only be described as quite green and happy. A wide smile stretched across her round face, looking fondly upon a young boy. No doubt her own, given how he could also be summed up descriptively as overly green and just as happy. The boy was currently excitedly shifting his weight and holding on to the bars of a crib containing an infant boy with the smallest tuft of very light green hair. This one must take after the father then, as the overly green theme of his brother and mother was very much muted for him. Don't wake Ibuki now, okay Izuku? The woman told the older boy. But Imoma, all he does is asleep, he whined at his mother. Slow down Bean, remember what your teacher told you? She reminded the boy, who was currently rocking back and forth at an immense speed as soon as he sat down and let go of the crib. He scrunched his face, obviously trying to remember. That I don't have a talking P problem, just talk T2F fast, a pout forming on his bottom lip that he even stuttered that bit. His mother gave him a kind smile as she said, exactly, Bean. So remember to breathe and slow down. There's nothing wrong with being excited, but not everyone is going to understand it. The rocking he was doing slowed and stopped as he puffed out a calming breath. Okay Moma. I just got happy thinking what Ibuki's quirk is going to be. He twisted his upper body to look back at his baby brother with wonder. The woman sighed as she went to pick up the boy, only to return to the chair and sit back down with him facing her. Her face was kind, but there was a worry behind the smile she was giving him. Naturally the young boy didn't pick up on it or how strained her words were. I wonder about that too Bean, I certainly didn't think yours would be so different from mine or Dad's. I'm sorry Moma, the boy sadly said as he looked up at her with a wobbly lip. She gave his face several quick kisses, making him giggle delightfully. Giving him time to stop giggling and to breathe, she gently moved his chin so he was looking at her and said, there's nothing to be sorry for Izuku. Like Dr. Ito said, you could have gotten it from someone in my family. And we don't know who cuz you were adopted? The boy asked gently, no doubt remembering a conversation between this doctor and his mother. Adopted, yes, she corrected him with a small chuckle. A sad look crossed his face and his mother raised her eyebrow in a questioning manner. I wanted Moma's or Dada's quirk. They're so cool, he finally said without any stutter, and the need to comfort her child didn't hinder that little bit of pride she let shine through. Don't let it bother you like that, Bean. I happen to think your quirk is very cool, she said as the wide smile from earlier slid back on her face. Really? You think it's cool? The boy asked, eyes filled with hope. She bounced the boy on her leg, giving in a bit to his infectiously hyper energy. I really do Izuku, you could even be a hero like you and Katsuki-kun always talk about. A hero? Like All Might? He asked with his excitement palpable. Yes Bean, just like All Might. She smiled as she poked at his sides playfully. He laughed and squirmed, trying to avoid further attacks by the tickle monster, and suddenly the boy was no longer an overly green boy. In his place in his mother's lap sat a black with a tinge of verdant green fur kitten. Its eyes a matching green with the woman whose lap the kitten found itself on. She picked the kitten up and snuggled him close. You're so cute like this, Izuku. I love you so much, she said, placing a kiss on the kitten's small head. The kitten mewed back at her, making her chuckle. Just then the door opened and the woman looked up. Hisashi, you're home early. Everything okay at work, dear? She asked. The man said nothing as he crossed the room, stopping in front of her and the kitten she held. He grabbed the kitten by the scruff of its neck, earning a pained yowl and a partial hiss. 4 years, Inko, you lied to me for 4 whole years. Making me out to be a fool, he bellowed at her, throwing the kitten behind him. She seemed to be too shocked to fully register what just happened. Well, what's his name? Huh? He kept yelling at her and his throat started to glow. What are you talking about, Hisashi? She finally managed to say when she saw the glow. The fucker you cheated on me with, he replied as smoke escaped his lips. Hisashi, please, I've never cheated on you. You're upsetting the kids. It was true enough as Ibuki, no longer asleep, was crying loudly at the yelling. I love you. We all love you. Me, Izuku the Ibuki, she pleaded with him, clearly trying to calm him down. This seemed to be the wrong thing to do, as he just spun around and breathed a stream of fire at the kitten he had thrown. Part of its side was on fire and he was yowling in pain. Almost immediately the woman motioned her arm through the air and a jug of water on the table above the kitten fell over, dousing him and the flame. The man became enraged further, facing the woman again, who in turn shrunk in on herself a bit. With a slight look between the kitten and the crib next to her, she stepped sideways in front of the crib and looked at the kitten. "Moma loves you, Izuku. Survive." With that, the man unleashed an ever bigger stream of flames from his mouth that engulfed the woman and the entire side of the room he was facing. The kitten runs out the still open door with horrible screams and smells filling the air. Izuku sat up faster than he's ever done in his life while screaming and being wet for some reason. The dream nightmare had been so real this time, even if he was just watching it like a spectator. Normally he would take a minute or two to settle his heart rate and seek out a drink of water, either from his favorite puddle or the bowl that one human would sometimes leave out for him. Now though, it seemed like he was still in a nightmare of some descript. The room he was in was painfully white, but that was the least of his worries. Nothing about his body made sense to him. His knees were backwards, his back legs disproportionate from the front ones. His toes are far too long on those ones as well. His tail was missing, and so was his fur. The wetness he felt from earlier rolled down his nose, with another kind going down the side of his face. His breath felt abnormally fast, and while that's not entirely new to him, the amount of air he was able to breathe in was far more than he's used to. Slowly a voice registered in his ears. "Ooh. Izuku, breathe with me. Focus on my voice. 1, 2, 3 in. 4, 5, 6 out. That's it, Izuku, just keep breathing." Izuku followed the instructions, longing to breathe without feeling like he's stuck and held onto by a stubborn snake wanting him for lunch. The voice seemed to know what it was talking about, because soon afterwards it did start to work. What's more, Izuku knew that voice. That's Aizawa. Then Izuku remembered all at once and felt tired all over again. It made more sense than ever before. It was true then, what the cheeky and smug mammal Nizu had told him. It was never a dream, it was a memory. That woman he saw was his mother. That man his murderous father. That infant his baby brother, whose life had been stolen before it had even started. More wetness on his face as his vision blurred. Human bodies are so weird, he found himself thinking. Though something about having this wetness that was straining his eyes with a dull ache also felt nice in some way. Like finding water in a desert. Needing something so obvious and not realizing it sooner. Izuku indulged himself and stopped fighting back at the feeling. Aizawa, to his credit, just let Izuku exist and cry, comforting him as much as he would allow the man to do. Never once did he complain or demand more from the boy. Izuku was grateful for that. It would be an understatement to say that the last week has been fraught with difficult changes and new levels of discomfort for Izuku. There were the obvious changes, like learning the truth of his past. Trying to live as a human and everything that meant. One of those changes meant he had to start wearing the outer fur like other humans do, or as he's supposed to refer to it, clothes. While Izuku can certainly appreciate why humans wear them now that he's experienced the chill of having next to no natural fur, that certainly doesn't mean they are comfortable. Aside from trapping natural heat, the whole concept of clothes became annoying rather quickly. They constrict and limit movement and have a knack for slipping into and getting stuck in natural crevices. The most irksome of these would be underwear, which for some unknown reason is meant to solely conceal human genitalia. Izuku remains baffled as to why everyone insists he covers himself. The reactions to having seen him in his natural form have varied from odd sounds and protests to disinterest. Aizawa seemed to gain a random illness that turned his face red the first time. Yamada keeps covering him. Nizu and some older woman they referred to as Recovery Girl both showed zero interest or even acknowledgement. Given the wide range of receptions, Izuku eventually and reluctantly, with many curses to their inventor, gave in and started wearing the underwear. His problems with human inventions did not end with underwear or clothes in general. No, the concept of confining your feet in torture devices known as shoes is a hill he's willing to die on. Izuku is certain that nothing anyone says can make him change his mind. There can't possibly be an argument strong enough for it. Apart from the discomfort the very first time he tried wearing them, he fell flat on his face. Well, he would have if he didn't have excellent reflexes. Summarily, he decided this is the cause of why he's always seen humans as clumsy lumbering oafs. They can't feel their feet or the world beneath them. No wonder they lumber about uncoordinated like that. How Aizawa manages is a mystery to him. Other kinds of changes were necessary and agreed to by Izuku even if he didn't like them all that much. Seeing as he's actually human, Aizawa and Yamada have made sure he's not living on the streets. The room where he occasionally slept had been converted into his own furnishings in it, and aside from the softness and warmth of the bed, the rest was of zero interest to him. The desk and chair were there for some unknown reason he would only later discover. With the room and belongings came conditions Aizawa and his mate insisted were reasonable for a human child his age, like the option to leave whenever he wanted. Whether it be through the window he's used to or the door, it didn't matter. It was something that was taken away. Plans were made to assess and provide an accurate level of education under Nizu's personal tutelage. Izuku didn't particularly have an issue with the creature, but there is a certain level of awkwardness that comes from literally nearly ripping someone's head off, even if it's after they alter your entire world for the supposed betterment of it. The first session with the Chimera left him feeling quite stupid for not being able to read everything. He could answer most of the questions if he was asked them, but to read them himself proved a challenge. Apparently the language they use in something called advertisements and in general was phrased and written differently. It turned out that's what the majority of the things he had read before were. The book Aizawa found him with being the only decently written thing around. There was also the issue that came from trying to use his so-called fingers to write. Izuku had grown far too used to having claws to do it. Holding a pen felt entirely unnatural to him. So despite praise from the rodent about being remarkably intelligent for someone never having had an actual education, Izuku couldn't help but feel slightly defeated and stupid. Life as a cat was certainly much easier. This was another area where Izuku was feeling slightly depressed over. Ever since waking up in the infirmary at UA, he hasn't been able to maintain being shifted for longer than half a day. Aizawa says now that he isn't in a constant survival state, his quirk functions like a normal one now. Izuku says he's full of shit and is annoyed by the notion even if he can clearly see it's true. The hits kept on coming, it seemed to Izuku. The lowest blow came when he had managed to shift back into a cat for the first time since leaving UA. Not Aizawa or even Yamada was able to understand him. It seemed he would need to reapply the scratch each time he shifted for someone without the ability to talk to animals to understand him. Izuku has also been unable to shift into anything other than his usual cat form, his lion form nothing but a mere memory. If Aizawa didn't confirm its existence, Izuku would have assumed it was a hallucination of a fury-driven mind back then. Driven by depression, frustration, and a lack of freedom he was used to, Izuku found himself lying awake on his bed. Forced to at least try and adapt to a human sleep schedule was also contributing to his general discomfort. So with all of this making him want to crawl out of his skin, Izuku got out of bed and opened his window to the fire escape. Do you amend the rules? He's been a cat longer than he's been a human able to turn into a cat. Cats don't follow rules, they make them. Izuku climbed out the window, not bothering with those abominations also known as slippers. A supposedly comfortable version of shoes, Izuku feels sorry for the lies humans have to tell themselves. Without the restriction of shoes, Izuku was just as nimble as he would be with 4 legs instead of 2. Despite being eager to take a deal where he could remain just a cat, Izuku simply can't deny there is some sort of thrill being able to do all his usual twists and jumps on only 2 legs. So with a flair and an impressive twist mid-jump, he found himself on the rooftop inhaling the sweet air of nighttime, and he couldn't hide the first genuine smile forming on his face in a while. Wow, I didn't know you could smile like that, kid. The voice had caught him off guard and he hadn't gotten proper footing on the roof yet. He instinctively took a step back, making him slip. He would have fallen if a familiar scar hadn't wrapped around him and pulled him back. Can you not do that? Izuku hissed. What are you doing up here this late, kid? Aizawa asked with a quirked brow. Izuku rolled his eyes in frustration. You say I'm not a prisoner, but you're sure treating me like it. Even if he was angry, he didn't know if Yamada had taken his hearing aids out, and despite changing from calling him Zashi to Yamada, their relationship had remained the same. The man was kind, and Izuku felt safe and cared for with him. Not that he felt unsafe with Aizawa or thought he was cruel, he just had the unfortunate position of being the person who helped him discover the truth. Some silly part of his brain blamed the man for changing his life. "That's not what we're trying to do, kid. We just want you safe," Aizawa said as he loosened the scarf after Izuku was securely on the roof now. Izuku huffed as the last of the scarf was off of him. "I was perfectly safe on my own for 10 years. I don't need you to go out of your way for me." Aizawa looked him up and down and sighed slightly. "Nobody is doing something extraordinary here, Izuku, and nobody asked us to do this. We want to do this. We want you in there with us, safe and healthy." Izuku groaned in frustration and threw his hands in the air. "Yeah, well, I'm suffocating in there. What's so wrong with being on the roof?" "Nothing is wrong with it," Aizawa said plainly. "Good," Izuku said a bit harshly. Aizawa walked past him and sat down on the ledge where Izuku nearly just fell. "Good," he said softly. Izuku sighed, clearly not done wanting to scream and rant, but now even that felt pointless because deep down Aizawa isn't the one to blame for how his life is. He was just convenient and close enough to hear him being angry at the world. He sat down where he stood and leaned back on his elbows as he looked up at the stars. "Sorry," he said softly. Aizawa just hummed an acknowledgement, clearly feeling it wasn't even needed. Then he slid down to the fire escape and looked in Izuku's direction. "You can talk to either me or Yamada about anything that bothers you. This is new to us too, so if you are willing to help, we're willing to listen. Try to get some sleep if you can. Night, Izuku." With that he was gone, and a smile bigger than earlier was spreading across Izuku's face. The talk Aizawa had with Izuku on the roof turned out to be highly beneficial. More often he would speak to either of the men he was living with. Before, their conversations were just about the necessary. Now though, Izuku felt safe enough to have both normal conversations and bring up things that bothered him. Much as the majority of his mind would prefer it if his life went back to how it was before he learned the truth. Even he can't deny how nice it is to feel safe and cared for. The conviction with which Aizawa had told him that they would listen if he told them about anything had broken down that last cautious barrier Izuku was holding on to. The first things he brought up to either Aizawa or Yamada were small and meant to test the waters. Like sharing his love for fish with them. Izuku expected it to be met with light teasing for his feline tastes still. Instead, and much to his delight, a fish dish was added as a regular thing once a week. He brought up his need to sleep in something enclosed and dark to comply with their request to fully relax at sleeping hours. Izuku had thought at most they would let him construct a nest of sorts in the cupboard, but they insisted on remodeling his bedroom. What's more, instead of taking over like he expected, they intentionally included him in plans on how to modify his room. He's now a proud owner of a raised bed with enough space underneath to climb into and make a nest with pillows and blankets. Aizawa particularly enjoyed installing blackout blinds in his room as well as their own bedroom. Once he had started being more open to them, they in turn felt it was okay to ask him about and for things. Izuku had expected to be put to work to earn his keep. Instead, they asked for his input in their wedding. He'd contributed to food selections for the guests, the font on the invitations, and even on where they were going to sit. Izuku found all of it quite ridiculous, but couldn't help the smile on his face as he had helped. The wedding itself was quite an ordeal for Izuku. He'd helped with the seating charts, so naturally he knew how many people there were going to be. Knowing and experiencing, though, were quite different things as it turned out. Izuku hadn't been around that many people all at once before. All day long loud noises and the drone of human chatter had him on edge. He tried his best to endure, but by the time reception had come around, almost unconsciously, he had shifted and found himself in the lap of Aizawa. Somewhere along the way he had fallen asleep and woke up on his bed surrounded on either side by the newly married couple. Panic struck him. Did he ruin their wedding by being a needy brat? His erratic breathing must have woken Aizawa up as he was rubbing circles on his back, trying to regulate Izuku's breathing. "Breathe, Izuku, like we've done before. 1, 2, 3 in and 4, 5, 6 out. That's it, easy now." He kept this up until Izuku was back to breathing on his own. Only now tears slipped down the boy's cheeks as he struggled to say, "I'm sorry." Sure, there's nothing to be sorry for, kitten, Aizawa told him, wiping a stray tear. It didn't work as tears fell harder now and concentration was needed to understand that Izuku had cried out, but I ruined your wedding." Yamada squeezed his shoulder saying, "You did nothing of the sort, Izuku. Loads of kids fall asleep at weddings." Aizawa nodded, "Precisely, besides who can say no to snuggling a cat no matter the time?" Sounding almost offended that anyone would even consider doing something like that. Izuku looked between the two and saw no sign that either of them were upset. "What's about the dance? And the cake? And all the other stuff you guys planned?" Aizawa tilted his head. "We did all of those, Izuku. You slept so peacefully, nobody could wake you up, so I left you in my jacket on my chair. Either me or Zashi went to check on you every so often. Is this what you were so upset about? Did you think we stopped the whole wedding?" "Oh, kitten." Izuku felt immensely and immediately better, causing him to lunge at Aizawa and wrap his arms around his neck. "I thought I ruined everything you guys had planned." Yamada joined in on the hug and in Izuku's ear softly told him, "Even if we didn't get to do all the things we did, you still wouldn't have ruined the wedding, little listener. The most important part was the joining ceremony, and both of us were so glad you were there to see it." Izuku cried again, but for another reason entirely now. Yamada pulled back thinking he said something wrong, but Izuku turned around to hug him instead. "I'm sorry I had a sort of barrier between us. It's silly, but Zashi sounded so much like my dad's name. I know you aren't anything like him. So can I call you Zashi again?" Zashi let his own tears drip and nodded. "You can call me whatever you're comfortable with, and there's definitely no need to apologize, okay?" This brought up a bigger thing Izuku has been wanting to ask the pair. He started but cut himself off, not sure how to phrase it. Aizawa positioned himself next to Zashi to better see Izuku. "Go on, kitten. If you ask, we'll listen, remember?" he prompted the boy. Izuku nodded and steeled himself. "What's going to happen to me?" he finally asked. It's something that's been bothering him since a few lessons ago with Nizu. The Chimera had managed to legally bring him back from the dead. Officially, he's enrolled as a homeschooled student with Nizu being his primary teacher. This brought up the issue of Izuku still being a minor. Aizawa had to use his emergency hero foster license in the meantime. The problem with that being it was temporary, lasting only 3 months or 6 in extreme cases. While they were not close enough for it to be a worry technically, Izuku couldn't help but wonder what's next for him. He knew now for sure what he wanted, but that doesn't mean Aizawa or Zashi wanted the same thing. Sure, they care, there was no doubt about that for Izuku now, but did they want him to stay? Aizawa brought him out of his thoughts. "What do you mean, kitten?" Izuku looked between the newly married couple as he said, "Human rules say I can't stay here forever. Your foster license is going to run out. What happens then?" Zashi looked at Aizawa and smiled kindly before nodding. This earned a smirk and slight sigh out of the man as he carried his hand through his hair. "We were going to wait until it was closer to the time, but we don't want to let you think something is wrong for that long. So we have a question we would like to ask you first, Izuku." "Okay?" Izuku said cautiously. Aizawa smiled and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and placed the other in one of his husband's own hands when he turned his gaze to Izuku. "Zashi and I were wondering when the license ran out if you would like to keep living with us, either as a continued foster or if you want we could adopt you." "Adopt? Like permanently?" Izuku stuttered out in shock. "Only if you want to, little listener. We are happy to have you around no matter how you choose it to be," Zashi said, smiling. Izuku frowned in confusion as few tears managed to slip past his defenses. "Do you really want me?" "Why?" "Because we love you, kitten," Aizawa simply said. "So much," Zashi added. All 3 of them went tumbling to the ground as Izuku pounced on both of them to hug them as he said, "I love you. Guys too. Please adopt me." All 3 of them lay there in a heap, laughing, reveling in their joy. The start of a real family. Izuku was fast asleep in a position that to anyone who didn't know the boy would call impossible. Head somehow poked through a space between one of his legs as his whole body was folded over on top of itself. He no doubt had fallen asleep as a cat and shifted back to human in his sleep. He first started stirring when a gentle rap against his door broke the silence. It wasn't enough to wake him though, as a few minutes later another sound against his door was made, this time accompanied by a voice. What the voice said was muffled enough to not make much sense. Somewhere in his subconscious Izuku knew it was Pop, but the lure of warm blankets kept him comfy enough to sleep through it. There was no doubt who it was when the door was opened a few minutes later and the voice wasn't dulled by wood. "Izuku, honey, it's time to get up. It's a big day today." Izuku only groaned at being slightly waking up but didn't move much. Hisashi sighed and gently pulled off the covers concealing Izuku's entire body. He gasped slightly at Izuku's position. "How you haven't broken your neck is amazing." Izuku groaned at the missing warmth. "5 more minutes," he mumbled unintelligibly. Hisashi seemed to have understood anyways given his answer. "Nope, sorry honey. Not today, Nizu is expecting all of us." Izuku ummed in heavy disagreement after hearing this. He maneuvered his body into something resembling normalcy and plunked his face deep into a pillow. Hisashi sat on the side of the bed close to Izuku's head, gently carting a hand through his son's verdant locks. "Don't you want to see Ida-kun?" he asked, trying to entice the boy out of bed. "Ten-chan is probably already there. Why am I friends with someone that energetic again?" Izuku pouted, dreading the hyper-energy of his friend. Though as much as he complains, he can't think of not having the too strict and active boy in his life. Hisashi sighed yet again, seeing no real progress having been made, knowing Izuku was going to drag this out as long as he could. "Zuzu," he pleaded, "come on kitten. We are going to be late." Izuku rolled over and looked at his blonde-haired dad. He couldn't stop the groan from leaving his throat seeing how alert he was. Opposites must truly attract, because that's the only way he can see how Dad ended up with Pop. Pop was so bright and bubbly from the first moment his day begins until it ends. His dad did warn him to stay away from loud blondes though. Personally, Izuku wants to add tightly wound blue-haired individuals to that list. He was surrounded by people with far too much energy. Izuku rubbed his eyes, barely fighting the urge to just fall asleep again. This gained him a tilted raised eyebrow gaze from Pop. "Ugh, can't we ask Auntie Nem to put the rat to sleep so we can do this at a normal hour?" Izuku whined, knowing full well there was no chance of that. "These are normal hours," Hisashi defended. Just then his other dad walked, well more slumped, past. "Is not," Izuku countered with the mature tone of a second grader. "Dad," he called out, making the man stop and looking into the room. "Tell Pop this isn't normal hours," he finished. There was a forlorn look on his face and he slowly shook his head before saying, "No can do kitten, I'm afraid the rest of the world is insane," gaining a distant look in his eyes. "Sho, this is not the time to encourage drama," Hisashi said with a confusing mix of amusement and annoyance in his voice. Izuku chose to encourage the amusement side as he shifted over and sat on his knees, badly feigning to be highly offended at Pop. "Drama?" he asked with a tone of fake shock. "Me?" he exclaimed, hand on his chest looking around. "Moi?" he asked, having looked around the entire room. Hisashi smirked slightly, saying, "Yes, you, mister. Drama Central," as he shook his head slightly. "Well, I never," Izuku said, looking even more offended, placing a hand on his forehead, and fell over with quite the amount of drama he's so heavily denying he has. Hisashi just chuckled lightly. "Come on kitten, let's go brush those teeth and I'll do your hair." He tried bribing this time. Izuku ceased all theatrics as he sat up looking excited. "A braid?" he asked, bouncing the mattress slightly. You're gonna have to ask Dad for that," Hisashi told him. "Dad!" Izuku called out, stumbling over his own limbs in his haste to get after the sleep-deprived man. "Or coffee," is all the answer he got as he reached his dad. Izuku rolled his eyes, knowing there's no chance to convince him without coffee. "Fine," he groaned, "coffee then braid." Just then his other dad came up behind him to steer him by his shoulders to the bathroom. "No, mister, teeth, breakfast then braid," he told him with an amused tone once he saw the state of his husband. Izuku went off running to the bathroom while Hisashi checked on his husband. "You okay, Sho?" he asked, slightly concerned. Aizawa gave a weak smile, mumbling, "Fine," as he sipped his coffee. Taking one side of his tired husband's face in his hand to make him meet his eyes, he asked, "You sure? Because I can pack for a weekend away with those bags, mister." Referring to his ever-darkening eyes. Even when they were still at school, he's known Izawa with tired eye bags, but after years of being together he knew when things were getting bad. Usually when they start to get steadily darker, he knows something is keeping Izawa up even more than before. Izawa sighed deeply and leaned into the touch. "It's just this case. It was supposed to be over before we had to go back to teaching. Nizu wanting all of us there for both recommended and normal exams is not helping," he finished saying before downing the rest of his mug. "Well, you can't expel all of them again this year, Sho," Hizashi teased. Izawa groaned as he remembered how Nizu forbade him from expelling his entire class at once. Last year was so peaceful though. Plus none of them would have lived past their first year. Smug and far too reliant on their quirks. "Don't remind me, Zashi. Nizu already told me," he hummed aloud, giving his empty mug a dirty look. Hizashi chuckled. "Well, at least you'll have a chance to get Zuzu, Tenya, or both for homeroom." "Zashi, please no." He whined with a desperate look in his eyes. Hizashi gave him a quizzical look, earning an explanation. "Don't look at me like that," he started, then sighed. "I love that kid like the godparents we are, but he seriously needs to relax. Even I want to apologize like I just insulted an elder when I talked to him." Hizashi hummed before saying, "Zuzu is helping with that. Remember how bad he used to be? He's changed." Izawa deadpanned. Hizashi smirked. "Haha, not much, but still, he's able to actually talk without sounding like he's in a board meeting." Izawa just nodded, unsure how that's any better. Before he could voice this, Izuku called from down the hallway. "Dad! Come eat first, Zuzu," he called back. He came running with brush and hair ties in hand, but put them down when he saw both his dads pointing to the bowl with his breakfast. His face fell slightly as he said, "Ah, okay," but sitting down and eating nonetheless. Izawa stood behind him, putting his hair in a loose ponytail so it didn't fall into his food. As he was busy, he asked him, "So you decided to keep it long after all?" It had been quite a few weeks where Izuku had flopped between wanting to cut it all off with a buzz cut and wanting to see how long he could grow it now. All his life his fur was the same length, so when he was released from his own stuck quirk, his hair began growing in earnest. Within the first year his hair had reached just past his shoulders. Since then the growth rate has evened out, and this last year it hasn't gone very much further, reaching only to the middle of his back. Izuku hummed during a bite before swallowing. "Sometimes I hate it, but most of the time it makes me feel kinda like how I feel in Lion Shift with my mane, you know?" Izuku reasoned. "Oddly enough, Zuzu, I don't know how it feels to shift into a lion," his dad teased as he brushed out a few knots. Izuku stuck out his tongue with bits of food on it still to gross him out, but his dad was rarely fazed. His other dad was tough, and it earned him a light scolding. "Tongue inside your mouth, Zuzu. Don't talk with food in your mouth." "Sorry, Pop," Izuku said, only feeling slightly sorry. He gave him a knowing stare but let it go, saying, "I'm going to pull the car out. You boys finish getting ready," as he walked away. Izuku finished eating and sat straight so his dad could do his hair properly. It was somewhat uncomfortable and mildly painful during the process, but he always loves how it looks after. Plus the day after his hair is naturally curly. Sitting still for it, however, is still a slight struggle. Izuku's mind tends to wander and overthink. The entrance exam today was stressing him out, and before he knew it he had resorted to using the breathing technique his dad did with him every time. "That's it, kitten, just breathe," his dad said, using one hand to rub a calming circle on his back. "You're going to do fine, Zuzu. Nizu himself taught you. You were able to do primary and middle school in just 2 years. You're smart." "That's because of my mom though," he reminded his dad. "Zuzu," he said and spun the kitchen bar stool around to face him. "Your mom gave you many things, yes, green eyes, this verdant hair, those freckles, and yes, a brain with better wiring than most. It's still you who did all that learning. Don't sell yourself short, okay?" Izuku sniffed, trying not to cry. "Okay, Dad," he said as he gripped him into a hug. "I'm sure she's just as proud of you as we are," his dad said, kissing the top of his head. The car's horn went off, signaling both of them to finish getting ready. Izuku is sure he set a new record for speed dressing once he's out the door, closely followed by his dad. As nervous as Izuku was for taking the entrance exam, he was equally excited. Though it had more to do with the outfit he had received from Uncle Majima. It was made with a memory weave fabric. He was able to shift freely now without ending up naked. Personally, Izuku has no hang-ups with being in his natural state, but during the time he's lived as a human he's learned how strange other humans are. All but one. It's also the reason she's his favorite aunt. Auntie Nem. There's someone with a healthy outlook on her body, though not according to his dad's. Nonetheless, he's grateful for the gift. According to Dad and Uncle Majima, memory weave fabric is insanely difficult to get approval for. Even more so given Izuku has more than one shift. Though if he has more than two is unknown. No amount of training and trying has resulted in anything other than his normal cat shift and a somewhat dependable lion shift now. Izuku still has trouble maintaining a lion shift for more than an hour, unlike his 12-hour limit with cat shift. This was the main reason why the consensus was reached that Izuku would take the entrance exam for recommended students. Apparently the general entrance exam is skewed towards flashy strong quirks. Izuku can, by heart, recite the ramble Dad does every time it's brought up. The same applies to Nizu, who apparently has been trying to change it since Dad was his student years ago. Much to the chagrin of the HPSC, Hero Public Safety Commission, who fight Nizu on every decision he makes apparently. Izuku, however, didn't care either way. It's not like his dream is to become a hero. He'll be happy if he's in general education too. Learning with Netsu has been fun and he no longer feels like some kind of visitor from another planet. He finds himself giggling sometimes when he thinks back to when the concept of a smartphone seemed strange and odd to him. So continuing his normal education is something he didn't mind working towards. He's only really taking the heroics portion to appease his dads and Tenchan, who made him promise to at the very least try. Izuku would often agree to things in order to make Tenya stop talking. Sometimes without even knowing what he's agreed to, resulting in him wondering why he's friends with the overly energetic boy again. He would even loudly bemoan this fact, but Tenya knows Izuku actually likes him despite his annoying tendencies. He never takes him seriously, only saying Izuku's quirk is perfect for him. The drive to U.A itself took the same time as ever, but somehow given the importance of the day it somehow felt like they practically teleported there. All too soon they were parking in Pop's spot like every day and heading to the entrance gate. The same gate Izuku had gotten used to and now mostly ignored somehow looked imposing and grand again. The overly large building itself used to meld into the sky unnoticed, now towered over him again and seemed impossibly big. Izuku's every instinct was telling him to shift and hide in his dad's scarf, but he ignored it best he could. Instead he simply walked closer to him. He's been working with a therapist. On not always hiding away in his cat shift. Though it wasn't Yuda's, Izuku is sure Hound Dog is competent at his jobs. The whole fact that he's a dog though does not instill trust in Izuku at all. He apparently told his dad it's more important for a patient to fully trust their therapist when he learned they weren't using his services. It's the only thing Izuku is willing to agree with the dog on fully. Still feeling nervous, kitten? Izuku only mewed, earning him an arm over his shoulder as he was pulled into a sideways hug for comfort. It's rare nowadays for Izuku to revert to making feline noises while in human form. It's only when he's truly relaxed or really stressed that he might revert to his old habits. Nobody would dare complain though when Izuku snuggles next to them and purrs freely no matter his form at the time. In the distance, Izuku spotted a head of blue hair swaying at the sharp mechanical motions its owner was performing. Izuku pitied whoever had charged up the Rule Enforcer 300. When they got closer they saw who had unwisely decided to break a rule in Tenya's presence. It wasn't one of the kids he was expecting to be here today. Izuku wondered if Yaoyorozu had decided to go ahead already. Todoroki was also already here and looked as distant as always. Izuku has never met either of them, only knowing about them via Tenya. Yaoyorozu went to the same private school as him and well everyone in the nation knew number 2 Hero Endeavor's son is starting Youth A this year. The man literally never shuts up about it. The poor guy Tenya was berating didn't look like any of the other kids they had speculated would receive recommendations. Average height leaning towards the shorter side. blonde hair looking wild with what looked like a lightning streak of black on one side. Was it natural or dyed? Maybe this is what Tenya was going on about. Perhaps he had messed up the days and thought the general entrance exam was today? He certainly looked cute and lost. Are you feeling sick, kitten? Your blood red. Do you have a fever? Pops placed the back of his hand on Izuku's forehead. He does feel a tad hot. Maybe we can ask Nedzu to give Zuzu an extension? Izuku stopped looking and focused on his parents who were sounding serious about not doing the exam today. Izuku isn't sure he can handle the stress of all this again. I'm fine, Dad, Pop. Just nervous is all. If you're sure, kitten. Yes, I'm sure. Nedzu-sensei is probably waiting for you guys already. Go. Izuku was suddenly in a bone-crushing hug from Pop. Okay, good luck. Love you, Zuzu. Knock 'em dead, kitten. His dad said with a smirk as he pulled Pops away. Yamazawa-kun, you really should fix your tie. Morning to you too, Tension. Izuku sighed as he turned around and found himself nearly face to face with the boy Tenya was berating just a few moments ago. Izuku had never felt more red in his entire life. That is until the boy spoke to him. Your hair is really pretty. I nearly thought you were a girl until RoboCop here told me otherwise. I'd love to be able to grow my hair long, but I'm too much of a klutz. He was talking a mile a minute and Izuku was struggling to keep up. He was still trying to process the compliment and the fact that he was so close. Tenya was the one to save him though. You really should introduce yourself before going on like that. Oh sure. Take mushrooms, he quickly corrected after Tenya had glared at him. You're right, dude, sorry about that. I'm Denki Kaminari, though you can just call me Kami, everyone does. Nice to meet you, Yamazu. He was practically bouncing as he spoke. Izuku suddenly heard a ghost of his dad's voice. Stay away from loud blondes. It also dawned on him that he's yet to speak or acknowledge Kaminari. So he went to return the greeting hoping he wouldn't stutter his words too much. Instead something much worse happened and he actually chittered as if he saw a tasty bird. Izuku wanted the ground to swallow him whole right then and there as his face seemed to find a deeper shade of red that should be possible. Luckily ectoplasm called them all into the classroom for the written test and Izuku was able to escape the situation that way. The universe seemed to be giving Izuku some reprieve as the exam desks were separated quite far away. It also helped that Kaminari had been assigned a seat in another row altogether. For some reason he's unable to focus when he's around the overly energetic blonde. The clock started its countdown of the standard 2 hours for the written exam. Reading the first question, Izuku's nerves finally settled fully for the first time today. He's taken tests far harder than this for practice with Nedzu. In fact, the further he got into the test, the more he suspected that the Chimera had taught him more than was needed. He actually found himself smiling and feeling silly for worrying so much about this. Izuku had finished in record time, so he went over the entire test twice just to be sure, hoping to eat up some time. It only passed about 10 minutes, and he was starting to become bored. His eyes wandered and found Kaminari again. He was busy writing furiously and then erasing with equal vigor. He was most likely doubting himself, and Izuku could only hope it wouldn't hurt his chances too much. He soon found himself turning red again as he remembered the interaction they had earlier. Or rather his embarrassing behavior. Why he did that still seems a bit strange to him. Never before in his life had he ever been interested in finding a mate. That might have to do with his only options for most of his life were cats. As it turned out, he himself isn't an actual cat, so he's actually glad nothing ever happened now. Before his life changed, Izuku simply thought he might just not have any interest in such things. Since living as a human though he's only been confused by the whole thing. He sees how happy his dads are and he finds himself wanting that kind of love. It doesn't help that there are apparent rules or rather categories for finding a mate as a human. They seem to be obsessed with putting things in nice square boxes precisely labeled. Liking the opposite gender is the supposed normal in human society. Liking your own gender is also a category, and his dads fall into that. Izuku isn't sure he really belongs in either of those boxes, and he gave up trying to understand how humans do things. Even inanimate objects seem to be subject to this weird phenomenon. Certain clothes belong to certain genders, apparently. Dad and Pop. told him that's nonsense, but that day, he wore a skirt instead of pants. Everyone on the train kept staring with disgust. If there's one thing Izuku knows all too well, it is the face humans make when your mere existence annoys them. It even extends to his hair for some reason, and he's constantly back and forth on whether he should just cut it and avoid the looks. Maybe that's why he's so interested in Kaminari. He assumed Izuku was a girl but told him his hair was pretty even after he realized Izuku was a boy. It probably also doesn't hurt that his hair is so shiny and his eyes are such a pretty shade of gold. Izuku was sitting there in a stupor staring at the back of Kaminari's head when ectoplasm came up behind him and started speaking. What he said, though, was lost as Izuku literally jumped into the air and mid-landing shifted and hissed at the man. Everyone turned around at the commotion, seeing the cat shifted Izuku on his desk hunched back and puffed up fur. Izuku took in everyone's expressions. Most were amused and confused at where the cat came from. Izuku noted two particular people's reactions, though. Tenya looked conflicted, wanting to scold Izuku for quirk use but not wanting to break the rule about talking during an exam. The other being Kaminari, who had that familiar expression humans get when they see something overly cute that they want to grab. Izuku wouldn't be surprised if he started making grabby hands and/or squealed. Ectoplasm, however, just sighed, having grown far too used to Izuku's dramatics when he would eat lunch in the teacher's lounge. Izuku felt slighted though. Ectoplasm had no right to sneak up on a guy trying to figure out his emotional turmoil. Instead of apologizing like Izuku felt he should, he simply said, "If you're certain about all your answers, you can give your test to me and wait outside." Izuku jumped down to the chair and shifted back into human form, more grateful than ever for his memory weave outfit. He's absolutely certain that he'd have jumped out the nearest window if, on top of this, he was naked in front of people who might react badly. Handing a slightly amused ectoplasm his long-since-done test, Izuku made his way outside, while trying not to look at either Tenya or Kaminari. Which was easier said than done, given how the sun had conspired against him by shining directly through those golden locks. This had distracted Izuku enough as was walking that he fumbled a step and nearly tripped himself. Thank goodness for his cat reflexes that prevent disasters like that, and he made it outside, escaping the stairs. Izuku had a new problem though, what to do for a whole hour while everyone else finishes the written exams. Naturally there was only one logical answer: nap in the sun. It seems like it wasn't meant to be though, as just as he had settled into a lovely loafing position on the windowsill, the doors of the classroom he just left opened again. Out of them came Tenya, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu. Tenya naturally made a beeline to admonish Izuku for using his quirk. "Yamazawa-kun, you should not be using your quirk so freely. Not only is it illegal, it sets a bad precedent for your future time at a prestigious school like UA." Izuku simply turned his head to look out the window, pretending like he couldn't hear his friend. Izuku knew it wouldn't deter Tenya, but he lived in eternal hope that one day his friend would not have such an enormous stick up his proverbial butt. Something poked his side, and as Izuku looked back expecting Tenya to be pouting, he found himself faced with an odd set of eyes. Each of them a different color, one bright blue and the other somewhere between gray and brown. It took his brain half a second, but he recognized them as belonging to the Todoroki guy. Shudo, he believes. He kept staring at Izuku and it felt like he was being studied, somehow, though it didn't bother him as much as it probably should have. Quite the opposite actually, and Izuku was glad nobody could understand him unless scratched for once. He's sure he'd be a stuttering mess. Todoroki was really handsome. What is going on today? He was just supposed to be taking an exam today, not to turn into a mess in the proximity of a pretty boy. Tenya came to his rescue, eventually gently pulling Todoroki away. "I must ask that you not box in a future classmate, Todoroki-san." Todoroki stood up and eyed Tenya. Future classmate? He was clearly confused and looked around, and his eyes settled suspiciously on Izuku. The cat? If Izuku was standing he'd have fallen flat. Did Todoroki already forget how he shifted during the exam? Tenya's mouth hung open for a second, unsure how to respond. Then he looked at Izuku pleadingly. Izuku decided to take pity on his friend, so he shifted back and chuckled. "Hi." Todoroki looked thoroughly disappointed. "Oh, so it's not a cat. It's just a quirk." Ow, that hurt, Izuku thought, but tried not to let it show. He must have failed as the girl who he recognized from earlier as Yaoyorozu came closer and gently placed a hand on his upper arm. He doesn't mean that in a bad way. Todoroki here has never been able to pet a cat before, all of them run away. That made Izuku feel infinitely better until he looked up and into her eyes. His heart decided to do a flip and try to escape his throat. She's really pretty. Something must be in the air today and Izuku must have caught it. Does he like her too? This is beyond confusing to Izuku now. He didn't trust himself to speak, so he just smiled awkwardly and nodded. He also noted just how different all three of the people this has happened to smelled. Where Kaminari smelled like petrichor and mint, Todoroki smelled like moisturizer and vanilla. Yaoyorozu, however, smelled like lavender and rosemary. Izuku immediately turned bright red when he realized everyone was still looking at him. His only recourse was to plead with his eyes at Tenya. It also has not escaped his notice how he doesn't have these issues with his friend. He would kind of feel bad for not thinking Tenya is cute if he wasn't currently his only safe harbor. Tenya immediately seemed to understand what Izuku wanted and pulled Izuku away under the pretense of fixing his uniform. Which, to be honest, wasn't that much of a lie. Izuku's tie did look like an attempt was made and abandoned. Once they were safely away from the other two, Tenya actually went and set about fixing Izuku's tie, so now there was no lie at all. While he was busy, he frowned at Izuku. You really shouldn't use your quirk at school. Izuku just rolled his eyes. What's wrong with you today anyways? I'm not currently avoiding a hit to the head when I remind you about the rules like usual. Are you ill? Izuku shrugged. Possibly. Do you need to go see Recovery Girl? Is she even on duty today? No, she must be in case one of us gets injured in the practical exam. Tenya had started a worried monologue with fierce chopping motions. Not sick like that, Tenshun. Calm down. Oh, what kind of sickness then? Izuku faced away from him, placed his hand on his forehead and pretended to faint. Tenya caught him with raised eyebrows. It's a sickness of the heart. Izuku said very dramatically. So you do need Recovery Girl after all then? Oh my gods, Tenshun, must you be so dry all the time? I meant that I might have a small crush on someone here. Yamazawa-kun, this isn't the time for something like that. Izuku rolled his eyes and shook his head. Didn't I just say to not be such a wet blanket, Tenshun? No, you asked if I must be so dry all the time, and I'm doing it again, aren't I? Izuku just nodded at his friend, who gave his own sigh in return. Fine, who is it then? Kaminari-kun. Oh, well, I can't say that I see it, but dash. And Todoroki-kun, Izuku interrupted him. That complicates matters quite dash. And Yaoyorozu-san. Tenya just kept his mouth open, no doubt unsure if it's safe to speak yet, and when Izuku didn't speak again, he closed his mouth and carted a hand through his hair. Are you done? Izuku nodded as he started to grow slightly red. He just admitted he has a crush. Several of them, actually. I keep forgetting you haven't been part of the human world for all of your life. So let me help clear something up. While there are people who date more than one person at a time, it's usually either behind the other's back without them knowing, or it's part of a polyamorous setting. Most people see multi-person relationships as cheating. Izuku hummed, taking the words in. More arbitrary human rules. If he's honest with himself, this polyamorous setting isn't something he wants. He isn't sure he knows how to share. Izuku is self-aware enough to know he's a bit selfish. I don't think I'd see it as cheating if everyone agreed to it, but I also don't think that's something I want. Oh well, that's understandable. What do you intend to do then? Izuku looked at Tenya horrified. What do I intend to do? About what? That's how this works, Yamazawa-kun. You gather your courage to ask your crush out on a date to see if you're going to start a relationship. Though I must say your focus should be on school at the moment. Izuku hadn't thought that far ahead. How would I know this, Tenshun? I've never had a crush before. Oh, wait, never? Yes, hello, I'm Izuku Yamazawa. Spent a majority of my life as a cat. Perhaps we've met before? Yeah, okay, Mr. Snark. I just assumed you had like a cat girlfriend or boyfriend. Tenshun. Their conversation was cut short when Ectoplasm called all four of them back into the classroom. Early birds, get back in here. I'm about to explain the practical and then we are heading out. Izuku rushed inside to avoid both Tenya's weird assumptions and two of his current crushes. He must have foolishly forgotten that he has a third crush and that one was inside the classroom. Kaminari was smiling brightly and waved at Izuku as he came in. Once again his cat reflexes saved him from falling face first on the ground when this distracted him. With his face bright red he took his seat from earlier. Ectoplasm had explained the practical and Izuku was beyond glad that it wasn't anything too intricate. Just a 3-kilometer-long obstacle course where they were allowed quirk usage. Even better, they'd be split into 2 groups as there were too many to run the obstacle course race at the same time. Mostly he was glad that none of the 3 people currently causing his stomach to do flips were in his group. By the time they had reached the course, Izuku was feeling like himself again and gave his pop a little wave. He was there to record student times in the race. As Izuku took his place at the starting line and looked at the kids in his group, he couldn't help but wish he had figured out something like a cheetah shift. He isn't even sure if that's possible, but then again, just a few years ago he had no idea he was human or that he had a lion shift too. So he lives in hope that training will yield something someday. As for today, he has to rely on what he knows. Judging by the obstacles, he can see it looks like he'll possibly have to use all 3 of his forms to a degree. He can practically see the nap he's going to have to take after this. There were bits of parkour that would be easy enough for cat shift, but others, then there was a rope swing over a mud bed that definitely needed a human element, but then again it looked like leaping distance in lion shift. The rest of it Izuku wasn't able to see from the start. The starting buzzer went and everyone set off in a rush. Some opted to sabotage the field so they'd gain a lead while others were seemingly showing off their quirks for no real reason. After avoiding a puddle that looked suspiciously like oil, Izuku went ahead and shifted to cat form. There were few humans who could match Izuku in speed once he was on 4 legs. Tenya being in that select few, though if Izuku had his way he'd say his friend is cheating. He has literal engines in his legs, for crying out loud. He'd never actually say it to him, knowing the boy would take it literally instead of Izuku being dramatic and either feel guilty or offended, neither of which Izuku wanted. Izuku traversed the urban parkour section with ease and was first to move on to the next obstacle. It wasn't all that surprising. He lived the majority of his life in this form, maneuvering across an actual cityscape. His lead would only last so long, and when he had reached the mud bed with ropes hanging across it, someone else had exited the parkour section. Izuku judged the distance to the other side, hoping to avoid the mud altogether, but he shifted again. A thunderous roar filled the air, making the kids behind him miss a step. A cat shifted into a large black-furred lion with a green-tinged mane. As more of the kids were nearing the rope swing, Izuku got low and lunged forward. Izuku heard a few gasps as he soared across the air. The rope swing only spanned 10 meters, and at record Izuku has managed a leap of just over 12. It does take a lot out of him though, so while he wanted to rest, there was no point in taking this route only to lose the lead it had given him. He shifted back to a regular cat and took off running. It looked to be the right choice, as the next obstacle was a forced crawling section. Izuku just ran underneath it all. Next came a long-distance dash, and he was halfway when the first kids started on the ironically named leopard crawl. Izuku had proven a normal cat can do it too. Nearing the end of the dash, Izuku saw the last obstacle, robots. He would once again be teasing Nedzu about his obsession with robotics when he sees him next. Apparently he can't be trusted to not blow the school's entire budget on improved and expensive robots. From cleaning ones to these that are used in training and entrance exams. There's even rumors that the Chimera managed to get a few giant ones this year too. Izuku is only too glad it's the ones he's used to training with and not the rumored monstrosities. Izuku huffed and pushed himself to go into his lion shift again. The moment he pounced on one of the robots, though, Izuku felt silly for going so far. It fell apart with remarkable ease. True, Izuku had heft and power in lion shift, but he's trained with today's robots for a while now, and these were not the ones he's used to. They fell apart at the slightest of swipes. All throughout the day, Izuku had a nagging suspicion that this exam was ridiculously easy. It goes without saying that Izuku has an advantage in that he's been taught and trained by Udata staff for just under 2 years now. However, it does feel like recommended kids have an almost guarantee at joining Udata though. Izuku would feel slightly insulted if his utter lack of motivation and his outlook on hard work didn't outweigh that. He's only taking this exam seriously because of a promise he had made to Tenya after all. He did feel a bit bad for the normal kids who had to take the regular exam. Several scrap heaps of former robots and a finish line in sight put that thought right out of his head though. The prospect of an imminent nap pushed him on as he crossed the finish line. Izuku skid to a halt, shifting back to cat and then human once he had fully stopped. He moved over to Pop's desk as the rest of the kids started to fight the robots. Some of them even struggled, which shocked Izuku. He plopped himself in the chair next to Pop and laid his head on the table. Did I beat a record or 3? Dad would insist you do all of that without a quirk for training purposes, but with it, you do have the fastest course completion time in the last 10 years. His Pop smiled at him as he continued to write down times as the kids reached checkpoints and then as the next few finished. Hey Pop, how'd you ask out Dad? His Pop leaned in close and wiggled his eyebrows, asking, Oh, do you have someone you want to ask out? Pop. He only laughed at Izuku. Well, much as I'm loud and proud now, I used to be quite shy. Izuku raised his own eyebrows in suspicion, unable to picture a quiet and shy version of his Pop at any age. It only earned him a giggle. Well, at least where it comes to your dad. If it wasn't for Auntie Nem and a few of our classmates helping me realize how I felt, who knows what would have happened. Izuku picked up on a sad undertone there but knew better than to push. He certainly doesn't want anyone to pry when he has dreams about his mom and feels depressed. He can afford the same courtesy to his parents. Okay, so you realized it, then what happened? Your dad proceeded to ignore me for the next 3 months because he realized how he felt at the same time, but didn't think he deserved me for some silly reason. Izuku's mouth was hanging open in surprise. Living with both his dads and seeing how they interact, Izuku can't imagine a time where they weren't constantly together. 3 months. How did that end up in you guys getting together? His Pops laughed loudly. It didn't. It took someone else asking me out for him to realize he's not okay with that either. You dated someone else? Nope, your dad overheard the person asking and ended up answering for me. He told them that, no, he can't because that's when our date is. Izuku's mouth hung open. Just like that. Wiping away a tear from his laughing, his Pop nodded. Just like that. So nobody actually asked the other out? Izuku wondered aloud. Pretty much, his Pop confirmed with a chuckle as he finished with the last of the times. Somewhere along the way Izuku had closed his eyes as he was thinking about what his Pop had told him and fell asleep. He didn't notice as the second group entered. He missed the reprimanding stare of Tenya, the curious look Todoroki gave him, or the amused and fond look Momo had. Most of all he missed how Kaminari was the one to actually trip this time. Izuku woke up when the finishing buzzer went off, signaling the end of the second group's race. His Pop was busy recording all the times in his notes. From the small bit he could sneak a look at before his view was blocked, he was still at the top. He got up and headed out with the rest of the kids who had stayed to watch the second group. Izuku saw Tenya walking with 2 of his crushes and decided right there that he can't be like his dads. It was basically pure luck that those 2 ended up together. He moved closer to them, trying to find a natural point to join in on the conversation and hoping he'd be able to actually speak words this time around. Luckily Tenya noticed he had come closer and gave him a way to work himself into their talk. Though like usual it was to perform his duties as the self-designated rule enforcer. Yamazawa-kun, you really need to fix your sleep schedule. You can't be bothering the teachers and napping at their desks. Izuku stuck his tongue out at him, then pouted with big eyes. I was tired, Tenjin. Lion shift takes a lot out of me still. It worked better than he thought it would. Tenya looked slightly guilty and looked ready to apologize, plus Momo's interest had piqued with Izuku mentioning lion shift. You can turn into a lion too, Yamazawa-san? Izuku managed to smile widely. He knew he'd be able to talk about his quirk with other people now that he'd be in a normal school setting. He just never expected the first one to ask about it to be the pretty girl he's working the nerve up to ask out for drinks. That counts as a date, right? Or should he ask about seeing a movie? Somehow that feels more like a later in the relationship type of date. Izuku's mind was spiraling and he almost didn't answer her when she flashed that pretty smile at him, and Izuku wondered if it's weird that he Thinks her smile is pretty. With a nudge in his side from Tenya, his brain started to function again and he managed to speak. Yeah, my quirk is feline shift. Technically I could become any kind of feline. A regular cat is the easiest for me. Lion shift is just about 2 years in the making. Oh, is there any particular feline you want to try one day? Now here was a topic Izuku could talk about for hours, but even he knew it can come across as overbearing, so he tried his best to not go overboard. Definitely. You know sand cats? Smallest cats in the world, also the most successful hunters. Not to mention stinking cute. I'd love to shift into one of them. Momo laughed at that and it was an awesome sound. It was definitely something he could listen to and never get tired of. Chuckling along with her, Izuku suddenly said what was on his mind without even thinking about it. You're really pretty, Yaoyorozu-san. She blushed slightly while Izuku was so red you'd be forgiven for mistaking him for someone severely sunburnt. Before he knew what was happening, Izuku was talking a mile a second. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. Well, I know why I said it, I just don't know why I said it out loud. Not that I'd never say it out loud to you, I mean it's true, you are really pretty. Not that I don't think you're smart, you have to be with how good you are with your quirk. Do you think maybe we can go get something to drink sometime? I'm sorry, I'm rambling, I just never liked someone before, and why isn't anyone making me shut up? Tenchan hit me over the head and bury my body under Nedzu's window. She gave a full-out belly laugh once Izuku had stopped talking and took a second to compose herself. She placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and looked at him directly. You're very sweet, Yamazawa-san. I'm really flattered, and if I wasn't currently dating Todoroki-kun, I would have definitely gone on a date with you. I'd hate to not be able to talk to you though, friends. Wow, that hit hard. A rejection and the knowledge that he doesn't even stand a chance with Todoroki either, all in one. Hearing her being so kind took a lot of the sting out of it though. Bonus, she wasn't creeped out by his word vomit and mess of a confession, and she still wants to be friends. If he's honest, he's just glad Todoroki had gone ahead to his interview with Nedzu already and Kaminari was nowhere to be seen. They kept walking to wait their turns with Nizu, and Tenya was comforting Izuku the best he could and congratulating him at taking the first step. If Izuku didn't know better, he'd swear Tenya was also kind of teasing him for the way it all went down. By the time they had reached the hallway outside Nedzu's office where they were to wait, Todoroki had just come out. Momo went over to her boyfriend, and Izuku fully expected to be hit by Todoroki the next time they were alone. They didn't appear to be talking about Izuku though, and while he's sure Momo will tell him he's very grateful that she didn't turn it into a whole spectacle. Though to be fair, he has no basis to think she would even do that to begin with, or that Todoroki would become toxically protective either. Izuku let out a breath of relief only to nearly choke when he saw Kaminari approaching them. Don't blurt it out again, Yamazawa-san. Tenya said just loud enough for Izuku to hear before Kaminari had reached them. There was no way he was going to make that mistake again, well, at least not on the same day. Tenya saved him before he even needed it though. Kaminari-san, the last time I saw you the medical team were looking at you. Are you okay now? This is the first time Izuku is hearing about this. He could almost curse himself for taking that nap and missing the second group's race. Almost. It is a nap after all, nothing could be more important. Yeah, I'm good. Just a bit of quirk exhaustion, at least I didn't fry out like I usually do. Don't think I'd be able to talk to the small, big man that isn't a man, you know? Izuku's brain felt foggy at that, though it might just be crush-based delirium, as the rest of the world sounded dull as Kaminari snickered at his own joke. Where Momo's laugh earlier was really pretty and pleasant to listen to, Kaminari's laugh filled Izuku with joy and fondness. He wasn't sure if a person could become addicted to a sound, but he imagined if it was possible, surely it would be this? Even though nothing in his quirk would make it possible, Izuku felt like he had to grip the seat to stop himself floating away from delight. Part of him wanted to risk it and ask him out right then and there, but the memory of what happened with Yaoyorozu snapped him out of that notion. There's no guarantee he'd take it half a well if he's not interested either. Selfish it might be, Izuku really didn't want to have to screw it up just yet. He'd rather become friends with him and nothing ever happens than ask him out now and never interact with him again. He was already addicted to that laugh and wasn't willing to go cold turkey without it. The three of them talked about nothing in particular while they waited for their names to be called. Kaminari was busy telling them how he wanted to take the regular entrance exam, but his parents called in a favor with the commission. His family owns and runs several power stations across Japan apparently. Izuku noted the tone of slight resentment at being forced to take the recommended exam and wanted to comfort him, but the speaker buzzed with an all-too-familiar voice. Yamazawa Izuku. Kaminari smiled brightly at Izuku, almost melting him. Good luck in there, dude. Tenya had also wished him luck, but he didn't properly hear it. Izuku was too busy not tripping over his own feet as he made his way to the office he used to spend time in daily. He still wasn't sure how it was unbiased for Nedzu to conduct his interview, seeing as he is actually very biased about his personal student. He put the thought out of his head and entered, not at all surprised by the steaming teacup waiting for him. As it turned out, Izuku was right in thinking Nedzu would be unable to be unbiased when it came to him. He just about outright told Izuku that he was definitely getting enrolled into Udare and the top class at that. His interview was nothing more than an excuse for Nedzu to have a tea break and a game of chess with Izuku like they usually would. When their time was up, Izuku opted to catch shift and go out Nedzu's window towards his pop's classroom. He'd much rather avoid becoming the stumbling mess he seems to have been devolving into all day so far. Izuku is lucky that both his dads have adopted the habit of leaving a window open in their classrooms for situations like this. Having done it 1,000 times over, he was hopping into his pop's lap in no time at all. He only giggled at Izuku's antics as he settled down and purred. "We'll be heading home soon, kiddo, so don't sleep too deeply now. Just have to go over the last of my half of the tests." Izuku mewed inquisitively upon hearing this. "You know I can't tell you how you did, but what I can say is I'm sure you did better than some of these." He pinched the bridge of his nose as he sighed, and through the current test he was holding onto a pile of others. "There's a reason I kind of hate the recommended exams. Most of them just assume getting recommended means it's an automatic acceptance into Udada." Izuku nudged his head into his pop's stomach to distract him and earned a small giggle. The world didn't feel right if Pop wasn't his bubbly self, and he was always glad he could help bring a smile back sometimes. Somewhere along the way, Izuku must have fallen into a deep sleep despite what his pops told him, because when he woke up again he was back home on his own bed with a rumbling stomach. Like usual now, he shifted back into human form during his sleep at some point. He really hoped that it didn't occur while one of his dads had carried him at you. To his mind, he had embarrassed himself enough earlier in the day. The alluring aroma of his favorite dish and his empty stomach led him directly to the dining room where his dad was setting the plates. "There you are, kitten. I was just about to come and get you for dinner. Feeling okay? You slept quite a bit. Pops had to carry you and everything." "Ah, I'm fine, Dad. Lion shift still takes a bunch of energy, plus a bunch of new people." Izuku blushed as he thought about one specific person he might still have a chance with. His dad, however, was far too attentive to have missed that. "Oh, anyone special we should know about?" His tone was far too teasing for it to have been a normal prompting question. He already knew something. Izuku huffed. Did Tenchan already spill his guts? Pops walked in with the sushi, briefly redirecting Izuku's attention. "Don't blame Tenya, kiddo. You know how scared he is of your dad." "It's not my fault." "Oh, come on, show. You know you look far scarier at school than you actually are." "It's different for homeroom teachers, Zashi. If they don't fear me, those hooligans will run wild." Izuku sighed and started eating. He knew once his dad started on this specific topic they'd be debating it for quite a while. The first time it happened, he thought it would devolve into actual fighting like the parents of that girl from his kitten years. It wasn't something he had to worry about though. They've never actually yelled or even pretended to hit each other. He was in his own world when both his dad talked in unison. "You can't just eat the fish and ignore the rice, Izuku." He looked wide-eyed at them both, and they all devolved into laughter at the familiarity of the situation. "He always just eats the fish." After they calmed down, dinner went on as normal with prodding here and there from either dad or Pops to eat properly. Izuku had nearly forgotten how Tenya had told his dad about his crushes, but his dad brought it up again when they were cleaning plates. "So 3 crushes in one day, eh?" "Dad, we're just curious, kiddo, plus I need to know who to protect from your dad." "You act like I'm going to strangle them." "Aren't you, Sho?" "No, not at all." Silence and exchanged glances followed, indicating nobody had actually believed that statement. Wow, I'm not a monster, guys, I just asked them what their intentions with my son are. Izuku almost felt guilty for thinking something horrible when he managed to hear his dad mumble under his breath, while dangling them over the edge of a rooftop. Dad! The three of them finished the night in front of the TV watching old pre-Quirk movies. His dads eventually went to bed knowing by now that Izuku's sleep schedule still mostly resembles his days as a cat. It's gotten better, but if he had a chance to sleep for a long time during the day, there would be no way he'd be sleeping at night. Izuku would spend times like this working on a certain aspect of his quirk he and Nezu have only speculated about so far. Partial shifting. So far he's been able to partially shift a tail onto himself for a few seconds before it forces him to shift completely. Having not gotten anything more than 2 seconds with a tail, he's moved his focus onto something he already has no matter the shift. His eyes. It has been proving easier with his current record at an impressive 5 seconds. Well, it's impressive to him. It's also why he hasn't told Nezu about his success. Izuku felt like he might have to tell him though if he wants to make progress by his self-imposed deadline. He had an entirely different reason for choosing to partial shift his eyes. His human eyes remind him too much about his mom, and he kind of feels like it's private. Naturally, he knows it's silly and nobody but him knows that her eyes looked exactly like his does now. Then again, he is the same person whose natural reaction to trauma was to get stuck in his own quirk for years. The morning of the regular UA entrance exam was supposed to start just as early as yesterday when Izuku took the recommended exam. However, the Yamazawa household joined the world of the waking much earlier than any alarm had been set for, even if the way they woke up was just as jarring. Silence was pierced by Izuku yowling at the top of his lungs like someone had just stepped on his tail. With Pops taking his hearing aids out at night, naturally the first person to come running, capture weapon at the ready, was his dad. He quickly scanned the area he found his son in, only finding Izuku curled into a ball on the floor. Izuku, what's wrong? Did you see someone? Without answer and determining there was no immediate danger, he knelt down in front of his son and placed a hand on his shoulder. Kitten? What happened? Are you hurt? Slowly Izuku looked up at his dad and then dove into him with a hug. The hug was of course returned, but it would take another 10 minutes and his other dad turning on the lights to somewhat figure out what had happened. Izuku sat face leaning into his dad, clearly still upset. The most obvious clue was the gum wrapper on the coffee table and its contents lodged thoroughly in his hair. Oh kitten, how did you even manage this? Time and several tissues later, Izuku managed to speak without devolving into a crying mess again. I was practicing and not managing to do what I wanted. The gum was there and it kept my mind quiet so I could focus. Both his parents clearly had questions but let him continue without interrupting. Somehow it worked and I was so happy I nearly screamed, but you guys are sleeping so I slapped my mouth closed, but the gum went flying right into my hair. The crying started again slowly. The more I tried to get it out, the worse it got. I'm sorry for waking you guys up. Oh honey, I know how much you like having long hair. His pops said as started inspecting the damage. Do I have to cut it all off? Tears were wiped off of his cheek with a kind smile. It's at least not near your scalp, Zuzu. I'll try to save as much as I can. You won't be bald if that's something you're worrying about. Really? Definitely. His dad squeezed his shoulders, earning his attention. Also, don't feel like you need to apologize for needing your parents. Rain, sleep, snow, or earthquake, we will always be there for you, kitten. This caused a fresh wave of tears that took a while to subside, after which Izuku found himself sitting in the middle of the kitchen on a counter-high chair, Pops circling him to decide the best kind of way to cut his hair. Hey, I'm sure whoever you like is sure to love your new haircut. You're in excellent hands. Your pop gives pretty amazing haircuts. Izuku looked his dad over, unsure of the truth in that statement, and felt a bit more nervous sitting there. Certainly sensing his apprehension, Pops chuckled at Izuku. Don't worry, Zuzu, your dad hasn't let me cut his hair in years. He's far too lazy and forgetful. Hey, my hair is fine. And how many times have I heard you complain about it after I do Nemuri's hair? Zashi, why don't you do my hair anymore? How come Nemuri gets special treatment? Sound familiar? His dad just glared playfully but didn't answer. Wait, you do Auntie Nemuri's hair pops? Sure do, Zuzu. This made Izuku relax instantly. If a hero whose entire public-facing persona revolves around looks trusts his pops with her hair, then there's no need to worry. That was until it registered what his dad said about his crush. Dad, I thought we agreed to stop teasing me about my crush. Oh, we nearly got a name there. His dad teased and chuckled to himself. I never agreed to anything of the kind. Now are you going to tell us what you were practicing? Izuku emulated his dad and glared at the swift topic change but welcomed it, not wanting to really slip up and full-on say Kaminari's name. Partial shifting. Partial shifting? Both his parents asked in unison while his pops was busy wetting his hair. Knowing it would be easier to show than give a full explanation, he exhaled and focused as he closed his eyes. He felt the familiar sensation he usually experiences throughout his body located entirely on his eyes and opened his lids. Staring back at his dad's were the same set of eyes he had met them with, and that they only get to see when he shifts now. Oh, that's so cute, Zuzu. Does it hurt to keep them up? Thanks, Pop. No, it doesn't hurt anymore, Dad. It did at first, but I figured out why and fixed it. This was met with worried expressions, so he knew he had to explain more. I was going to ask Nedzu for help, but I got an idea and tried it. As it turned out, it was the right answer. Izuku's tone was excited, and he was glad neither of his dad interrupted him. Before I was focusing too hard on not shifting anything else besides the bit I wanted. Now I focus on what I want to shift instead, which is much easier. As long as it doesn't hurt you, kitten. Adding something that a human body doesn't normally have does hurt a bit, like I can't do a tail for long at all. Well, that's earned a ban on trying that anymore then. Izuku outwardly looked disappointed but was actually grateful overall to have that decision taken from him. It really did hurt to grow a tail on a human frame, no matter the duration of it. His pops regained his attention and asked him, "Ready, Zuzu? I'll try and save as much as I can, but it's going to be much shorter." Izuku hummed in agreement. He loved his long hair, sure, but he also hated it. If it wasn't braided, it would often end up in his mouth as he slept, and that's one thing he'd be happy to be rid of. More than that, he trusts his pops and knows he'll be safe. It was over before he knew it, and Izuku loved the end result. It was for sure it was much shorter than his hip-height hair before, but it also wasn't as short as he thought it would be. To him it was the perfect length, defying the set gender rules, somewhere between entering girl length but not reaching boy length either. Holding the mirror, his pops provided he didn't know how to convey all that, so he just cried and laughed at the same time. I really hope those are happy tears. Izuku hummed and nodded. I love it. Thank you, Pops. You're very welcome, Zuzu. I have to ban you from gum though, not even I could fix it for a second time. Izuku hopped off the chair and hugged his pops. Soon afterwards he felt the familiar feeling of being squished as his dad turned it into a group hug. He could only chuckle as he squeaked out a, "I love you guys." "We love you too, kitten, right Zashi?" "So much, Zuzu." He escaped the hug eventually and went to have a shower and get rid of loose hair. His dad calling after him, "Don't take too long, kitten, we'll have breakfast and head out for you, early." After they had breakfast, he was getting ready in the bathroom, admiring his new hair and feeling grateful his exam was yesterday and over with. A knock at the door signaled him to finish up. "Come on, Zuzu, I don't want to rush there like yesterday. There are literally thousands of applicants for the general entrance exam, and I have to coordinate where they all go." "Coming, Pops." Izuku actually hurried, sensing the same nerves he had yesterday in his parents this time. He settled down in the back seat, watching his parents interact with each other. Loving smiles, teasing jokes, and admiring glances. He hoped that one day he'd have something like that with someone. Despite leaving early and arriving at Udata much earlier than was actually expected, the Yamazawa household were still met with hundreds of potential students who no doubt had the same idea of arriving early. Izuku realized his pops hadn't been joking when he said there would be thousands of applicants. Today, they hadn't even left the car yet, and he felt how oppressive the air was. He was certainly glad faculty had their own parking structure underground, no doubt there for situations just like this, or possibly for overzealous press. It didn't help much with the anxiety though, as for the first time in a long while, Izuku felt how his immense nervousness took him over, making him slip into a cat shift out of instinct. Adding to his anxiety was the prospect of repeating yesterday's most embarrassing aspect. If he was able to develop a trio of crushes with only a handful of people, what was going to happen when he was exposed to exponentially more potential partners? It was a prospect Izuku would rather not think about if he could help it. Certainly not before he manages to gather enough courage to ask Kaminari for a date. Neither of his parents had noticed when he had shifted, as they were making sure none of the kids had snuck in the secure gate as they drove in. It wasn't until the gate rattled closed behind them that his dad turned around in his seat to talk to Izuku. He was of course met with a somewhat embarrassed meow. He extended his arm behind him. Izuku clambered on and up to rest on his neck and between the folds of his scarf. "Are you going to be okay today, kitten?" he asked, scratching under Izuku's chin. This earned him a content purr as Izuku nudged his head further into the scratch. He knew he should probably be embarrassed to be acting like a kitten still, but human rules mostly still feel stupid to him. Who says no to a good scratch? "I'll take that as a yes, shall I?" Pops just chuckled at the interaction, reaching over and rustling the top of his head before properly parking in his reserved space. "Here we are then. It's going to be entirely different from yesterday's Zuzu. You're welcome to stay with either your dad or me, but we are going to be busy most of the day." He paused, putting on his lanyard with his ID, "Or you could go visit with Nizu after he gives his welcome speech. At some point all three of us, plus a few other teachers, will be watching the practical exam take place." Both his dads waited for him to make a choice, but all Izuku did was settle himself more comfortably in his dad's scarf and purr louder. They laughed together at that. "Well, I guess there we have it then. That we do. If even staying here with me gets too much, feel free to trot off to Nizu's office or the lounge, just don't leave campus please." His dad added the last bit, not wanting to go on another scavenger hunt of his own son, only to realize he was napping in the tree right outside the gate of UA. Izuku felt immensely safe and warm in the scarf, so he mewed in agreement before giving himself over to a beckoning nap. His natural instinct to sleep in the day taking over. "What I wouldn't give to be able to fall asleep that easily," Shota lamented to his husband. "You'd have to give up coffee for that show." "Blasphemy." Zashi just chuckled. "Come on, Nizu is probably already waiting." Back at the entrance gate to UA, everyone waiting turned around at the sound of an explosion, only to find quite an odd spectacle. An angry blonde boy resembling an irritated Pomeranian, smoking hands clearly threatening a much smaller boy. Said boy almost resembled a lost elementary school boy, purple shiny orbs for hair. Behind them a mousy brown-haired girl looking extremely red and embarrassed, trying desperately to extend the length of her skirt somehow. The small one squealed like a mouse and ran off into the crowd amidst swears and threats being hurled in his direction. The girl proceeded to apparently thank the irate boy before making her way to the gate too, joining a group of girls. The Pomeranian looked just as irate as earlier, but seemed to calm down visibly as a boy with the brightest red hair around clambered an arm around his neck. That was until a plain-looking boy with strange elbows did the same, and another explosion filled the air. Half an hour afterwards the gates opened and a mass of hopeful future heroes and students streamed into UA like a dam that had its capacity outpaced. Hizashi watched as the auditorium nearly filled itself to its maximum capacity of 10,000. Naturally he knows students come to UA from all over the country, some even from other countries. Even that knowledge never did temper down his surprise at seeing so many hopeful applicants though. He gave a quick glance over to his husband and their hidden son. Shota was, as always, on exam day wearing his stoic expressionless face. If he didn't know about how much of an actual softy he is, it would be easy to assume just by his lack of an expression that this man utterly hates children. He of course knows it's the complete and utter opposite. He didn't expel his entire class last year because of something petty like annoyance as the rest of the faculty might assume. No, he saw far too much of their dead friend in them. Reckless disregard for rules and an over-reliance on quirk use. Now, however, wasn't the time to reminisce or get stuck in what-if scenarios. He had an enormous amount of little listeners to attend to, well, right after Nizu welcomes them, that is. Honestly, he wished that just for once things would be mixed up a bit. Sure, it must be all new and exciting for the kiddos, but every year since he and Shota have been working at UT, it's been the same. Students arrive, all of them write the general education probing exam. Students get separated into departments, hero, business, and support for further testing. Sure, it made sense that both he and Shota would be part of the hero department exam, but just once Hisashi wishes he'd get a year off and change pace. Maybe go see the support kiddos blow stuff up for once. It certainly didn't help that Shota grumbles about the unfair state of the hero exam. Not that he disagrees, but he knows better than to try and nudge Nizu on a moot point. All they would ever get is that the HSPC won't allow any other type of exam for hero applicants. Plus, he's already pushed his luck by forcing them to allow quirkless students to apply to UDA, a rule still enforced over every other school or institute across the country. Hisashi had luckily returned from his introspection just in time for Nizu to have finished welcoming the ever-increasing number of students. They were sorted alphabetically into 5 different exam halls able to contain just over 2,000 students. Both he and Shota were assigned to exam hall A, so once the rush of initial students scrambling to exit calmed down, they made their way over. "How's Zuzu show?" Hisashi asked as they left. Purring away, "I swear the world could end and he'd be oblivious to it if he was in this scarf," Shota chuckled. "Think it has more to do with the scarf's owner than the scarf itself, show." This caused his husband to blush slightly. "Oh, is young Izuku with you boys today too?" Came Nizu's voice behind them. "Yes, sir. Though he panicked a bit this morning with all of the students around." Concern crossed the Chimera's features. "I take it he's resting comfortably then now?" "Yes, but I know that tone. What's wrong?" Shota frowned. That familiar, overeager, and far too convincing smile returned to Nizu's face as if that was its natural state and had never left. "Nothing. Nothing. Just a piece of information I feel the need to share with you both. You are after all the boys' parents now." "Oh," Hisashi said, opening the door for all of them. Nizu walked out first but turned to face them before he left fully. "Yes. Do come by for tea after the exams if you would, boys." Both of Izuku's parents shared a curious glance but nodded in agreement. Nizu only smiled and was off, no doubt going on ahead to do final checks on his beloved mechs the hero students would soon be facing. Much to Hisashi's chagrin, nothing had changed with the written exam. It was the standard fare of every year, a 3-hour written test. The only thing that could remotely be considered a change of pace were the methods students used to try and cheat. Sure, there were the lazy ones who used the old method of blatantly staring at a neighbor's answers. They were always the first ones to go, and rightfully so given the profound lengths others went to. That method seemed outright lackluster in comparison. There were the ones who managed to sneak in notes, though those ones who did were nearly always the next to go. Their nervous stares and jittery actions give away their devious nature. In the end, the only ones who stood an actual chance of successfully cheating were the ones who found some creative way of doing so. Mostly that meant involving their own quirks or those of more suitable neighbors. It would only be natural to assume that such a mass attempt at cheating would reflect badly on the state of the written exam and UDA as a whole. Since Netsu has been principal, however, there have only been a handful of students who have scored a perfect score or in fact anywhere higher than a passing score. The reason, of course, being that in order to even reach that high it is actually needed to cheat. Sure, general students can get a passing score easily, but anyone wanting to enter the hero course must at least try to exceed that and do so without being caught. It was an open secret, and most of the time students came to take the test in pairs, hoping to have a plan in place ahead of time with a partner. That rarely ever worked though, as the method for separating the applicants was never the same. Nizu wanted to test their ability to adapt as well as working with others they have no former knowledge about. Rarely one of them gets lucky and ends up with who they wanted, however that is by no means a guarantee that they'll succeed in their attempt at cheating. Whatever plan they had beforehand must be adjusted for the proctor monitoring their exam. Those taking the test under Shota's gaze rarely succeed in cheating. This year's group was getting off lucky due to his attention being drawn to their sleeping son in his scarf. Hisashi himself couldn't deny his attention wasn't fully on watching the little listeners for new stratagems this year. He was busy pondering Nizu's ominous request for tea time and news regarding their son. The bell signaling the end of the written exam sounded, and after he and Shota walked the rows collecting booklets, the applicants were excused for lunch. This also meant they were en route to Nedzu's office for that tea appointment. Hizashi wiped the sweat off his brow as he placed the last of the boxes on the table and turned to his husband. What do you think it could be about, Sho? No idea, Zashi. I'm not letting my mind run wild on possibilities with this one. Let's get there and find out. Shota said, checking the folds of his scarf, ensuring their son hadn't been slipping out while he'd been busy collecting tests. Hizashi came closer and lightly stroked the top of Izuku's head. Right? No point in imagining the worst without even knowing what's going on. Precisely, let's go. By the time they were entering the Chimera's office, Hizashi had to admit that despite what they had agreed upon, his mind had indeed gone wild with imagining the worst possible things. He couldn't contain his nerves all that well, and his legs started to bounce once they were sat with full and steaming teacups waiting in front of them. Shota placed a hand on his husband's knee to curb the bouncing. Mind telling us what's going on, sir? I'm afraid Zashi here might just burn a hole in your rug just from nerves. Oh dear, well that certainly wasn't my intention, boys. It's nothing bad, I can assure you. Both men glared at the Chimera. They had no doubt he had intentionally worded in such a way to throw them for a loop. He was no doubt bored and thought this to be a funny way to occupy his time. They've grown accustomed to his eccentricities throughout the years, but this time it was just annoying. Hizashi, now being the much calmer of the two, spoke up, knowing if he left it to his husband they might end up being fired from their teaching positions. That's a relief to hear, sir. What is it you wanted to share with us then? The Chimera clapped his paws together, evidently satisfied with something. Standing up, he put his paws behind him and walked over to a stack of files just a head taller than him. He placed a hand on the side of them. It is in regards to one of the hero course applicants, one Bakugo Katsuki. Uncertainty clear on his face, Hizashi looked at his husband as they stood outside Nedzu's office. Do we tell him, Sho? It was clear that he too felt uncertain about it, scratching at his beard and sighing lightly. We can if you want to, but honestly, he trailed off. Yeah, like Niza said, he was the same age when it all happened. Probably no reason to dig up the past just for a possibility. Shota placed a hand on his husband's shoulder. My thoughts exactly, Zashi. We'll be honest if he asks, but I'm not going to open up old wounds without a real cause. Hizashi smiled kindly and leaned in slightly to look into his husband's scarf. Is he still sleeping? Yep, Shota nodded, opening up a bit of the scarf covering their cat-shifted sleeping son. Look at him, he said, grinning at the sight. Hizashi couldn't resist and gently stroked his head, which earned him one of those surprised cat noises. He just gently chuckled and shook his head at that. Honestly, Zuzu. Mew was the only response he got in return before Izuku buried his face back into a fold of the scarf. And he's back asleep, Shota chortled, closing the scarf back up. If he wasn't more cat than human I'd be concerned, but that's typical cat behavior. Hizashi shook his head lightheartedly, hardly able to believe that he agreed with that notion. I know. We all knew the local school cat when we were here, slept whenever you found him. Shoto's eyes lit up with the memory. The original BSRD. Hizashi lightly tapped his shoulder. Only you called him that, Sho. He nodded along. Because he earned that title, he always stole half my lunch. Right? Hizashi laughed and made air quotes stole. He did. Shota defended. With a chuckle and a sound, Hizashi just agreed with his husband. HHHMN. Come on, they aren't going to delay the physical exam just for us, Sho. Both of them got there just in time. Shota to find a seat for candidates for his class and Hizashi to start the whole thing. Shota was glad for the soundproofing of the observation deck. Judging by just the vibrations alone, his husband had gone and put extra jazz into explaining things to the kids. As always, only a remote few of them had realized the exam had started. The rest naturally had to be nudged along by Hizashi. Not long after the door opened and his husband came to sit next to him and then proceeded to lean forwards looking at all the monitors tracking various students. The flash and relayed sound of explosions drew nearly every teacher's attention. Shota and Hizashi's especially. They turned to Nedzu and he simply nodded at their unasked question. That was Bakugo Katsuki, the reason for their earlier meeting with the principal. someone who apparently knew their Izuku since they were in diapers up until the fire. Shota had to admit he has a flashy enough quirk for the heroics department, but he's also noticing just how brash and reckless the kid seems to be. He felt better about the decision he and Hisashi had reached earlier. Given Izuku's still crippling fear of fire, forcing him to meet someone who could bring up memories of it for him, not such a great idea. He had no control over class placement though, and if this Bakugo kid does well enough on the exam, he'll have to keep a close eye on him. Especially around his son. So far he's racking up points by practically rampaging through the test robots. 0 attempts to gather rescue points. To be fair though, nobody beyond staff and possibly siblings of older kids, who've already made it into UA know anything about the secret scoring all of them are also being evaluated on. Inevitably Netsu grew bored and wanted to play with his favorite toy. The 0-pointer. The Chimera gleefully slammed down on a giant red button and the whole testing area shook as a ridiculously large robot loomed over all the students. It was at this point that exceptional students usually instinctually outshine others. A few of them racked up some rescue points for helping others make it to safety. To Shota though, the highlight of it came when a mousy girl found herself trapped under some rubble. Nearly everyone ran past her, even as she desperately called out for help. Not this Bakugo kid though, he ran right to her side gleeful at the chance to show off instead of just running away. It wasn't just boastful arrogance though, he calmly assessed how she was trapped and laid hands on the rubble. Precise blast charge style explosions went off and the rubble diminished in size and became more manageable. He even managed to carry her and blast away to safety, all before the mech's foot had come close to landing on them. Shota knew then he had to come up with and discuss a plan with his husband. There was 0 chance that kid wasn't going to end up in his class, and annoyingly it looked like he might even be one of his top students this year. Time moves at its own pace and far too quickly for anyone in the Yamazawa household's liking. The first official school day of UA was upon them. The general chaos of getting ready in the morning was unbelievably even more chaotic this morning. Breakfast was being made by Hisashi while he was also attempting to set the table, clean up after himself as several eggs had been lost to failed attempts. Normally he had his husband to help him, but Shota was occupied by a mission Hisashi doesn't envy in the slightest. Getting Izuku to shift back to human, get dressed, brushed and fed. A task made nearly insurmountable because of the events of the night. Izuku was for the first time in quite a long while woken up in the middle of the night by his oldest nightmare. Those fiery eyes filled with hatred belonging to who he now knows to be his biological father. The scar on his side feeling raw as if recently acquired. Naturally his parents had come to check on him when they were awoken by his yowling. He had instinctually shifted to the form he had spent close to a decade in, not knowing where he was in his post-nightmare confusion. It had taken copious amounts of coaxing with calm words and the smell of salmon for him to be held by his dad, Shota. He had fallen back asleep like that briefly but was shocked awake when the alarm on his phone went off. All progress had been lost when his pops, Zashi, had gently rubbed his head and asked how he would like his hair for the first day of school. Izuku bolted out of his dad's arms and under the bed and into a dark corner, nearly unseen. That's where he's remained hissing and growling at any attempt to reach for him all morning long. Izuku knew he was being ridiculous, but his gut told him that getting out from under the bed meant danger. He didn't survive nearly 10 years alone, in the urban wild by ignoring his common sense or gut feelings. What was going to happen if he went to school that could be so dangerous? He didn't know, but nothing, not even 3 full plates of delicious mouth-watering salmon was going to make him move. Nope. If it was any other day, Shota would gladly let his son skip a school day for mental health reasons, but that simply wasn't possible today given his duties to the rest of his class. What's worse, his husband also can't stay home with him for many of the same reasons. First day is practically mandatory for teachers. Kitten please, I'm practically begging here. At least come out and let me look at you. Izuku saw a pair of eyes in the space between the floor and the bed. They were looking around, desperately trying to find him. His mind told him he was back in his nightmare, hate-filled eyes needing to find their target. Only his nose told him otherwise. He smelled coffee, mouthwash and lavender. If there's one thing Izuku trusts over anything else, it would be his nose. Those smells together meant his dad, Shota. The eyes must belong to him, and with this knowledge he looked back at them. Sure enough, they weren't fiery orange and filled with malice. No, they looked concerned and full of love. Izuku felt guilty. He didn't want his fears to make either of his dads feel bad. He decided that even if he's come further than ever, he's yet to fully trust that his dads will be there. Even if something does happen, he should trust that they will help to fix it. Izuku moved closer to his dad's face and out of the darkness pressed his head against his nose. "Ah, there you are, kitten. Feeling a bit more ready? Can I reach for you?" Izuku nodded but remembered humans can't see in the dark and he was currently in kitten shift. Something he didn't even know he could do. So he walked out from under the bed and into the hands of his dad. "Oh, kitten?" His dad cut himself off and picked him up, the world looking far larger than he's used to even in feline form, earning a mew escaping him. "Zashi?" His dad called out and almost instantly his pops was in the doorway. Though he did look like he'd fallen in the flour. "Everything okay, Sho? How's Zuzu?" He too cut himself off once he laid eyes on Izuku. With more care than normal his dad put him on top of his bed and got down on his knees. Pops followed the motion looking between curious and concerned. "Zuzu, we know last night must have been scary, but you know you're safe here, right?" Seeing as he hadn't scratched either of his parents, he didn't know they expected him to answer without shifting to human. "Mew," he replied as if all that would be conveyed with one sound. "Pops only says that because, well, kitten, you've gone back to how you were when I found you," his dad said, looking between him and his pops. Izuku knew this, of course. He figured that was the case given how much larger everything looked. Though, he didn't know he could even shift into his kitten form. He grew slightly annoyed at not being able to talk to his dads though, so he shifted to human. He tried to, and failed miserably. Izuku felt the sensation travel over his body as always, but nothing happened. He sat down angry at himself for getting himself stuck again somehow. He must be the only person ever to SCK so spectacularly at his own quirk. His dad must have picked up on his frustration. "Kitten." "Mew," he said angrily. "Do you need help?" his dad asked. "You mean he's stuck again, Sho?" "Mew." Izuku protested at the addition of again. "Right, sorry Zuzu. Can dad help you or do you want to try some more by yourself?" Izuku stood up and walked over to his dad and meowed at him, loudly. "I'll take that as a yes then." His dad chuckled lightly much to Izuku's chagrin. Izuku closed his eyes not wanting to see the brief time his dad's turn red. Normally he's fine with it but he knew it's better to not risk his mind mixing signals again. His dad and Pops stood up and backed up slightly to make room and Izuku felt the usual sensation but almost as if in reverse. It was a far more uncomfortable experience than when his dad did it the first time in Nizu's office. Mostly because he felt like he could feel his bones grow to accommodate his actual age. The only thing that was the same as back then is that once again he was buck naked. His pop handed him a blanket to cover himself. He honestly still doesn't fully get the ordeal humans make about being naked. He complied anyway knowing it's polite. "Are you okay, Zuzu? We didn't know you could shift into a kitten." "I didn't either." Izuku huffed, still mostly annoyed at himself. "Hey now, no need for that," his dad said gently lifting his chin so he looked at him. "Everyone has trouble controlling their quirk when they are young. The fact that you have as much control as you do is amazing." Izuku raised an eyebrow after hearing that, not believing it. "Even at my age?" Pops sat on his heels and took one of his hands. "Remember how we talked about both your dad and I growing up in foster care?" Izuku nodded, remembering that conversation. He'd learned a lot about both his parents and why they respected Nizu so much. Though he did sense back then that he didn't hear the full story, most likely to protect him. "There's a reason why I wear hearing aids." Without going into too much detail, he looked back at Shota who nodded with a kind smile. "For most of my childhood I wasn't allowed to use my quirk. So when I was finally allowed, I messed up. A lot. Destroyed my own ears." A sad look crossed his face and Izuku squeezed his pop's hand who returned the gesture with a small smile. "My point, Zuzu, is you've had very little time with your quirk, especially compared to others at your age. It's not your fault, but it's also nothing to be ashamed of." Izuku took the words in. Really he knows it's true, It's not so long ago that he didn't even know who he is, that he's human or what a quirk is. He really does have wonderful parents, and he felt even more guilty for causing such a disturbance in the first place. Thanks, Pops, he said, squeezing the hand he was holding, then looking at his dad. Sorry for hiding. I got scared from the nightmare and panicked when the alarm went off and dash. His dad joined his Pops and sat on his heels too, so Izuku wasn't looking up so much. Hey, it's okay, kitten. Breathe for me, please. Izuku suddenly realized he was starting to hyperventilate, so he followed the exercise along with his dad, copying his breathing. After a while he was breathing normally again, and his dad smiled at him. We aren't mad, mostly we were scared that you're hurt. If we had it our way, none of us would go in today. Unfortunately, we both have to be there on the first day. I understand, I do want to go, I just panicked for some reason. Izuku said, blushing slightly. It's fine, Zuzu. Want Dad to schedule an extra appointment with Dr. Hinata. But I'm seeing her tomorrow anyways? She's there to help kitten. Even on days when you don't normally have a scheduled time. Izuku thought about it. If he knew he could ask to see her whenever, he'd have asked much sooner. There was just something about her which put him at ease enough that he actually opened up to her. He suspects she carries catnip on her. Shyly he looked at his dad. Could you? Sure thing, kitten. I'll call while you get dressed. Izuku nodded. Okay. He turned to his other dad. Pops. Yeah, Zuzu. Izuku smelled the air to make sure and then asked, what's burning? Hisashi frowned and stood up. Soon after, the smoke alarm went off. My pancakes, he yelled while running. After his Pops left to deal with the pancakes and to stop it before a fire formed, Izuku got into his memory weave outfit he'd be wearing underneath his regular school uniform. Then, under the watchful eye of his dad, he tried shifting between cat and human like he normally would. Mostly so he'd be able to help if he got stuck in kitten shift. Luckily, it would appear that he only got stuck because he had shifted during a panicked state. Definitely something to work on so it won't happen in training or worse out in the field someday. He still hated how that was something that was actually possible, but he kept in mind what Pops had said. See, you can still do it, kitten. His dad exclaimed happily as Izuku shifted back to human for the third time. He'll admit that he was still slightly paranoid he might get stuck again, but the solution was, as ever lately, his parents. His dad pulled him into a bone-crushing hug and squished his face before he proceeded to kiss his forehead and let him go with a hair ruffling. He was nearly out the door when he turned to face him. Now, for the love of salmon, please go finish getting ready? Izuku's cat-like pupils grew wide hearing mention of his favorite fish. His dad certainly knows how to get his attention, and he chuckled to himself for falling for it. Yes, Dad, he said, getting the rest of his school uniform on and heading to the bathroom. Before he left fully, he called back to his dad. Thanks again, Dad. His dad, waiting for someone to pick up on the other end of the phone, smiled at him and said, anytime, kitten. By the time Izuku had arrived in the kitchen, the only evidence that any kind of culinary mishap had occurred was the remaining smoke smell his feline-enhanced nose was still able to smell. If a stranger were to arrive right now, all they'd see was a family eating a decent spread for breakfast with not a hint of the chaos preceding it. Want to do anything special with your hair, Zuzu? His Pop asked as he was gathering dishes. Izuku brushed a bit of hair behind his ear, and then carted the same hand through the rest of it. He smiled to himself, enjoying the feeling. So he hummed a no, saying, I like it like this, it makes me feel free. His Pops nodded and smiled kindly at him when his dad, with a newly filled coffee cup, turned off the machine and turned to face them. He looked at his watch as he sipped. Dr. Hinata made space for you today after school. So don't stay behind too long and flirt with whoever this crush of yours is, he finished with a sly grin. Izuku felt himself go bright red. Dad, he protested in embarrassment. This only earned a chuckle from his dad. What? I'm just saying, we have things to do. He proceeded to swirl a bit of the dark brew and then looked at Izuku with a mischievously raised eyebrow. Unless you want to invite them over later on? Watch a movie with all of us. Izuku was starting to regret coming out from under the bed, desperately wanting the conversation to move on or be over. He looked towards his other dad. Oh my gods, Pops, help me here. He only chuckled too. Nope, no can do, kiddo. I want to meet this special someone who is trying to steal you away from us. There was a conspiracy to make Izuku die of teenage embarrassment, he was sure of it now. He plunked his head against the counter he was sitting at. Ugh, they don't even know that I like them. His dad then laughed and told him something he never thought he'd hear. Well, every day is a chance for you to tell them. I had to wait forever for your pops to finally ask me out. Izuku's head perked up. That can't be true, right? His pops is confidence personified. He must have been just as confused as he spun partly in his chair to look at his husband. Excuse me? How is this the first time that I'm hearing anything about this? His dad chuckled and continued to sip on his coffee. You heard me, you took forever to get the courage to ask me out. A sight unfolded in front of Izuku he would have thought impossible. His pops blushed. Like full-on red face. If you knew I wanted to, why not ask me out yourself? Show defiance in his voice, clearly not wanting to give his husband the upper hand here. This made his dad laugh even more. Well, it was far too much fun watching you try and ask only to chicken out at the last second. Show. Izuku really couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had to be sure. Wait, are we talking about pops? Pointing at the very man. Yep, is all he got in answer. The same pops who doesn't have a shy hair on his body? Still not believing it fully. His dad had stepped closer to the counter. He wasn't always as confident as you see him now, kitten. Still slightly red, his pops protested this information being shared. Hello. Right here. His dad chuckled again, downed the rest of his coffee and made his way to his husband. He proceeded to pull him into a hug while he was still sitting. He kissed the top of his head saying, "That you are Zashi. That you are." His pops poked his dad in the side saying, "Besides, from what I remember, it was only because I saw you getting so angry when that girl from Class B asked me out." His dad clicked his tongue. Well, I still won in the end, and proceeded to stick out his tongue and tease him. Ears red, he pushed Shota away, grabbing the car keys saying, "The cheek." But he clearly didn't mind all that much as he was still smiling widely on his way to the door. "In the car, you lot. Come on. Coming, pops." Izuku suddenly didn't feel quite so bad at his horrible attempt with Momo a while ago, plus he felt emboldened enough to maybe actually try this and ask out Kaminari. If even his pops, who only has competition from Auntie Nem in terms of confidence, had issues asking his dad out, well, there's certainly hope for him, right? Despite the many delays of the morning and the late night the Yamazawa household had had, mostly because of Izuku and partly because of burnt pancakes, they still managed to be parked and walking towards their destinations on campus well before many other people were even on the way to leave their houses. Izuku couldn't help but fail at keeping his yawning in check. He's chronically sleepy, and the forced shift to night sleeping to prepare him for regular school hours, well, he found them hard to maintain. Especially since last night wasn't the first time he was restless and failed to sleep, though it was certainly the worst night he's had so far. Normally it's just a case of insomnia. Lucky for him, his dad took sympathy on him. "Class doesn't start for about an hour from now. Want to take a quick nap in my sleeping bag, kitten?" It was highly tempting. Despite the garish yellow on the outside, his dad's sleeping bag was about the softest, most cozy place he could think of that wasn't his sleeping nook at home. He knew, though, chances were high he might not want to get out again. He was about to refuse the offer when his body had already started to move towards it, and he found himself wrapped in warmth. "I'll take that as a yes then." His dad chuckled and sat down at his desk, shuffling papers and files about. Izuku didn't care much about that and slipped deeper into the sleeping bag, shifting to cat in an attempt to chase the dark, safe heat. Naturally, the rest of his uniform wasn't made of the same memory weave as his gym hero outfit, so those were left behind in a bundle in the sleeping bag. Shota sighed at his desk, far too relieved that they somehow managed to actually make it to school. He would have liked more time to thoroughly go through each of his students' files for a last time, but was more than willing to sacrifice an overabundance of readiness for the sake of his own son. As expected, the very first student to arrive was Izuku's friend and kid brother to his own friend, Ida Tenya. "Morning, sir," he said to be polite, but was clearly trying to find where Izuku was. Shota smirked inside the covering of his scarf, glad his son has made a friend that cares so much. "Morning, Tenya, you should know where you are seated." Izuku is asleep. He finished pointing to his sleeping bag on the floor. He blushed at being called out for something he clearly meant to do subtly. He complied nonetheless though and went to sit down. Shota hoped having more than just each other to interact with will help both Tenya and Izuku get a bit more out of their respective shells. Izuku to gain more confidence and Tenya to lose that last bit of stiff old man that seemed to have possessed him as a kid. Slowly and steadily each one of his students arrived, some looking nervous, others excited, and then there was the Bakugo kid. He looked somewhere between bored and too comfortable. Definitely far too much confidence in himself. Shota saw how capable he was at the entrance exam. He didn't score first place for nothing, but in his estimation the boy relies far too much on his quirk. So far it's worked out for him, but Shota is concerned what would happen if he was ever in a position where he can't just blast a solution into existence. The last to arrive was the one file Shota was more than ready to just throw into a shredder along with the student it belonged to. One Minoru Mineta. A record of disciplinary strikes against him twice as long as he was. How he was never expelled in middle school is astonishing. They were all chattering among themselves and normally Shota would sit there waiting for them to quiet down on their own, only he had kind of created a problem with that old strategy. He himself had kept one of his students from sitting at their desk. His own son. Izuku. Slowly he stood up, not wanting to draw too much attention to himself just yet. He knelt on the floor and the only one who could possibly see what he was doing without leaving their seat was Bakugo. He wouldn't be too annoyed if he did look his way. He knows kids, teenagers doubly so, are curious creatures. He opened the sleeping bag and sighed softly, seeing the lump of school clothes and dress shoes on one side with no boy in them. Izuku had shifted, either intentionally or in his sleep. He zipped open more of the bag and finally saw the moving lump of cat snoring peacefully far in the very end of the bag. Covered by the bag, the only thing anybody, mainly Bakugo, would see is Shota scurrying about in a sleeping bag. He melted inside as he watched his son sleep. He's at school, but there's not going to happen much for the kids on the first day. Maybe he could let Izuku go nap in Nizu's office? He gently stroked the top of Izuku's head, earning him the usual mref of surprise as he opened his eyes to look at his dad. Class is about to start. Do you want to partake or go nap in Nizu's office, kitten? Izuku thought about it, and he had to admit the offer sounded tempting, but he knew if he took the chance now, he'd probably find a way to always go there instead of school. Sure, Nizu could most likely keep him up to the same level as his classmates, even more likely surpass them. The trouble with that though was that he'd never meet his classmates. He did promise Tenya he'd try to be more social if he tried to relax more. Besides, how was he ever going to gather enough courage to ask out Kaminari if he's always hiding in Nizu's office? I'll go sit at my desk, he said, but all anyone else would hear was, meow. He stepped past his clothes, vowing to pick those up later. He purred as he passed his dad, who chuckled at him softly. Izuku remembers the conversation they had about how different he's going to appear in class, that nearly always he isn't actually going to be angry or uninterested. He was glad that he had already made his dad break character so early on the first day, even if nobody else saw it. Speaking of everyone else, he wondered who the rest of his classmates beyond Tenya, Kaminari, Momo and Todoroki were going to be. Even more intriguing were what their quirks were going to be. Izuku hoped none of them had a fire quirk. He'd feel bad if he reacted badly to it when it wasn't their fault. He had stepped past the desk when he saw all of them, and all of them saw him. Everyone went immediately silent before excitedly chattering about nothing but him again. A kitty! Look! Dude, look! Oh, that's Dash! OMG, is it the teacher's cat? Its fur looks so soft. I wonder if I'll be able to pet them? Chicks dig cats. Maybe I can use him? Izuku suddenly remembered how incredibly noisy humans are. No, other humans, you're human too. He had to remind himself. He was about to just trot over to his desk when a few steps in he froze as he saw something he thought he'd never see again. He said softly to himself. Everyone else just heard a soft and sad mew. He retreated back to behind the desk where his dad was busy gathering up his clothes for him. Nice going. You scared him. Me. What did I do? Your ugly face, that's what. Harsh dude. No, seriously guys, I know Dash. Ah, the kitty is shy. Izuku's heart was racing as he came up to his dad and put a paw on his hand to stop him and gain his attention. You change your mind, kitten? Izuku cringed at what he had to do but knew there was no other way at the moment. So as gently as he could he let out his claw and scratched a single line on his dad's hand. Ouch, what was that about? His dad asked, looking more shocked and concerned than angry. Sorry, Dad, but I need to talk to you without changing back. Shota's blood ran cold. Did he and Hisashi make a mistake by not talking to Izuku about Bakugo before? Did he recognize him on his own? The last thing he wanted was to traumatize his son, especially because of last night. Izuku wondered why his dad had that distant look on his face. He saw he wasn't angry with him, so maybe he was disappointed that he chose to hide in cat shift instead of facing his problems? Dad? He asked, trying to not sound scared despite being. Yes, kitten, I'm here, what's wrong? The class had gotten surprisingly quiet and one of the kids was intently looking at him as he spoke to his dad. Granted, all anyone heard was the occasional meow while his dad spoke softly in return. Izuku put it out of his head for now. He had urgent things to talk about. Remember how I said that I used to live with a girl until her dad dropped me off at the death house? The pound, he corrected but let him continue. Yes, well I know it's crazy but Kiki is here. I just saw her. His dad smiled at him and put a hand on the side of his face while scratching behind his ear. It's not crazy, kitten, it's a freaky coincidence but it wasn't impossible you'd eventually run into her. Izuku looked up at his dad. That's certainly true enough. Japan is only so big. The fact that she's in the same class is sooner than I thought it might happen, but yeah. Are you mad at her for what happened? Izuku thought about it, and before he could answer his dad brought up an excellent point. From the events you told us about, it's her dad that was at fault, right? Right. We can have a conversation with her later if you want, kitten, but I don't think you should judge her for what her dad did until you get to know her, yeah? Izuku contemplated what his dad said, while he was angry at her back when it happened. He now realizes she was just a kid herself, exactly the same age as him. Plus, he'd never want to be judged for the things his birth father did. Can we talk with her today? We can certainly try. She might not want to. Izuku didn't think about that, but he was still willing to try. Okay. With that he moved away from the desk again on the way to his own, only this time he smelled something familiar. Something soft he hasn't smelled in forever. A rabbit. It was coming from the back of the class. Oh look, there it is again. Don't scare it away this time. I didn't. Guys, I keep trying to tell Dash. Oh look, it's smelling something. Who packed fish in their bento? Izuku ignored all of them, even the unapproving stare of Tenya. Not even the cute giggles of Kaminari could distract him now. Instinct was taking over. He had to find the rabbit. He didn't want to eat it, he never did, but they all ran away before he ever could explain that he just loved the smell of their fur. It smelled even softer than his own. He made it to the corner of the classroom and the source of the smell. A small squeak told him he was on the right track. So he sat down looking up at the kid who appeared to be holding the soft creature. Hello, Miss Rabbit, can I talk to you? Everyone else just heard a loud meow, the same kind anyone who knows cats knows. The one where it's clear they want something but oh so ever unclear as to what exactly. Luckily for Izuku he had picked the right table, not only because of the rabbit but because of the student in it. In a voice quite unlike the demeanor his body language portrays, this kid spoke to him. Oh, you want to see Yuai-chan? You're not going to try and eat her, are you? Wait, you understood me? Yes, it's my quirk, I can talk to animals and convince them to help me. Oh wow, I usually have to scratch someone before they can hear me. Sorry, I'm Izuku Yamazawa. Oh, you're a student too? Yeah. I'm not technically a cat, though I've lived longer as one than I have as a human. Okay. Well, I'm Koji Koda. It's nice to meet you, Yamazawa-sen. He then lifted the rabbit out of his lap. Do you want to say hello to Yamazawa-san, Yuai-chan? She only chirped and hid her head further into Koda's hands. She's a bit shy, sorry. Izuku felt a bit sad, but hey, new friend and he didn't even have to shift into a human. That's a plus. That's okay, Koda-kun. Mind if I sit with you for a bit? Oh, sure. I don't mind, but isn't the teacher going to mind? Izuku chuckled. I'll let you in on a little secret. My dad's a big ol' softy actually. Your dad? The teacher? Oh, that's why you come from up there. Yup. Izuku said, and of all things decided to jump up onto Koda's shoulders and curl around his neck. The other didn't seem to mind. The rest of the class though bemoaned the actions, citing jealousy, while Tenya looked on with an unapproving glare. Back up at the head of the classroom, his dad cleared his throat. All of you are to change into gym clothes and meet me in Gym A. One of the others, a girl with mousy brown hair, put up her hand. But what about the assembly, sir? Unimportant. Here at UA the teachers decide how to implement the curriculum, and frankly having you hear rules you should already be aware of isn't worth my time or yours. He glared down the rows of students with a pause. Besides, chances are half of you will have been expelled by the end of the first month. So unless someone else believes they know how to conduct my classroom, I suggest you get a move on to Gym A. It will be noted how long you take to follow this simple instruction. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at the overly serious demeanor of his dad, who not hours ago was walking around the house in bright green socks and a sleep shirt that in a whimsical font read "Roses are red, who cares about the rest? Where's my coffee?" Koda must have picked up how relaxed Izuku was as he calmly stood up while the rest of the kids nearly fell over themselves to get out the door. Once everyone else had managed to get out, they were still the first to reach Gym A. Izuku didn't need to change, and Koda was so fast in the changing rooms he barely had to wait outside. Eventually everyone had joined them, looking considerably more nervous, while Izuku was just amused by all of it. The whole class stood there nervous about what they were in the gym for. Izuku was mostly relaxed, if a bit irritated by a few of the kids who kept glancing in his direction. Naturally, Tenya had as ever his disapproving of Izuku's shenanigans stare on his face whenever their eyes met. Kaminari looked amused, and Izuku couldn't find it in him to look at him for too long. He was far too afraid his fur would somehow develop the capability to convey that he was definitely blushing. Todoroki's behavior was strange to him until Izuku had heard Momo quietly and kindly explain to him that not everyone knows Izuku can transform. Up until that point, he was under the impression they knew and was confused about why the others were making such a fuss about Izuku. That was nothing compared to this one angry-looking blonde kid though. The very same one Izuku noticed earlier had watched him and his dad speak. Izuku could swear he's almost heard him growl for some reason. He had no idea what his problem was. Hopefully he's just one of those so-called dog people. Izuku felt himself shiver at the mere thought. He's far too glad his dads have never shown interest in acquiring pets. He's happy to let them feed the alley cats. He remembers how much he himself had relied on kinder humans back in the day. He's unsure how it would go if another cat were to live with them, however. Cats by nature are territorial, and Izuku feels like either he or the new addition would just end up fighting. The thought of a dog living in his house, though? That's not even up for consideration. It's entirely out of the question. Dogs are far too loud and certainly far too happy for no good reason. Izuku's rapidly derailing train of thought came to a halt when his dad walked in, carrying something that resembled a wriggling insect caught in a spider's web. This particular insect was thrown on the ground, still wrapped up tightly and desperately trying to get free. Izuku adjusted his posture on Koda's shoulders so that he had a better angle to see. He soon realized that it was in fact one of the kids from his class. How he ended up like this though, or even at U.A for that matter, is beyond him. To Izuku, who admittedly isn't the tallest human boy around, this one looked closer in height to that of an elementary schooler. Maybe that was actually the case? He was just a lost child who tried to walk around U.A? Ciro, his dad said loudly all of a sudden. Yes, sir. A black-haired boy with some type of elbow-related quirk tentatively stepped forward in response. Cover his mouth. This Ciro kid looked confused, and Izuku couldn't blame him. Izuku is used to his dad being kind, especially towards kids. He might seem gruff towards his students, but Izuku knows he's always cared about them. He couldn't help but wonder what this particular kid he had caught could possibly have done. Ciro looked unsure between the kid and his teacher. Sir. Would you rather join him? Is the only response he got, with a stern glare to accompany it. His eyes went wide, giving a stuttering. The slack of the capture weapon around the kid who, to Izuku, resembled a grape the longer he looked at him was loosened. Ciro bent his arm and produced some sort of tape from his elbow. With tape now in hand and ready, the last of the scarf keeping the grape quiet was released. He didn't even have a chance to so much as squeal before the tape had already covered his mouth again. But if he even breathes funny, you're allowed to tape him so thoroughly he won't be able to get loose before the new year, his dad said, throwing a glare towards the grape to show he was being serious. The Ciro boy just nodded, probably unsure if he himself was allowed to speak, and took a ready stance. After clearing his throat, his dad addressed the rest of the class. While I technically don't have to explain myself to you, this does concern you. Everyone tensed as he said that, wondering what he was talking about. I have just been made aware of an incident that you two need to now be aware of. I'm also going to be using this as a first and last warning to anyone else who might even consider doing anything remotely like this. The class swallowed nerves as a collective, and some spared a lingering stare towards the now trembling grape. Izuku knew this must be serious. He's only ever heard his dad with this tone of voice when he and Pops would deliver food to the police station. He'd nearly always be involved in a tough case and were close to making an arrest. Some of you may know Mineta, he said, pointing towards the grape who now had a name. Some of you might even be his friend. Izuku noted that nobody looked too distressed, so if he did have friends in this class, they must not be all that close. I'm not sorry, but that's about to end. Effective immediately, he has been expelled. Mineta made a sobbing noise but didn't dare move when he was thrown a glare by Aizawa. The reason why I have not simply let him leave is because I wanted him to possibly learn something. That his actions have consequences and that people are not objects. Mineta looked up distraught and wanted to move, but another glare stopped that idea in its tracks. Some of you may want to press criminal charges. As a parent with a child in the school myself, I most certainly will be. This earned a few murmurs as some openly wondered just what he could possibly have done. Personally, Izuku was more stuck on the fact that his dad had admitted he had a kid openly. He knew they weren't ashamed or that they were trying to hide it, but not many people even know his dad and Pops are married. They like to be private after all. The rest of the class didn't have to wait long for their answer as to Mineta's crime, though. It came to my attention that Mineta had planted cameras in the locker rooms. The reaction was near instantaneous. Clear disgust and worry carried throughout the murmuring. Some of the girls even looked like they wanted to cry. Locker rooms? As in both. Equal opportunity creep probably. What the dash? His dad raised his hands to quell the noise, and it didn't take long before everyone listened again. Now before you all panic, you definitely have a right to be angry, but the best we can judge is that the cameras were only placed today and haven't been activated yet. That's something at least. Creepy little sheet. The murmurs were less distressed. They still had a sentiment of disgust, but overall they didn't last as long. Hound Dog, our school counselor has made himself available all day long should any of you want to go and talk to him about this, or anything else really. There were exchanged glances between the class. From Izuku's own time in therapy, it's become obvious that humans have this weird thing where they judge each other for needing help. Izuku still doesn't understand it. He's all for being independent. Prefers it really, but even lions need to work together to feed the entirety of the pride. If you or your parents choose to press charges, Nizu assures me he will be putting the full might of you that A behind you to help. You need only come to me or Nizu himself sometime within the following week. Just then the gym doors opened again and security guards with a few combat robots accompanying them came and collected Mineta. He was wriggling even worse than before, obviously trying and failing to scream out in protest. A heavy sigh was heard before the class was addressed again. Now with that out of the way, today we will be doing the same bog-standard fitness test you've all no doubt done throughout your schooling. Only today you will be allowed to use your quirks while doing so. This brought the spirits of the class up immensely. Izuku, who had all his schooling done with Nizu, naturally never got to do even the non-quirk tests. This was entirely new territory for him. Let's start with a ball toss, shall we? Bakugo, up front. Throw it like you normally would without your quirk. That's your baseline, and then again with the assistance of your quirk. The blonde kid who would periodically stare at Izuku stepped up looking excited. He took his spot on the mark. Hard as you can. He threw, and were it a game of baseball he no doubt would have cleared the field. Next he proceeded to do the same again, though this time there was an ear-deafening bang accompanying the throw. It was lucky that this particular gym had a retractable roof which was currently halfway open, as the ball went soaring well past the bounds of the gym, the school, and quite possibly the local district. Izuku, however, didn't notice, as he was currently hiding by shoving his face into the crook of Koda's neck with paws on his ears. He felt a gentle series of pats on the top of his back moving slowly to his middle. Carefully opening his eyes, he was met with Koda's kind smile. "Not a fan of loud noises?" he asked. Izuku removed his paws fully and looked at Koda properly. "No, not a fan. Plus that looked almost like a fire for a second." Koda seemed like a good friend. They didn't immediately try to solve the problem. Not that Tenya would be a bad friend, but he can already imagine what he would have said. They need to provide some protection for students who need it from dangerous quirks. He partially found himself agreeing with his mental version of Tenya, but then again it's not that Bakugo's kid's fault, that is just his quirk. This is definitely something he wants to bring up with Dr. Hinata later today. A way to not be so affected by his fear of fire. Thinking about Tenya must have alerted him somehow, because not long after he was next to Koda and gently stroked his tail to get Izuku's attention. Izuku had expected to be berated for using his quirk, but when he turned to face his friend he saw only concern. "Yamazawa-kun, are you okay? I know you don't like loud noises." He held out his hand to be scratched, no doubt knowing Izuku didn't want to shift back unless he had to at the moment. "Tenya," Izuku said softly, feeling appreciated that his friend came to check up on him. He looked back at Koda. "I don't want to scratch him. Can you translate for me, Koda-kun?" Koda got red and looked very nervous. "Oh, I can try. It's just, well, harder to talk to humans for me." Izuku felt bad asking for something that clearly made his friend uncomfortable. "I didn't know that, sorry. It's okay, Tenya is offering for me to scratch him. It'll be fine." Izuku sat up properly again on Koda's shoulder and then gently swiped his claw on Tenya's extended hand. "Hi Tenchan, sorry about the scratch." "Don't be," I offered. He smiled and adjusted his glasses. "Now, that was pretty loud. You're okay, right?" "I'll live, Tenchan, just didn't expect it, plus it easily looks a lot like fire." The class was steadily doing the ball toss while Izuku and Tenya talked. A few of the class noticed that Tenya was talking to the mysterious cat, and he heard more than a few hushed suspicions that it was Tenya's cat. Luckily it looked like they were being called as they stood and not in some specific order. By the time it was Koda's turn, Izuku felt so much better than earlier. He was currently perched on Tenya's head, despite his initial protests. He felt that it would only encourage the growing rumor as to Izuku's ownership. Izuku found it funny. Plus they'll all know better soon anyways. Something else that probably also helped that the Bakugo boy hadn't set off more explosions. Judging him on his actions alone, he comes across almost overconfident but then is able to back it up. He must not be entirely unlikable though. He appears to be close to the boy with the offensively bright red hair and the pink-hued girl with horns. From the bits of their conversation he's eavesdropped, this Bakugo is sure nobody here could beat him in anything. That his only true competition worth talking about would be his little brother. With an uncomfortable pang that reminded him of last night's nightmare again. Luckily he didn't have long to dwell on it as his dad was calling his name. Lastly we have Yamazawa. "To the front please." Everyone in the class, bar those few who already knew, looked around for this Yamazawa kid. Most of the kids had already introduced themselves to each other, so they were quite confused by the thus unheard name. Some of them even going so far as to speculate that there was another invisible student beyond Hagakure. Izuku couldn't help smirking to himself as he jumped off of Tenya's head, leaving his glasses a bit skewed. He felt the stares of the class as they all realized that Tenya's cat was going to the front like it had been called. "Is that? Can't be. Right. Like I kept trying to tell you, dash. There he goes then? I wonder. What's going to happen?" Izuku reached the front and looked up at his dad. "Should probably change, right? Can't throw like this." With a nod and a smile he got his answer, that would probably be best. Izuku had to agree, this ball toss wasn't going to be where he shone. Cats are agile, fast and ferocious. Tossing a ball was something humans did to placate the simpletons, aka dogs. He let that familiar tingle move across his spine and shifted to human. This caused various reactions from the class. One of the girls screamed. Tenya looked like a combination of disappointed and amused. Momo was laughing at the reactions while Todoroki once again looked mildly confused but smiled fondly at Momo. Kaminari was blushing and Izuku realized it was the first time his crush had seen him with his new hair and returned the blush. Izuku had expected various reactions from the class to his human shift. He was even looking forward to what some of the more curious kids would do. The screams of shock were a bit excessive and he certainly wasn't prepared for Kaminari, making him blush. He scanned the class looking for Kiki to see if maybe she would recognize him. Quite the silly notion given she never saw him as a human, but still he wondered. She just stood there looking as shocked as some of the other girls. Nothing extraordinary and Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit dejected, even if it was an admittedly impossible idea. The most extreme reaction though happened after the screams had stopped. Momo's giggling died down and then the renewed calm was broken by Bakugo's voice. You're alive. Izuku subconsciously took a step back even if there was physically no need, there was quite a distance between them. This Bakugo kid was reminding him more and more of his biological father. Anger, harsh eyes, and loud voice. Not to even mention his quirk. Bakugo was standing there, physically held back by his friend with the bright red hair while the pink-toned girl was pleading with him to calm down. Izuku was seriously considering just shifting back to cat form and getting the hell out of there. Perhaps Pop's class has less of a chance of other students with a murderous look in their eyes. His dad stepped in before things got out of hand. He no doubt saw Izuku was starting to freak out. Enough. He looked the class over sternly daring anyone to speak, and when they didn't he spoke clearly and with intent. The next person to disrupt my class is joining Mineta in expulsion. Behave yourselves. This isn't elementary school where I'll coddle you and your tantrums. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance, but he visibly relaxed and his friends were able to let him go. He still had a glare firmly aimed at Izuku. His dad physically turned Izuku around so he couldn't see it. Softly enough for only him to hear his dad spoke. Focus on class for now, kitten. We'll talk later on, okay? You're safe. Naturally he knew his dad was right and there was nothing he could do right now about someone else's anger, especially if he had no idea why they were even angry. The entirety of the Bakugo kid had him baffled. He seemingly acted like two different people depending on how he viewed someone, and for some unknown reason Izuku has earned his ire by simply being alive. It made no sense to him. Did he know Izuku? He seemed to partially recognize him in cat shift given his lingering stares, and then he definitely recognized him as a human. How is that even possible? His dad's voice broke his spiral downwards. Hard as you can. Right, he was supposed to be doing a quirk test? He still had no idea how he would apply his quirk to aid in throwing a ball though. He threw the ball and it was nothing impressive, but it certainly wasn't average either. His dad turned to him as he wrote down the distance. Any way you can think of incorporating your quirk into a throw, Yamazawa? It was odd to be addressed by him as anything other than kitten or Aizu or even Zuzu, though the last one was more used by Pops. Still he's also grateful he didn't use kitten in front of the rest of the class. He certainly didn't need any more reasons to blush in front of Kaminari. No Izuku said quickly, catching himself before saying dad, and felt the tips of his ears practically burning with redness. Very well, go take a position with the rest of the class again. He then turned to the class as a whole as Izuku made a beeline avoiding Bakugo and heading straight for Koda and Tenya. Next up, as I'm sure you all know, is running. 10 laps around the track or 10 minutes, whichever comes first. Hopefully it will be 10 laps. You will be running in pairs to speed up the testing. I remind you, you are not competing with anyone other than yourself. Nobody said anything as Izuku took his spot, hiding somewhat behind Tenya but staying mindful of not forcing Koda into that position. They looked somehow even more nervous than Izuku was feeling. It made sense they did tell Izuku about having trouble talking to humans. It's okay, Koda-kun, you don't have to say anything, he said, smiling at his friend, and then did something Izuku thought he'd never have a chance to do outside of home. He signed a thank you to Izuku. Excitedly, Izuku started signing back to him. You know sign? The smile Koda had earlier slowly creeped back as he moved about asking, "Yes, it helps with my nerves when talking to people, so my dad thought I should properly learn it instead of random gestures." "How come you know it, if you don't mind me asking?" Izuku thought his pops could string long sentences in sign, but Koda might just have him beat. "My pops is partially deaf in both ears, so when he takes out his hearing aids at night we sign." Izuku saw Tenya pouting as he kept looking between Izuku and Koda. "If you want to know what's going on, Tenchan, you should pay more attention when Pops tries to teach you." He grumbled and turned slightly red. "I do, my hands just move faster than my brain and it doesn't always work." Izuku and Koda chuckled, only making Tenya blush more. By the time it was Izuku's turn to run, he was paired with Tenya of all people, and he loudly complained. "Oh come on, that's not fair. He's got literal engines in his legs." This earned him a stern glare from Tenya, making him feel slightly guilty. His dad sighed hearing this. "Again, you aren't competing with your running mate, just yourself." Logically he knew this was true, but nobody in class had taken that seriously. It was quite obvious everyone who's gone before were trying to see if they could outdo the other. First, Izuku thought he'd just use a normal cat shift. His speed in that form is nothing to sniff at, able to keep up with a car at legal speed of a country road. He was running against Tenya though. Lion shift is much faster, though not for as long. Then again he was mildly looking forward to shocking the rest of the class again, and that prospect alone made the choice for him. Izuku had seemingly gained a taste for chaos. They took up positions at the start, and Izuku, feeling brave for a change, winked at Kaminari, who turned red. His dad called a start, and the air was filled with a thunderous roar as he finished shifting into lion form. Tenya's engine stalled at the sudden sound next to him. A girl screamed again, and Izuku really wished she'd stop doing that. They live in a quirked society, for goodness sake. Does she scream every time someone uses a quirk she's not seen before? He didn't see who it was, so he assumed it must be Hakigure, the invisible girl. Izuku didn't have time to look behind at all the reactions though. Lion shift uses a lot of stamina, and while significantly faster than normal cat, it's only in short bursts. He took off and had completed an entire lap by the time Tenya had come to his senses. Izuku's idea of using lion shift would net him the win though, with Tenya always that one lap behind him, but by the end he skidded to a halt and rolled into cat then human in succession. He looked up and found that he was in front of Kaminari. "You looked really good out there, dude. I was hoping to see the lion again today. Your mane looks so fluffy." Izuku felt his neck get warm as Kaminari held out a hand for him to take and get up. "Thanks." He stuttered, all of his bravado from earlier somehow gone the moment the blonde's soft hand had taken his. Both of them jumped slightly as his dad cleared his throat. "Next up, obstacle course, though I suspect it will be much more involved than anything your previous schooling has conducted." His dad wasn't joking either. The majority of the class had to start over many times. Only a few, including him, managed to complete the course in the allowed time while not touching the ground. It was quite similar to the parkour section Izuku had to do in the recommended exam. Though by the end of it all of the class was feeling the strain, Izuku probably more so for using lion shift earlier. Izuku almost felt grateful when they were dismissed to go shower until Bakugo's voice reminded him about his earlier outburst. Izuku was about to panic when his dad came to his rescue. "Bakugo! A word." Intentional or not, Izuku mouthed a thank you to him as he kept walking with Tenya and Koda to the boys' locker room and shower combination. Everything was going smoothly until he undressed and several of the boys gasped. Izuku's come a long way with human customs, but he was certain they were supposed to undress to shower, and cursory glance told him he was right. He had no idea what the shock was about until Bakugo entered the locker room and gave his own gasp and cursed. So you were there after all." Izuku followed his eyes, and it became apparent everyone was looking at his burn scar on the side of his leg. Something else struck Izuku though, the way Bakugo speaks, the question he screamed at him earlier, and now this. He definitely knew Izuku from before he lived as a cat. "Do you know me from before, Bakugo?" He clicked his tongue and looked behind him, as if someone was standing behind him. "Aizawa-sensei said we'll talk about it before lunch." That wasn't a no, but if his dad knows about it, he must have a plan, right? He chose to put his faith in his dad and simply nodded at Bakugo. "Okay." With that he went to the showers, grateful Kaminari hadn't been around during that exchange. He saw his gym bag no longer had some of his things and knew exactly where they had gone. "Tenchan, you better not use all of my shampoo again," he yelled out as he went chapter text. The rest of the classes Izuku had before lunch were quite awkward for him. He didn't think everyone who had seen his scar would be so concerned by it. Not that anyone beyond Bakugo had said anything about it, but while he might be socially behind the rest of them, he's certainly not oblivious to the nervous and guilty or lingering stares he's been getting from them. On top of that, Bakugo was seated right in front of him, and he had a constant view of Kiki. This meant between the boys staring, Bakugo grumbling under his breath, and Kiki still being oblivious to his existence. Izuku had been forced to keep his eyes on his desk and schoolwork. That would have been fine if it didn't turn out Nizu had already taught him these things, meaning he was done before anyone else, leaving him bored. His only saving grace was that because the grape-headed pervert was expelled, there was an empty seat behind him, in which Kaminari had promptly placed himself. Sure, he felt nervous having his crush so close, but it was better than having him in his field of view too. By the time the lunch bell rang, Izuku was too relieved to see his dad had called over the very two people causing him the most stress so far. The class filed out in a loud chatter, a noise Izuku very soon discovered he cared very little for as he covered his ears. That of course meant he hadn't heard Kaminari talking to him and gave a squeak of surprise as he felt a gentle tap on his forearm. Instantly his face was blood red as he saw Kaminari standing there with that overly white smile of his. Izuku isn't weird about teeth or anything, but he couldn't help but wonder why he had never noticed just how perfect Kaminari's were. His set of sharp fang-like cuspids looked quite efficient enough to take down prey. Izuku was aware most people called them canines, but he refused to associate what, to him, are clearly more cat-like features to something as common as a mutt. "Hey there, so you cut your hair?" Kaminari said with a wave when Izuku removed his hands from his ears. He then proceeded to turn an even brighter shade of red than Izuku was. "I mean, it looks good. Not that you looked bad with the long hair before. Just different. Not that different is bad." Izuku could swear he saw steam coming off of the blonde, and he couldn't help but giggle. For once he wasn't the one making a fool of himself, and he couldn't help like the boy in front of him even more because of it. He also felt that brief amount of bravery he had felt earlier. He tucked a few strands of his hair behind his ear and smiled at him. "Thank you, Kami. I got gum stuck in it, so I didn't have much of a choice." The blonde looked mildly stunned at the shortened version of his name and smiled widely afterwards. "Gum, huh?" He chuckled lightly, and then his ears got slightly pink again and his gaze drifted to the side. "So do you maybe want to dash?" Kaminari had started to ask, but then was cut off when from the front of the classroom they heard, "Yamazawa, Kaminari, you can talk later. Yamazawa, report to my desk please." "Coming, sir." Izuku reluctantly said, silently said that his dad had interrupted. Was Kaminari about to ask him out? To lunch? To marry him? To have a litter together? Izuku shook his head of those notions as he walked up to his dad's desk. That would be moving far too fast, but he couldn't help but blush at the idea of that anyways. Kaminari looked nervous as he made a quick retreat out of the classroom, not saying anything, clearly scared of their teacher. Izuku couldn't help the smile on his face as he watched him do a sort of mix between a run and fast walk. His smile didn't last though, as he noticed the two people also at his dad's desk. One of them wearing his constant scowl and looking rather impatient. The other looked entirely confused about what she was doing there and nervously fidgeting. "Bakugo, go wait outside. I'll call you in when it's your turn." "What? That's bullshit. I waited like you said I should, and now you want to not do this." "Why is she even here?" he asked, annoyed and pointing to the girl. "Language, Bakugo, do as you're told." His dad reprimanded the scowling blonde. "Not that I agree with his attitude, sensei, but why am I here?" the girl asked, her voice wavering slightly. "Both of you are here because of me," Izuku said, earning a tongue click from Bakugo and a confused look from the girl. Izuku had to look away from her, remembering a near-identical look on her face when she'd ask her mom why her dad is always so angry. Instead he looked at Bakugo. "I don't know what you have to do with me, but I want to know. Could you just wait? This is important too." Izuku asked nicely of the blonde. Tisi. Whatever, Bakugo said, clicking his tongue again, shoving his hands in his pockets and stomping to stand out in the hallway, closing the door a little harder than was needed. The change in his dad's demeanor was near instant once Bakugo was outside of earshot. Now, this might be either shocking or disturbing news. If you feel the need, hound dog, our school counselor has made himself available. She lost a bit of color hearing this. Okay, now you're kind of scaring me, sensei. What could be so bad? It's the first time I've ever seen you, Yamazawa. How does he have anything to do with me? Izuku frowned. Dad, don't scare Kiki like that. Kiki? Dad? I'm so confused. Izuku held the back of his neck as he faced her. Sorry. It's nothing bad, you did nothing wrong. This seemed to relax her somewhat. Okay, so what is this about? And did you just call Aizawa-sensei Dad and me Kiki? Izuku blushed, letting his pet name for his former friend slip like that. Alright, sorry. See, the thing is, Izuku started looking back at his dad for support, who only nodded with kind eyes. You used to be my friend when I was a kitten. I'm sorry, what? Her eyes widened with confusion and now a tinge of skepticism. Well, up until when I had just turned 14, I didn't know that I am a human. Izuku finished, averting the questioning gaze of the girl in front of him. So you're saying you used to be my cat? Yeah, for a while, until your dad, well, I'm not sure you want to know. Izuku finished, his voice lower than when he had started. This isn't some kind of joke, right, sensei? No, it isn't. I can verify most of it. I was the one who found him and then later adopted him. His dad said, laying a gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder. For reasons Izuku alone has to decide if he's ready for you to know, he did in fact live for 10 years as a cat. So what did my SPRM donor do? The main reason I wanted to talk to you is because apart from the random shop owners in my alley, you were the only human who was kind to me. She looked sad hearing that, but Izuku pressed on. I didn't want you thinking I ran away or didn't appreciate the time I spent with you. I know it's not my place either, but I kind of wanted to make sure you're okay too. Izuku sniffed, holding back a few tears. I was so worried about you while I was in the pound. Izuku quickly corrected himself when his dad gently squeezed his shoulder. Your dad was always so angry. She looked stunned for a second and then chuckled bitterly. That's an understatement. I remember briefly having a cat, but he told me I was a bad girl, so you ran away. I'm glad it turns out that he had lied, like always. She looked lost for a second and then smiled sadly. I am safe now, yes. He's in jail for trying to kill my mom. Oh, Kiki. Izuku gasped and hugged her, probably a bit too fast, but she only giggled before she pressed her face into Izuku's chest and cried. After a bit she sniffled and pulled away slightly and then ruffled Izuku's hair. I knew deep down you didn't run away, Fluffy. Izuku only chuckled at his old given name. He had to agree with it though. His fur and hair has always been soft and fluffy, no matter the length. It's the first day, so lunch is 2 hours. You're welcome to go there or to Hound Dog if you want to. His dad spoke up. She shook her head smiling. I'm fine, Aizawa-sensei. Take good care of Fluffy for me, she teased as she broke the hug and poked Izuku's side. His dad had the audacity to actually laugh at that. Haha, we'll do, Jiro. Bakugo stomped in almost as soon as Jiro had left, and Izuku couldn't help but feel nervous. This guy was intense, and his quirk definitely makes him feel more on edge than he feels with anyone else in the class. He stopped just short of running into Izuku and eyed both him and his dad. Well, you seriously need to control yourself, Bakugo. I'm allowing this for the overall welfare of my son. If I think for a second having this conversation is more detrimental than helpful, I'm putting a stop to it. Do you understand? Bakugo grumbled but quieted down nonetheless as he saw how serious Aizawa was and proceeded to nod. Good. Now I'm willing to overlook the fact that you just eavesdropped on a very private conversation if it helps speed up things here. I'll also be needing you to not spread what you heard. Izuku looked stunned between his dad and this Bakugo guy. He had listened in on the conversation with Kiki. Izuku would be lying if he said that didn't piss him off. It made him forget about his budding fear of Bakugo's quirk. That's so effed up, dude. What gives you the right to do something like that? Language Izuku. Izuku spun around and stomped his foot. But Dad. Izuku received a look that told him there was no winning that particular point, so he just returned to glaring at Bakugo for what he did. You really don't remember then, do you? Bakugo asked in such a soft manner that Izuku almost felt guilty for being angry at him. Almost. Remember what, Bakugo? Me for one, he sighed, looking slightly lost before continuing. Or your life before the fire? Izuku shook his head, seeing that Bakugo was at least trying to be serious about this. The only thing I remember comes to me in the form of a nightmare I've had since I was a kitten. Nightmare? Bakugo frowned. It doesn't start out as one. Sighed, not really wanting to relive the entire thing again after the night he's had. Maybe just key points in it? It starts with what I now know is my mom. There's a baby she says is my brother. That part is nice, but pretty soon it shifts to eyes so orange and filled with hatred, fire, smoke and pain in my side. My mom telling me to live. Izuku stopped as he started to smell the phantom smoke. Bakugo looks haunted as he hears the summary of Izuku's recurring nightmare, but he doesn't move to interrupt Izuku. It was only because of my dad here and with the help of Nedzu that I know it's a memory and not a nightmare. Anything before that is just blank, Izuku finishes, happy he didn't spiral completely into a panic attack again. Did you really live like a cat for 10 years? Bakugo asked, sounding actually concerned for a second. It wasn't that bad. Izuku chuckles. Izuku, his dad speaks up, no doubt trying to remind him about what his therapist had said, that he shouldn't marginalize what he went through. Izuku doesn't fully agree with Dr. Hinata on that one though. What? It wasn't. Sure, the majority of humans are as mean, Izuku corrected when his dad coughed, but there were a kind few. Mostly it was just lonely, Izuku admitted. What about other cats? Izuku chuckled at that. They must have known instinctually I'm not really one of them. I never really fit in with any Clouder for long. Confusion spread across Bakugo's face. Clouder? Group name for a bunch of cats? Nedzu said normal human schooling was lax, but really Bakugo. Izuku laughed. Kaken. Izuku stopped laughing, not understanding what Bakugo had meant. What? He sighed heavily, looking like he regretted even bringing it up. When we used to play together as brats, it's what you called me. Oh. Izuku said, unsure how to feel about it. It sounds like such a cute and bubbly name, and apart from this interaction, well, Bakugo doesn't appear to be anything that would match that. Did he call him that ironically? Though how much does a 4-year-old understand irony? None would be the answer. He looked directly at Bakugo, who he could have sworn didn't have such pink ears before. Did you want me to call you that again? What? No, he said incredibly fast and adopted an unconvincing scowl. Language, Aizawa sighed, not that it was going to do anything, both teenagers talking like he wasn't even there. Oh, okay. Both of them stood there looking awkward when suddenly it looked like something had dawned on Bakugo. So, I suppose you'll want to see him then? Izuku had no idea who he was talking about, huh? Bakugo looked at Aizawa for the first time in a while. Does he not know? Know what, Bakugo? Aizawa asked, his suspicion evident. Your dash, he started but shook his head. Ibuki, he's my brother now. The hag adopted him. He's alive. Izuku asked, stunned. Yet, when they were clearing out the rubble, they heard him crying. They found Auntie Inko, and next to her was Ibuki, looking the same as when he was born. Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. His brother was alive. From the nightmare memory, he can hear him crying along with the horrible screaming. It seemed impossible that anybody could survive that. His side was only grazed by Hisashi's fire, and he's permanently scarred. How? Izuku asked aloud this time. His quirk. Fireproof skin, melting touch. Bakugo told them, and Izuku felt a weight lift. Ibuki was alive, and better still, he most likely wasn't a scarred mess like he is. Bakugo's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Well, the first bit, the melting touch, only came when he was 4. Melted my Diamond Silver Age All Might action figure. Izuku wanted to blame Nedzu for not digging deeper, but realistically knew that there was no reason to suspect. Plus, Ibuki's records would probably be sealed under Bakugo instead of Midoriya now. Bakugo dropped another bombshell then. Everyone thought Hisashi had either taken you or given the heat. They thought you died and like Effie vaporized. Aizawa just sighed at that point and resolved to place a hand on Izuku's back to ground him. It was obvious this conversation was taking a toll. Hisashi's body wasn't found either, and given his quirk they think he just ran away. Izuku didn't know what to say about Hisashi running around out there free as a bird after killing his mother and destroying his life. He also didn't know whether or not he wanted to meet with Ibuki. Does he deserve to? He's the big brother. They're supposed to protect their younger siblings, right? That's the human thing to do. I don't know, he finally said, glancing between Bakugo and his dad, who just smiled at him kindly. He doesn't know, Bakugo suddenly said. Know what? He sighed and put his hands in his pockets. That he's adopted. The hag thought he might remember the fire if he found out. Izuku supposed that made sense. He'd certainly pick the option to never remember it if he could. Is he happy? Something entirely unexpected happened then. The scowl, the same one that was seemingly permanently affixed to Bakugo's face, lifted entirely and he was smiling broadly. Like he'd just seen his first snow, or how Izuku looks when they have sushi and he picks off just the fish. He's amazing. Only person who can keep up with my greatness. He might even be better than me. Bakugo boasted as if he was responsible for that. Izuku understood then the look the blonde in front of him had. Ibuki was truly loved by his brother. He himself might not have been there to fill that role, but he did have it, and that made Izuku really happy. It was enough for now, beyond maybe knowing what he looks like. Izuku laughed along with Bakugo as he finished a cute story about Ibuki melting the popcorn bowl during his first scary movie. Do you have a picture? Izuku asked afterwards. Sure, Bakugo said, digging into a pocket for his phone. Izuku and Bakugo head off to lunch, mostly with Bakugo sharing anecdotes and funny stories about Ibuki. It's clear that apart from himself, Bakugo thinks the world of his baby brother. Izuku is conflicted if he's really honest with himself. On the one hand, he's glad Ibuki has had someone like that in his life, but he's also sad and angry at his bio dad for what could have been. He couldn't really dig too deep into that though, partly because he doesn't want to induce a panic attack. Mostly though it was because Bakugo's high energy didn't really leave time to think. Another welcome distraction came when they walked into Kaminari en route to the cafeteria. Izuku felt his neck getting warm as he remembered that Kaminari was about to ask him something earlier. Possibly a date? Hey guys, finally done with sensei? Come on, we saved you guys spots, Kaminari said as he practically skipped over to them. You saved us spots? Izuku asked, already feeling his fondness for Kaminari increasing even more. Sure did, Tiger, he replied with a smug smile and a wink, making Izuku's knees threaten to give in. Tiger? Izuku stammered, cheeks turning pink, not used to having a nickname. Kaminari's eyes went wide and looked panicked. Oh, do you not like that? He hurriedly asked. Izuku felt the heat in his neck increasing even more as he realized that he in fact didn't mind it at all. Especially if it was Kaminari calling him that. No, it's fine, just didn't expect it. Kaminari looked relieved and his smile from earlier returned. He looked really good smiling. Izuku found himself thinking that he'd go to great lengths to protect it. He gained a burst of confidence. He knew that he should ask Kaminari for that date now while it lasts. Izuku looked up at Kaminari and cleared his throat and smiled. So, both of them said in unison. Both of them looked a bit shaken at the coincidence but mostly amused. Oh, you go first, Kaminari said. And now it's fine, you can go first, Izuku insisted, knowing his dad had cut Kaminari off earlier as well. They stared at each for a bit, neither really sure if the other was going to say anything, but Izuku didn't want to lose his nerve, so he went ahead and asked anyway. Wanna go get coffee? Do you want to do something together? Both of them had asked at the same time, speaking over the other, but both of them had understood. This led to both of them also blushing like crazy at the situation. Bakugo smacked his own face and groaned. Oh my gods, I'm going on ahead, I can't watch this train wreck. He then promptly power walked away. Awkward giggles turned into full-on hysterical tear-inducing laughter. Calming down took some time, and all the nerves Izuku had felt about asking Kaminari out vanished. He wanted to go on a date with Izuku too. So can I take that as a yes then? Kaminari smirked. Definitely, Izuku blushed. Slowly they walked towards the same direction where Bakugo had rushed off to earlier. Izuku kept stealing glances at Kaminari and he couldn't help but smile at how the other boy's hair bounced as he walked. He also picked up on the strong scent of charged ions surrounding the blonde. As a cat he wasn't the biggest fan of the rain, who would, what with having limited places to hide and stay dry. During his time as a human though he's come to love the smell rain gives off. Petrichor Nedzu had taught him it was called. Kaminari gave off that same scent and Izuku wondered if maybe it was part of the reason he was so drawn to the boy. Kaminari suddenly started walking backwards and stared at Izuku intensely, nearly catching Izuku with a dumb smile, enjoying being so close to him. "Your eyes look really cool, by the way." That's when Izuku realized apart from his new haircut it was also the first time he was sporting the very skill that had cost him his long hair. He couldn't help but blush at the compliment though. "Thanks, that's why I had to cut my hair though, got too focused, and then the gum, yeah." Izuku stopped talking, realizing he was rambling a bit and had already told him about the gum. Kaminari just smiled at him, looking actually interested in anything he said. "Like I said earlier, it really suits you. You're really pretty. How do you do that?" Izuku groaned into his hands, trying to hide his spreading redness. "What?" Kaminari teased. "Say such nice things without wanting to curl up and hide away." "Oh, I don't know. It's all true though, plus I like seeing you smile." Izuku dared looking at his crush and felt his stomach loop in delight as he smiled at him and proceeded to wink at him. "Stup," Izuku whined, not knowing if it was physically possible to turn a brighter shade of red than he was right now. "Hee hee. Come on, let's get to the others before they send a search party." Kaminari laughed and dragged Izuku by the wrist toward the cafeteria. Izuku allowed himself to be dragged around gently, all the while having a silent freakout that his crush was actually touching him. He knows it's silly, it was the most minimal of skin contact, but it felt like all the warmth in the world came from that small area where Kaminari was holding his wrist. He didn't mind it in the slightest. In fact, he felt a bit sad when he let go once they had reached their destination. The cafeteria was noisy with nearly the whole school in there, some eating, others just using the area to have a conversation. Somewhere near the back Izuku saw the redhead of their class, Kirishima, call them over with a wave. He was sitting next to and practically on top of Bakugo as he was waving them over. Next to them was the pink-hued girl he remembers as Ishido. Izuku was glad, however, that it wasn't just completely new people he'd be sitting next to, as he saw Tenya also there, who was currently engaged with a conversation involving explaining something to Todoroki by the looks of it. Yaoyorozu looked on, clearly feeling fond of her boyfriend with limited social understanding. Not that Izuku was much better, so he didn't judge Todoroki at all. Tenya had helped him many times over too. Izuku gave a small wave to the table containing Kiki, Jiro, Achiko, and the boy he remembers as Siro. Kiki waved back and smiled, which earned him an odd look from Siro. He didn't bother figuring it out though, as Bakugo's voice broke through most of the noise when they got closer. "Finally, I thought you guys would be forever stuck in the land of failed flirting." Izuku's blush, now seemingly permanent, ignited yet again. "Oh, that's harsh, dude." Kaminari protested as he took a seat. "Besides, you're just jealous that I have a date and you don't." Izuku smirked and sat down next to him, feeling a bit of confidence again. "Wow, so he said yes. You should be careful there with this one, stupid gives off easily, you know." Bakugo teased at Kaminari's expense and Izuku felt annoyed by it. "You remind me of one of those tiny mutts humans carry around in their bags. Endless noise and excessive wild fur," Izuku said, glancing up at Bakugo's barely contained mess of a hairstyle. The whole table, including Todoroki, burst out laughing. "Oh my god, Baku bro. He got you good," Kirishima said while hanging on to him to stop himself falling out of his seat laughing. "He does look a little like a Pomeranian," Todoroki remarked blandly, marking a renewal of the laughter. Izuku was a bit worried that Bakugo would literally explode, but it seemed half his focus was on Kirishima and how much he was enjoying himself. Were they a couple? Thief. Bakugo clicked his tongue, looking mildly annoyed at being the butt of the joke. "I was only fang joking, you catty beach. You guys haven't even gone on your date yet and you're already protective of him." Thanks, Tiger," Kaminari said with a smile and bumped Izuku with his shoulder gently. All Izuku could do was blush all over again. Izuku had spent the majority of lunch stealing glances at Kaminari, who he often caught doing the same, causing both of them to blush. He didn't just do that though, he did learn a thing or three about his class and current table mates. Like Bakugo's family had moved after the fire, Bakugo luckily had enough tact to not mention how Izuku was connected to that. He in turn learned that Bakugo, Kirishima, Shiro, and Ishido all grew up together and went to school together too. Kiki Jire, Achiko, and a very reluctantly looking Shiro joined their table at one point. It earned Izuku a recounting of the day of the normal entrance exam. How Bakugo had actually saved Achiko from being crushed by Netsu's zero-pointer. Izuku couldn't believe the Chimera actually used that thing during the exam. Over the time he's studied with the creature, he's known that he tends to be kind of unhinged. Prone to go on about world domination, but he didn't think he'd ever put a student's life on the line just for a test. The story also grew Izuku's confidence in allowing Ibuki to continue living his life undisturbed. Bakugo may be brash, loud, no doubt far too loud for his own good and severely lacking in any kind of hairbrush, but he seems like a good guy overall. The story about the incident outside UA on that same day and why Achiko is glad Mineta was expelled only endeared the blonde to him even more. That was until he had to go and ruin it. The bell signaling lunches end rang and Bakugo, Tenya, and Izuku happened to be on the tail end of the crowd leaving the cafeteria. Kaminari had gotten swept away by the multitude of pushing students. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance at the slow progress of the crowd and caught sight of Izuku looking at the photo of Ibuki Bakugo himself had sent him earlier. "You do know he's my brother now, right? I'm not letting eyebags or his wife steal him away." Izuku felt his mouth sour at the comment. Partly because that was never his intention once he had learned about Ibuki still being alive. The cruel nickname about his dad, their teacher, also rubbed him the wrong way. "Firstly, you better never call my dad, our teacher, that in front of me ever again," Izuku said, getting close to Bakugo and pushing a finger against his chest. "Secondly, the only thing I've ever wanted since the moment I learned Ibuki was alive is for him to be safe and happy," Izuku said, feeling the tears fill the corner of his eyes but ignoring it. The whole crowd, unknown to Izuku, had gone silent and was watching and listening to him go off on Bakugo. "He's the only thing connecting me to our mother, so yeah, I wanted to see what he looked like. Sue me." Izuku threw his hands in the air in exasperation. "I don't even have a photo of our mom. I thought I had her eyes, but I come nowhere close to it in comparison to him." Izuku sighed and shook his head. "I never intended to take him away from the only family he's known. So if you for even suggesting otherwise." Izuku wiped at his face with the back of his hand. Bakugo looked like he wanted to say something as he grew increasingly pale as Izuku kept talking. Izuku just shook his head to deny him and looked him directly in the eyes. "Lastly, I seriously hope that was just some sick joke or a weird jealousy thing, because up until a second ago I was really glad Ibuki had someone so awesome and good for a big brother. Something I failed at." Izuku turned and pushed his way past the crowd of people who were just standing there staring at him. Most of them moved aside, but some of them appeared to be shocked to some degree. Izuku didn't want to deal with them, so he shifted to cat and ran past or through their legs. He didn't know where he was going, but he just knew it can't be here anymore. Bakugo looked pale as nearly everyone still in the cafeteria was staring at him. It was only by the time the second warning bell rang that people started moving again. Tenya walked in front of Bakugo, who looked up at him. I was only joking with him." Tenya frowned at him. "I don't know you very well, Bakugo, but I do know Izuku. Human interaction, well, it's not his strongest skill. That being said, that was kind of a shitty thing to joke about." It came across more as an underhanded threat. Tenya proceeded to follow the last dregs of students out of the cafeteria and back to class before Bakugo could even respond. As Tenya walked, he couldn't help but wondering why Yude had kept the corridors so narrow, but went ahead and installed over-the-top tall doors. Izuku still didn't know exactly where he was going, and he'd been running for a good long while now. It wasn't until he stopped for a breath that he figured out where his body had brought him on autopilot. His pop's classroom. He pawed open the door remarkably easily given its size and found he was also amazed at the technology Yudata uses. Outside in the hallway nobody could say the world's loudest hero was busy animatedly explaining the difference between nouns and adverbs in English to a bunch of confused-looking teenagers. What he wouldn't give for that sound-dampening technology when his parents call for him to wake up. Like it always seems to be the case, someone has to point out that they have spotted him. "Look at the cat," a girl said loud enough to be heard. A feat in and of itself when the present mic is in the room, speaking. Granted, he is majestic and understandably quite the spectacle for whatever dull lives these two-legged devils have been enduring. Izuku shook his head to rid himself of reverting to that way of thinking. He's human too. Though times like right now he kind of wishes his dad never found him. Life would be so much simpler if he had remained a cat all the time. If it wasn't for the free food and actually loving his parents, he'd genuinely consider running off to try and join an alley clouder. His pops stopped talking once the girl had said it, and his eyes immediately found Izuku. "Izu? Everything okay?" "Mew," Izuku answered and ran to the underside of his pop's desk, doing his best to ignore the whispers of the students. "Okay, class, we'll continue this off tomorrow. Read among yourselves, and yes, Rebecca, before you ask, it must be an English book." The next thing Izuku knew, his pop's face peeked around the drawers. "You doing okay there, kiddo? Does Dad know you're here?" "Mew," once again was the only answer he got, causing him to sigh heavily and pull out his phone. A few moments later he heard his dad's voice faintly. "Sho. Zashi, I can't talk, Izuku didn't come back from lunch." "You know I know." "What? How?" "He's here. Did he tell you why he's not in class right now?" "I have no idea. Was hoping you could tell me." Think maybe the whole ordeal with finding his friend from kitten days and learning that his brother is alive might have hit him harder than I thought. "What? When did all of this happen?" "Oh, just at the start of lunch, while we had a talk with her and then Bakugo, whose parents happens to have adopted the boy. It would have been nice if you told me about all of this too, Sho. I'm only his dad after all." "Oh, and I'm not?" "I never said that." "Certainly sounds like it." "Really now, Sho? You're the one who brought up the fact that you're his dad. You know I didn't mean it like you aren't." "Ow. Stop fighting," Izuku hissed, having scratched his pops to be able to talk and to distract him. "Sho will talk later," his pops said and ended the call. Izuku felt guilty for scratching his dad, but hearing the two of them argue like that brought up the feeling he used to have as a kitten when his dad and mom fought. Something he didn't even know he remembered. That and what he experienced with Kiki's dad always yelling and being drunk. He just couldn't take it anymore. His pops picked him up and walked out of the classroom. "Hey kiddo," he said once they were outside and sitting in the hallway. Crying as a cat was weird, and subconsciously he shifted back to human and buried his face into his pop's shirt, sobbing. "I'm sorry I scratched you. Just can't take the fighting." Hey, it's okay," his pop said gently, playing with his hair. "We were both just worried about you, kiddo, and did the wrong thing by taking it out on each other instead of working together." Izuku pulled away from burrowing in his pop's chest, choosing instead to look at him while tears still fell down his cheeks. "It's my fault, I'm always screwing up everything for you guys." "Hey, none of that," his pop said gently, grabbing his face in both of his hands. "You're our whole reason for existing." He made sure they had eye contact and continued. "Nothing, and I do mean nothing you could ever do or say will make either of us love or need you any less than we do right now." "I love you, Pop," Izuku sobbed as he dove back into his pop's chest. He in turn shushed Izuku by hugging him and kissing the top of his head. "Love you too, kiddo." The school day after Bakugo's bad taste joke, Izuku had taken his parents' offer of letting him stay in the teacher's lounge or with Nizu. They themselves had spent the better part of the night consoling Izuku, assuring him they aren't angry with him, and despite the small argument they still loved each other. That he didn't cause them problems. They had spent the night all cuddled on the couch watching old pre-Quirk age movies, where they all eventually fell asleep. Izuku felt slightly guilty for acting like a little kid, but he couldn't deny it's the best sleep he's had in a while. He soon realized that morning after having breakfast that neither he nor Kaminari had made any solid plans for their date. Much as he's opposed to the idea of his dad's knowing who his crush is, he didn't have his number. He was about to ask his dad if he could send Kaminari to the teacher's lounge sometime today. But that's when he remembered Tenya had been named class president after he had ran away. On the drive to school, Izuku texted Tenya. He was bound to have everyone's number. He really prefers hearing people talk to him, that way he can at least pick up variations in tone. Texting, while certainly faster, doesn't convey intention that clearly, and Izuku is always nervous he's taking something the wrong way. Luckily he's known Tenya long enough that that's almost never a problem. Cricket, Tenchan paw prints. I'm sure he'll apologize. Not that you have to forgive him. He kind of seems like an a-hole pouting face. Tenchan, did you almost swear? Weary cat face. Person running, you saw nothing. Enjoy the movies. Night. Grinning face with sweat. Nighty night. 10. Grinning cat face with smiling eyes. Today, 6:55 a.m. Tension. Grinning face with sweat. Izuku? How are you feeling today? I'm okay. Was wondering. Thinking face. Yeah. Since you've been elected our prestigious leader, any chance you have everyone's numbers? Smirking face. I do. But kinda sorta maybe forgot to set a time and place for my date with Kaminari. Flushed face. And you don't have his number. Help please, pleading face. Are you not coming to class today? Nah, don't wanna see you know who, nauseated face. He's not Voldemort. Izu. Face with rolling eyes. Boltu? Is this another Harry Potter thing? Anxious face with sweat. Is this another Harry Potter thing, he says, face screaming in fear. I keep threatening to do it, but I'm tying you up to a chair and making you watch all the Harry Potter movies next time I'm over. New moon face. Tell you what. Get me his number and I'll willingly do it. Grinning face with sweat. Oh well, if that's the case. Triple XXXXXXX. Have fun. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Thanks, grinning cat face. Tenya had provided the number early in the morning, yet sitting in Nedzu's office listening to him type away at his computer, Izuku still hadn't gathered the courage to actually text Kaminari. The remark Bakugo had made kept bouncing around in his head, and it was degrading his confidence in reading a situation. Up until Bakugo had said what he did, Izuku had thought he was such an amazing person. What if he had misread Kaminari's intention by asking him to go do something together? Maybe, despite confirming it was a date at the table, he had meant something else when he had asked. Only succumbing to the table's assumptions? Sometimes he wishes things in his human life could be as clear-cut as it had been when he lived as a cat. Slow birds meant easy prey and nothing else. There was no hidden agenda or subtle meaning beyond it. Living as a human has meant navigation of unspoken and seemingly hidden or absurd rules. Izuku pulled out his phone before he could completely talk himself out of what could possibly be a really good thing. Kaminari is really handsome and being around him makes his stomach feel funny, but in a good way. It's definitely something he knows he wants to keep experiencing, so with that goal in mind, he opened the messaging app. Woozy face, flushed face, Kaminari, high voltage. Today 7:39 a.m. Grinning face with sweat. It's Yamazawa here. Dude. Smiling face with smiling eyes. I was just thinking about you. You kind of disappeared yesterday. You okay? Did Ida give you my number? Thinking face. Yeah. Grinning face with sweat. Hope you don't mind. Bakugo was just a bit of an but toward the end of lunch. Pouting face. Had to get away. No, I don't mind like at all. Grinning squinting face. Was about to ask him for yours. Flushed face. Also no worries about escaping Blasty. He seems intense. Face screaming in fear. Yeah. We did it again, rolling on the floor laughing. You go first. Face with tears of joy, hee hee. We kinda didn't figure out where we're going for our date. Or when. Pleading face. Yeah, sorry. Downcast face with sweat. Don't be. Squinting face with tongue. Is today after school okay with you? Yeah, definitely. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Great. Are you like allergic to anything? Nope. Why? Face with monocle. Wanna take you to this little bakery near the park. Their pastries are insanely good. Weary face. Don't wanna kill you if you can't like have peanuts or something though. But that's so nice. Hugging face. But no nut allergies here. Smirking face. Hey, flushed face. Awesome. Want me to come pick you up or meet you there? Can you come pick me up after school is done? Sure thing. Where though? Face with raised eyebrow. Oh, I'm spending the day with Nedzu. So just swing by his office. Okay. Grinning face with sweat. Sensei just walked in. See you later. Face blowing a kiss. See you. Winking face. Izuku immediately felt much better and at the same time quite silly for worrying so much if Kaminari had intended something else. He was smiling quite content in what he had managed to push himself to do when a loud thud jerked him out of his daze. Nizu had dropped a sizable stack of papers in front of him and was wearing that mischievous smile Izuku's come to know means nothing but trouble for everyone who isn't Nedzu. Izuku, how would you feel about testing out of your normal classes and only attending heroic lessons? Less time with unsavory humans? He asked, pulling a teacup filled to the brim from seemingly thin air. Izuku had to admit, the offer was mighty tempting. He could use the time to train, or even better. It's been ages since he was able to just stretch out in the sun and forget the world. On the other hand, he's made a few friends and is possibly working towards having a boyfriend. Human interaction isn't as horrible as it used to be when he was younger. Is that what these are then? He asked, eyeing the stack of papers. Quite so. Tests that would grant you enough credits to qualify them as being completed. Izuku eyed the stack, wondering if he could even do them. You really think I'd be able to do them? It wasn't that long ago you were teaching me the basics. Nedzu chuckled and sipped at his tea. Yes, well, your mind is quite something for someone without a mental quirk himself. Possibly it might be related to a mutation because of how your mother's quirk worked. Children of parents with mental quirks are often smarter or have better memory retention. It made sense. Even during all his years as a cat, he had never forgotten language and the basics of reading that he then developed further without even realizing it. He smirked at Nedzu. Let's see how far I get. Taking the top packet of papers. Izuku found that annoyingly, as expected, the Nedzu creature was correct. The tests he had him take were remarkably doable and only found himself mildly struggling with history and economics. He had expected as much. Human history wasn't the most exciting thing to Izuku's mind. Economics also shared in his lack of enthusiasm for it, the concept of money still being a rather ridiculous idea. He still remembers almost getting in trouble for just taking something that had caught his attention. Luckily his dad was with him and paid the annoyed vendor. He had his first lesson on money that very day, and even to this day he personally doesn't see the point, but he at least now knows humans take it quite seriously. He had just finished with the last packet of tests when there was a series of light but rapt knocks at the door. Nedzu, with a tone Izuku would identify as amused, called for the person to enter. He was no doubt overly used to humans just barging in. During his time where Nedzu had taught him it had happened enough, he also suspects that's why he now likes to preempt it by remotely opening the door before people can do it themselves. Izuku had been so busy with his tests that his mind had put everything else aside. But the moment Kaminari entered looking mildly nervous, his focus was entirely on the blonde. Kaminari-kun, this is a surprise. Welcome, would you like some tea? Izuku knew of course that was an utter lie. Nedzu has access to all of the cameras on campus. Both obvious and hidden, especially the one right outside his door. He'd no doubt have seen Kaminari coming long before he was even on this floor. And no thank you, sir. Kaminari stuttered, looking a bit confused at the notion of casually having tea with his principal. Izuku knew the Chimera saw it as a human ritual most people are comfortable with, an excellent starting point to most conversations. He's seen the creature use it to both put someone at ease or to throw them entirely off balance by the unexpected offer. Izuku, however, didn't think too long about that, too busy staring at his crush's increasingly pink nervous-induced blush. He found the blonde all the more pretty with that extra bit of color to his face. Well, I hope you don't mind if I indulge in a cup. Nedzu smiled, pouring yet another cup for himself. Izuku often wondered how that tiny body handled so much liquid. The Chimera seemingly drinks twice his body weight of the stuff, daily. And not at all, sir. Excellent, Nedzu said, clapping his paws together, quite satisfied. Now what can I help you with today? Kaminari looked panicked, and when his eyes met Izuku's own, he only seemed to gain a few extra shades of red. WLI-. As cute as Izuku found the other boys stuttering and blushing, he decided to save him. Not everyone is equipped to deal with the enigma that is the school's principal. He's here for me. Izuku cut him off, smirking when he saw relief in the other boy's honey-colored eyes. We have a date. Sorry I'm late, he said, eyeing the clock on the wall, which informed him that it was indeed 10 minutes after school had actually finished for everyone else. Oh, no worries, looks like you've been busy. He giggled, eyeing the large stack of now completed exam packets. Nedzu is testing me out of normal classes so I can use the time to nap. Kaminari's eyes went wide when he saw the pile of exam packets next to Izuku, but he didn't say anything. His only reaction was to slightly smile at Izuku. That wasn't the intended purpose of these tests, Yamazoan. Nizu chided him with an air of mirth mixed in. Izuku stuck out his tongue at the creature and gave a thumbs down as he replied. Boo. Nedzu just shook his head amused, finishing up on his current teacup, the 8th in the short time Izuku has been there. If you finish the packets, you may go on your date. Kaminari let out a tiny squeak which only served to endear him to an already smitten Izuku further. You boys have fun. Nedzu added as Izuku stood and placed the large stack of exams on his desk. Thanks. Izuku said to him before turning to Kaminari, his phone now in hand. I just gotta text my dads while we walk and then we can go. Sounds good. Kaminari smiled, opening the door for Izuku before looking back at their principal. Gee, goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Kaminari-kun, Yamazawa-kun. Nedzu waved before starting to pour his next teacup. Izuku once again seriously wondered if the mammal was going to burst at some point. He shook the thought from his head as the door closed and Kaminari sighed heavily. You okay there, Kami? Izuku asked fondly. He knew what was wrong, of course. Not many people handle being around Nedzu as well as he does. Yeah, I'm good. Just stressful being in the principal's office. I'm usually only in a place like that if I'm in trouble. He laughed nervously, hand rubbing the back of his neck. I'm pretty used to it. Izuku told him with a shrug. Nedzu was responsible for all of my education up until now. He's pretty chill most of the time, but drinks far too much tea though. Izuku laughed as he waited for either his dad or Pops to reply to his text. He didn't have to wait too long and groaned in amused annoyance at his parents' replies. Dad, sleeping face. I thought I had warned you against loud blondes. Be home by curfew. Stay safe, kitten. Pops sparkles. Ah, my baby is growing up. Loudly crying face, have a fun date, kiddo. Partying face. Izuku turned, locked and put away his phone, eager to get out of school before either of his parents happened to track him down as they left. He's not quite ready for either of his parents to overwhelm his date with increasingly embarrassing questions. All good, let's go before we run into my dad and he can tease me. Izuku said as he, without thinking about it, grabbed Kaminari by the wrist. Izuku was surprised by how easy it was to talk to Kaminari about anything and everything. Ever since he had realized he liked him and after nearly every encounter with the boy had resulted in one or both of them being a blushing mess, he had been convinced they'd never truly be able to freely hold a conversation. Sure, he still felt that good kind of stomach warble being around the blonde, but it wasn't debilitating anymore. He'd still feel his face flush when the other caught him admiring the natural glow sunlight provided to his hair, or how when listening to him talk about something he felt passionate about, his honey-colored eyes seemed to draw you in as they sparkled with joy. Izuku could listen to him talk for hours and he'd be sure no time had actually passed. Kaminari was knowledgeable about many things Nedzu's education hadn't covered. Internet culture, memes, comics, mangas, anime, movies, and a startling amount about different types of music and their history. Sure, Tenya and his dads have aided in trying to introduce him to various things over the time he's been with them. It wasn't until experiencing the genuine passion Kaminari expressed about these things that he actually took real notice. Before, it all seemed so silly, maybe because none of them had actually cared about things like that to this level. Hearing Kaminari talk about them was the first time he actually thought some of what he was talking about might actually interest him too. Izuku was also infinitely glad he had decided to trust Kaminari with his pastry order when they had reached the little bakery coffee combination shop. When the server sat down the plate in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a wave of affection towards the blonde. A vanilla cream puff pastry with extra cream. Two of his favorite things, vanilla and cream. Kaminari even let him have a bite of his pastry too. Something called a croissant, and while it certainly didn't live up to something with cream in it, Izuku found it was delicious all the same. The entire experience was quite lovely, and while he felt like his skin might melt off from blush when the blonde had reached over and cleaned a bit of cream off of his cheek at one point, he wouldn't trade this experience for the world. "Kaminari, I'm really glad we came here," Izuku said as he sighed, blissfully lost again in the shine of those blonde locks. Kaminari gained his own blush as he quickly checked their surroundings. "I'm so happy I got the courage to ask you, Yamazoken. It's been really fun. You don't look bored when I talk about the things I like either." Izuku frowned a little bit as he saw a bit of hurt briefly flash in those flawless eyes. How could anyone be bored around Kaminari? He's far too passionate and driven to be anything else but interesting. Do people usually look bored when you talk to them then? Izuku asked, fully intending to smack whoever had made Kaminari feel like that. "Normally, yeah," he laughed a bit, though it sounded forced. "My quirk has a nasty side effect that makes me a bit unresponsive or incoherent for a while." He grimaced, rubbing his neck awkwardly before he carried on. "People usually think that I'm really stupid or that I've maybe fried my brain too many times." "Well, that's just silly. You're really clever, Kaminari." Izuku smiled at him while trying not to blush too much. "UTA has the strictest entry requirements in the entire country, even for general course students." He continued and gathered his courage, reaching across the table and grabbed the blonde's hand. Both boys' blush intensified, but neither moved away from the action, and eventually Kaminari locked eyes with Izuku. "Thank you," he said with a wide smile. They finished their treats all while never letting go of the other's hand. Izuku laughed nervously when their server took payment and said that they make a cute couple. He also realized that he really wanted that to be true, but knew humans move at a different pace and it was probably far too early to label them. "Wanna go for a walk?" Kaminari asked, a sparkle in those honey eyes that made Izuku feel weak. He only responded by nodding and switching the way he was holding the other boy's hand, interlocking their fingers. The longer they were holding hands, the less nervous Izuku felt. It was still exciting, but it didn't feel like his heart would leap out of his throat. He realized he had only felt like that because he feared Kaminari wouldn't feel the same as him. When the blonde pulled him closer so that they were walking right next to each other, he knew that his worries were silly. Kaminari wanted this just as much, and he never once pulled away after Izuku had grabbed his hand. Izuku couldn't help the wide smile on his face after that, and conversation became even easier by the time they had sat down at the local park. They didn't talk about anything really specific, but it didn't matter to Izuku. He thought he could listen to Kaminari read out the dictionary and he'd pay attention. They were so in their own world that the sudden sound of Izuku's phone ringing scared him so badly he had instinctually shifted to cat and jumped into Kaminari's lap. He managed to compose himself quick enough to climb off and shift back in time to answer the phone. It was his dad reminding him about curfew. He had almost groaned in protest when he only then noticed that it wasn't as light out as it ought to be for the middle of the day. Somewhere along the way he and Kaminari had gotten so deep into their own little world they didn't even notice time passing. He told his dad he'd be heading home soon to ease his concerns, even if he wanted to spend more time with Kaminari. "Guess we kind of lost track of time there. Hope your dads aren't too mad?" Kaminari asked when Izuku hung up. Izuku bumped Kaminari's shoulder with his own. "No, he was just reminding me of what time I have to be home. I tend to not notice time, and it looks like being with you just made that more true." Izuku chuckled and Kaminari joined him. "Well, let me make up for keeping you so long, Yamazoken, by walking you to the station. Or are your dads still at Udare?" he asked, tilting his head to the left, making those honey-colored locks gently fall over part of his face. Izuku knew it was far too early to outright say it aloud, but he already knew it. He was hopelessly in love with this boy. "Izuku. Ha! Call me Izuku." Kaminari's eyes went wide, and for the first time in a while since they had sat down at the park his face flushed pink. He nodded, however, with a large smile after a bit. "Then you can call me Denki," he said, standing up and extending his hand for Izuku to take. "Sounds good," Izuku said, taking the hand and standing up but not letting go of it. "We can head back to you. We don't live far from there." Interlocking their fingers again when they started walking back. They didn't talk much on the walk back, but it wasn't an awkward silence. It was filled with smiles and stolen glances, or thumbs play wrestling or gently touching. Reaching you, Izuku saw his pop's car waiting for him and felt torn about having to end this time with Denki. He could call him by his name. He'd been so nervous about how the other would react when he had suddenly said he could call Izuku by his name, but like everything else so far there wasn't a reason to worry. Before they could get too close to his pop's car, or rather within teasing distance, Izuku stopped and stood in front of his date. "This was really nice, Denki. I had so much fun and maybe we can—" "Definitely, I'd really like to have another date with you, Izuku." Denki interrupted, sensing Izuku was sputtering and spiraling, no doubt because one of his dads was watching them. Izuku's smile only brightened and he squeezed Denki's hand. "Thanks, see you tomorrow in class, yeah?" "Not if I see you first." Denki winked, making Izuku feel a bit weak in the knees and grateful that he didn't have far to walk anymore. "Flirt," Izuku teased, shaking his head as he reluctantly let go of Denki's hand and went over to the car ready to face whatever playful teasing his parents had in store for him. The week after Izuku's date with Denki is both the best and most awkward time he's had at UA. He's so happy to be dating the other that he barely notices much else around him. Unless of course it's the glaring silence whenever he's around Bakugo. He's not the only one to notice it, everyone gets tense whenever the two of them come in close proximity to each other. Everyone expects the blonde to lash out and angrily berate him like he does with everyone else. He never does. It is becoming increasingly obvious that he wants to talk to Izuku, but the words never actually go said aloud. So after a nearly disastrous heroics class in which Bakugo was part of his team but still hadn't spoken to him, causing them to almost lose, Izuku had had enough of his behavior. Seeing as it happened to be lunch after said disastrous lesson, Izuku used the opportunity to confront Bakugo. Personally, he'd rather it not be in the locker rooms, but the way the explosive boy is acting, it's either now or in 60 years when he finally gathers the courage. So before changing back into regular class clothes, Izuku slammed his hand against the locker next to Bakugo. This gained the attention of every boy in there, including the intended target, who right this second appeared to struggle between deciding if he should be angry or actually speak to Izuku. "Say something already. We nearly lost because of your refusal to talk to me. If you want to explode and yell, do it already. I'm sick of you looking like a wounded alley cat when you see me." Izuku prepared himself for Bakugo to give in and yell and threaten with his quirk like he does with everyone else. Instead he laughed, actually full body, bending double and holding his stomach laughing. When he calmed down enough to speak, he wiped his face and turned to fully face Izuku. "You're the only one who's ever asked me to explode and yell. I wasn't talking to you because I have to apologize, and that's not something I do. I'm rarely wrong." Izuku raised an eyebrow in disbelief that Bakugo actually thought that, but his face relaxed when he realized if there ever was anyone to actually think that, it would be Bakugo. Still, he said he wanted to apologize, so maybe there's hope for his overinflated ego. "Is this about the sheet you spewed last week at lunch?" Izuku asked, leaning against the locker. Bakugo nodded. "Yeah, I meant it as a joke." His eyes locked with Izuku's. "I really did, but others have shown me that it was a sheet joke. I am sorry." Izuku sighed. "Was that really so hard to say?" Bakugo's face turned serious. "Like I said, I'm rarely wrong. Plus there's something I'm supposed to tell you, but didn't want to before. Still don't want to really." Well, that's enough to make anyone concerned, and Izuku wasn't entirely sure what to make of it. With how dramatic the blonde seems to be, the thing he doesn't want to tell Izuku could range from him being in love with him to needing to borrow his math notes. "Which is?" Izuku asked, wary of actually getting an answer. "Mom doesn't want a bookie to know he's adopted. She apparently already spoke to your dad about it. I know you wanted to get to know him, but she doesn't want that." Izuku felt like someone had just stepped on his tail. It was a sharp pain, and he almost wishes he hadn't forced this encounter. Except he knows it would have had to happen at some point. He even partially expected this outcome. It hurts to know he'll probably never interact with his baby brother. However, he's also happy that he has people looking out for him to the extent of being overprotective. Swallowing the lump in his throat, Izuku nodded at Bakugo. "Apology accepted, Bakugo." Izuku said, moving to leave, but he turned around before he got too far. "I'm glad he has people who care enough to protect him. All I ever wanted was to know he's happy, so thanks." When Izuku really did leave, the rest of the boys scattered like someone had dropped a grenade, and Izuku couldn't help but chuckle lightly. They were no doubt expecting the two of them to fight and were ready to intervene. Izuku changed and did his best to ignore the dull heartache he was feeling. What he had told Bakugo is true enough. He just also had a small hope to have a chance to get to know Ibuki. Now it seems like the closest he'll get to that is, just like his mom, in his recurring dream nightmare memory of the day where their lives changed forever. The rest of the day seemed to go by in a blur where he simply went through the motions. He resisted the urge to just shift, knowing he'd just end up stuck as a kitten again with how upset he is deep down. It wasn't until he got home when he had somewhat come back to his senses. He was quiet the whole way home and he could tell his dads were worried, but he just didn't have it in him to explain right now. He really only wanted one thing right now, well, one person. Woozy face, smiling face with heart eyes, Denki high voltage. Today 4:13 p.m. Hey Izuku, grinning face with big eyes. How are you holding up? You were kind of out of it after that convo with Blasty. If I'm honest, not great. Upside down face. I know my dads want to know what's going on, but I really just want to ignore it for today. Pensive face. Don't think I'd survive talking about it now. Can I help somehow? Thinking face. Can you maybe come over? We can watch trashy horror movies or something. Grinning face with sweat. Send me the address. Really? Pleading face. Yep, really. Grinning face with smiling eyes. You're the best. Hugging face. Be there soon. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Izuku got up from the couch he'd been laying on since they got in and headed towards the kitchen and his dad's. Dad? Pops? He asked, spotting them sitting at the counter. They looked up in unison when he had called. You okay, kitten? Been kind of quiet all the way home. Usually you're talking our ears off about how amazing Kaminari is. His dad asked, lightly teasing, but sounding mostly concerned. Izuku sighed softly. Not really, but I don't want to get into it right now. Denki is coming over to watch trashy horror movies with me. Is that okay? Sure thing, kiddo, his pops said, smiling at him, gently holding his hand over his dad's forearm. He was no doubt stopping his dad from pressing Izuku into telling them what's wrong. He looked at Izuku a bit more seriously but still held that smile of his. You know we'll listen anytime you are ready to tell us. Whatever it is, we will always love you. You know that, right? Izuku once again swallowed the lump of emotions threatening to spill out of his throat and nodded with a sad smile. I know, Pops, I just don't want to do it today. That's fine, kitten, his dad says with a rare smile of his own. Spend some time with Kaminari. Let us know if he's staying for dinner too. Just then the doorbell went and Izuku scrambled to open the door, finding himself face to face with Denki. Do you have a flight quirk I don't know about? Izuku jokes, wondering how his favorite blonde got here so quickly. Denki laughs. No, but I did just finish detention at you, so I was nearby. Now Izuku knows he was really out of it to not even notice something like that happening to his crush? Datemate? Boyfriend? A question for another time, he supposes, and moves on to the more pressing concern. What? Who gave you detention and why? Ectoplasm, Denki says dejectedly. I did the homework he gave us, but I kind of forgot to pack it into my school bag before I left this morning. Denki. Izuku sighs and pulls him inside by his wrist. Let's go watch some bad movies and relax, yeah? Yeah, he chuckles and allows Izuku to maneuver him to the living room couch, not resisting Izuku holding onto his hand but moving it so their fingers interlock. That's how they spend the next few hours, until at one point Izuku actually gets scared by one of the obvious and badly computer-generated monsters. This made him cling onto Denki's arm and hide his face against his shoulder. I can't believe that actually scared you, Izuku. Denki chuckles slightly while using his free hand to gently slide Izuku's hair. Izuku in return only emanates in annoyance with himself, because he too can't believe he actually got scared by that. Though it did have its upside in that he's now closer than ever before to Denki. Dinner with Denki there is appropriately embarrassing, with both his dads giving them knowing looks but never actually teasing either of them. Denki at one point holds his hand under the table and it actually calms him down enough to get through the rest of the dinner. By the time he has to leave, Izuku feels much better than he did earlier in the day. Nothing is going to really fix how he feels about it at the moment, and certainly not that soon, but it's at least bearable after spending time with Denki. Izuku isn't sure what the difference between having a crush and being in love with someone is, but he knows he certainly feels much more intensely about Denki than he did at first. So as he was leaving and Izuku hugged him goodbye, there was a moment where they locked eyes. Without thinking much about it, both of them moved in for a kiss. It was chaste and almost quick enough to say it didn't happen, but it was long enough to know that it was intentional. "Thank you for coming over when I asked, Denki," Izuku said softly, still not having let go after their kiss. Denki chuckled and rested his forehead against Izuku's. "I'm glad I could help in some way. Plus, if I get one of those every time I come over, I might be here all the time," he teased flirtatiously. Izuku lightly poked his side, making the blonde squeak. "Incorrigible flirt," he laughed. "Be safe on the way to the station. Text me when you get home, yeah?" "Yep." He smiled, locking eyes with Izuku. Izuku felt slightly weak in the knees when those honey eyes fully met his own, so he did the only thing he knew would make Denki stop looking at him. He leaned in again and they shared their first true kiss. It was sweet, though in Izuku's opinion far too short, but he knew both his dads are still around somewhere, plus Denki actually does have to get home. "You need to go home, Denki," Izuku said softly, eyes still closed and his forehead pressed against Denki's. "Yeah, I'll text you when I get there. See you on Monday, yeah?" Denki asked reluctantly, letting go of Izuku. "Definitely." Izuku smiled at him and watched him finally actually leave. He doesn't know how long he stood there with a stupid happy smile on his face before his dad found him. He only sighed at Izuku when he saw his face. "I did try to warn you about staying away from loud blonde's kitten," he sighs. "Hey!" His pops objects loudly behind him. "What? Once you fall for one, it's hard to let go of them." "Nice save, Dad." Izuku laughs. Chapter text. After Denki had left their house, Izuku managed to avoid talking about why he had been so upset in the first place. His dads gave him space, but they also constantly kept hinting that they were ready to listen if he wanted to talk to them. At first Izuku was reluctant, as there really isn't anything they could do about it. In a sense, he understood Mrs. Bakugo's desire to protect Ibuki from the truth. It's not every day you find out your biological father is a psychopathic murderer with an inclination towards arson, after all. Izuku managed to avoid it for the impressively long PRD of a whole week. Well, it was impressive considering who his dad is and how he has a knack for getting criminals to talk with a single stare. Not that he'd ever employ such tactics against Izuku, but there is still something to be said for the compulsion effect his worried face produced too. It was just as effective, if not more so. Added on to that was his pop's comforting aura. He really didn't stand a chance, and eventually he had to concede and tell his dads about the decision Mrs. Bakugo had made in regards to Ibuki not knowing about his adoption. Once they knew what had been bothering him so much, they did their best to comfort and reassure him that it wasn't because of anything he had done. Even if they don't agree with the method, Mrs. Bakugo was in her own way trying to protect her son, his brother. Izuku of course knew that on some level, but to hear it from his dads made him realize it wasn't just a hopeful wish. That she wasn't keeping Ibuki away from the truth because of some sort of perceived flaw with him personally. It took quite some time, and with the help of his dads, Denki, and surprisingly even Bakugo, he was slowly learning to live with this reality. One in which he might never personally know his own blood brother. Naturally, it was quite the shock to go from trying to accept that and getting to know Ibuki vicariously through Bakugo, who would tell him stories and share photos, to coming face to face with Ibuki himself waiting at the school gates. At first Izuku thought that maybe he was waiting for Bakugo, but then he remembered that Bakugo had left earlier in the day for a dentist appointment. His next logical thought was that maybe he was there to relay information to one of Bakugo's friends. Even if that was a ridiculous notion given the existence of phones, it was far more within the range of acceptable possibilities to Izuku's mind than the slight chance that maybe Ibuki might be there to talk to him specifically. The illusion of that idea was quickly shattered when Ibuki came striding up to him, his light green curls bouncing as he walked quite clearly and determinedly towards Izuku. It was one thing to hear from Bakugo and the way he talks about how confident Ibuki is. It's another thing entirely to see how he carries himself in person. Everyone in Class 1A has grown quite used to how confident and self-assured Bakugo is. They've also gotten accustomed to the notion that the only person the explosive blonde unequivocally and automatically respects or even acknowledges via terms of power above his own is his brother Ibuki. Izuku stopped as he approached, wondering where this was going to lead to. Before he could think too hard about all the possible outcomes this meeting could have, Ibuki was in front of him, looking at him expectantly. "You're Izuku, yes?" Having his blood brother immediately know who he was certainly wasn't high on his list of expectations, which caused him to just stand there open-mouthed like an idiot. "Yo, you awake?" Ibuki asked, waving a hand in front of his face, which thankfully snapped Izuku out of his trance. "Sorry, why?" Izuku blushed in embarrassment, trying to compose himself. He cleared his throat and started over. Yes. I'm Izuku. You're Ibuki, right? Bakugo talks about you a lot." Ibuki wrinkled his nose in a way that was clearly meant to show displeasure or annoyance at Bakugo talking about him. To Izuku, though, it was just incredibly cute. He couldn't linger on that thought, though, as Ibuki asked his own question, which left Izuku confused. "So what exactly do you want?" Izuku shook his head, uncertain if he'd missed something. "I'm sorry." Ibuki clicked his tongue in clear annoyance. It was a habit that Bakugo has too, and Izuku couldn't help but wonder which of the two learned it from the other. "I know who you are. The Hagen. Cat think I don't, but I'm not stupid," he told Izuku before he swept his eyes around as if looking for somebody who would eavesdrop. "I've always known on some level," he started, looking up at his hair and grabbing a lock of his light green hair. He said, moving the hair about. Izuku had no idea how he was supposed to respond. He too thought it was pretty obvious that there's no way he could have been a biological Bakugo. If not for the hair color, then the obviously different eye shaping, but he didn't want to badmouth his brother's mom, so he swallowed those thoughts and just said, "Right." "I didn't have full confirmation until I heard the hag on the phone with what I assume is one of your parents," Ibuki informed him. "Oh, Izuku stammered, wondering how Mrs. Bakugo was hoping to keep such a large secret if she didn't bother to check her surroundings during a phone call. "So, I ask again, what do you want?" "Sorry." Ibuki sighed at Izuku's confusion, sounding on the edge of annoyed and tired. "What do you want to accomplish with this?" "If it's to upset the hag, you've done it, so knock it off now," he said, ending up sounding more annoyed than he was tired. "What? No, I dash." Izuku sighed and consciously relaxed the partial shift he always has on his eyes now. He let the emerald eyes he inherited from their mother take over. He looked back over to his brother with a bittersweet smile. "Beyond these eyes, there's nothing left of our mom beyond either of us. I thought you died too, so at first all that I wanted was some other form of connection to her." He considered Izuku as he looked him over with a mild frown. "You don't want that now, then?" "No, I do," Izuku said quickly before sighing sadly as he looked over Ibuki's features. "You're more than just a connection to a person you don't even remember, though." It still hurt slightly, but it was the truth. Ibuki has grown without any knowledge about Izuku or their mother. It wasn't fair to just reduce him to nothing more than a lifeline to a part of their lives he has no recollection of. Izuku smiled at him. "You've got your own mom and family now, and given how fiercely protective she and Bakugo are, they've got to be awesome." Ibuki seemingly relaxed his face, even if he looked a bit more confused. "So what do you want now, then?" "Honestly," Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his neck nervously, "I kind of already have it now that we've spoken, for you to know I exist. That I'm here if you want a relationship. Someone else you can rely on if you want that." "So you're not going to keep harassing the hag, then?" Izuku chuckled slightly at that, wondering again if Ibuki learned this way of speaking from Bakugo or the other way around. "Wasn't planning on it." Izuku shook his head lightly. "The way she wanted things wasn't particularly ideal for me," Izuku admitted, "but she's your mom, so I would have respected what she wanted regardless of my own feelings. Unless, like now, you do something to initiate contact first." Ibuki seemed to consider this before he hummed and nodded. He held out his hand to Izuku like he was expecting to be handed something and looked slightly annoyed when Izuku didn't immediately catch on to what he wanted. He rolled his eyes and sighed. "Give me your phone." Izuku was a bit confused but complied and watched as Ibuki swiped and taped on the phone before he handed it back. "There, Don't make me regret that by being annoying and constantly bugging me. Izuku looked down at his phone and saw that Ibuki had added his own contact details, and he couldn't help the overly happy smile that spread on his face. This is far more than he'd dared to hope for when he first saw Ibuki earlier. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. Ibuki rolled his eyes slightly. Don't get all mushy on me, he said as he turned to leave. I have to get going. See you around. Izuku nodded as he put his phone away, still with that overly large smile on his face. Sure thing. Life for Izuku lately has been, by his own estimation, nothing but wonderful. Sure, to other people having a pair of loving parents, a relationship with their sibling, and a promising romantic interest would be a given. Something they don't even have to think twice about it being a reality. They might even fully expect to not live on the streets, surviving on the bare minimum. To not be haunted by gruesome and all too detailed nightmares of their mother's murder. Others take things like that for granted. Not Izuku. It's been a long road, and he expects that somewhere along the way things might get hard again, but now he knows he won't be facing whatever may come completely alone anymore. He has his dads, people he can see becoming true friends. Plus there's Kaminari. Most of all, though, he's building a bond with his brother. Again, that would be something other people overlook as common. Something they take for granted so much that they even push their own siblings away in exchange for being cool and conforming to teenage judgment. Izuku, however, can't ever imagine a scenario where he would ever willingly separate himself from Ibuki. He's also hopeful that his brother shares the sentiment. Despite his brother's insistence at first that Izuku not bother him after he had shared his contact details, he himself has not stopped texting Izuku. Something Izuku was all too happy to not point out. He enjoyed staying in contact with his brother far too much. Granted, at first it wasn't more than mere good mornings and good nights. Then came the occasional cat meme with him jokingly asking, "This you?" Now, though, they talk about any and everything. Izuku is careful to avoid subjects which might sour their relationship, though. At some point he knows Ibuki's mom is going to find out about them being in contact, and he'd like to minimize the damage. However, the one time Izuku started to steer the conversation in that direction, Ibuki didn't reply to him for an entire day. Izuku hasn't made that mistake again and doesn't intend to either. He only hopes that maybe they can avoid detection by the Bakugo matriarch until Ibuki is old enough to put his foot down. When the doorbell went off one day after school and Izuku opened the door, he realized that he should really have known better. Things rarely stay wonderful in his world. In front of him was a full-grown female version of his classmate. One Mitsuki Bakugo, wearing what Izuku can now only assume is the family scowl that Bakugo seems to have inherited from her. Izuku stared at her slack-jawed, not knowing what to do or say. Her presence here could mean a number of things. It's not entirely uncommon for parents of either of his dad's classes to come over for a type of conference outside the normal yearly ones. Bakugo, though, shares his top spot in nearly all classes with Yaoyorozu and Ida, who in turn only sometimes lose the spot to Todoroki. The likelihood she was here to discuss her son's academic performances with either of his parents were low. Given Izuku's horrible history in regards to luck, that really only left one other option for her personal arrival. She probably knows and found out Ibuki knows the truth and is here to berate him. Possibly worse, serve some kind of a restraining order against him and his family. Just before Izuku could drive himself into a full-blown panic attack, his dad called out to him, his voice coming closer as he spoke. "Kitten? Who's at the door?" When he didn't immediately answer, the footsteps increased until he saw Mrs. Bakugo too. "Ah," he said, now standing behind Izuku, a hand resting on his shoulder to ground him. His dad no doubt had seen the signs that he was starting to panic. "We've been expecting you, Mrs. Bakugo," his dad said, sounding unnaturally friendly. "We have." Izuku couldn't help but blurt out, shocked by this information. If they have, why wasn't he informed? "Yes, kitten, we have," his dad told him with a smile before turning his attention back to their apparently expected guest. "There's much to discuss. Please come in." "Mitsuki, please," she said as she stepped inside, though her face didn't soften entirely. Something that would have concerned Izuku if he didn't go to school with her son, who wears the same expression seemingly all the time. So much so that it's been speculated, naturally when he isn't within earshot, whether or not he sleeps with a scowl too. Her response to being invited in did confuse him though. If she was here to lay down the law regarding Ibuki, why was she being so informal? Izuku really hopes she's not one of those complicated people Nezu has been insistent on teaching him about. Ones who hide their intentions with fake politeness and perceived kindness. Izuku of course knows these people are out there, having experienced their twisted brand of cruelty as a kitten. He just never thought humans would do something like that to each other too. Zashi, can you bring us some tea? His dad called down the hall as they walked towards the living room area. Things took on a sort of uncertain silence as they sat down. Nobody seemingly wanted to be the first to start the conversation. Izuku had no idea they didn't start, for him though he was happy to delay what he foresaw as an utter disaster. He was quite content to be on this side of it, where nothing had changed and he still had a means to connect to his brother. Once they start talking, who knows if that will remain true. Time being the ever-fickle beach that she has seemed to sprint ahead to when his pops entered with a tray of tea for everyone. Ever the homemaker, he had even brought a few finger sandwiches. Izuku took one to nibble to keep his mouth busy instead of chewing on his lower lip. His pops settled down next to his dad and smiled at their guest. We were glad when you had requested a meeting with Mrs. Bakugo. I trust this visit is to clear the air and not continue undue hostility, correct? Izuku dry swallowed his bit of sandwich. His pops was the type of person even Nezu hasn't gotten a full understanding of yet. He's nice and actually means it, even whilst being scarily threatening. Izuku even briefly saw Mrs. Bakugo's scowl waver. This Katsuki has told me some interesting things and I've come to the realization that some mistakes have been made. Her eyes immediately went to Izuku after she had said that and he wanted the couch to swallow him whole. He was fighting every instinct he had to just shift and go hide under a bed or somewhere equally dark and covered. Oh, his dad replied with his tone back to what Izuku is used to, no doubt no longer feeling the need to be overly hospitable now that his pops was there. Mrs. Bakugo's focus swept back to his parents and Izuku felt like he could actually breathe again. Yes. When I had denied the request for your son to interact with my youngest, there were some preconceived notions guiding my decisions. I see. Would you be willing to share those with us? His pops asked, sounding sweet, but Izuku's instincts told him there was an unspoken component to that question. Mrs. Bakugo's eyes briefly looked over Izuku again before she sighed softly and her gaze landed on the serving tray with finger sandwiches. When I learned that little Izuku was actually alive, well, I had assumed that Hisashi had taken him instead of killing him. Looked at his parents then. When I heard that a hero had taken him in from off of the streets. Well, I mistakenly thought that he had been living the life of a criminal like his father had. I didn't want to expose Ibuki to someone like that. Her face had gotten progressively less sour as she spoke. She almost seemed ashamed to have thought those things. Izuku's parents didn't interrupt her, so she kept talking. There was also the fact that I didn't want him to relive the day that monster took Inko from the world. She wiped a tear off her cheek angrily, as if annoyed by its existence. He was such a colicky baby afterwards. Inko always bragged about how he was such an angel, never fussed. She smiled sadly. Izuku felt his own pang of longing at the memory of looking at his baby brother in his crib. Mrs. Bakugo's voice drew him back to reality though. They say babies don't remember anything, but he clearly did. Over the years there's been the occasional nightmare about the man with the eyes, but he never expanded on that. Hisashi, Izuku said. She looked at him. What? The eyes. His dad put a hand on his back to ground him. When he got really angry, his eyes would glow an angry orange, reddish color. Much like when he was preparing to use his flames and his throat would glow. Izuku finished feeling a phantom pain in the area of his burn mark. He's known all along on some level then. She whispered in a horror-stricken voice, mostly to herself. His dad, ever the pragmatist, got the visit back on track. You say these were misconceptions you had about our son, meaning you've since come to change your mind then? She schooled her face again, though she managed to give a little smirk to his parents. Not on my own, as I'm sure you know by now, sometimes, very rarely, but sometimes our kids teach us something instead of the other way around. Izuku felt his dad's hand move from his back to his neck where he gently moved his hand through his hair. They do, don't they? Pride evident in his voice, making Izuku blush. Katsuki sat me down a week ago, her eyes went a bit distant as if she was there again. Told me in no uncertain terms that I'm doing nobody any favors by hiding the truth from Ibuki. That he still gets nightmares, only he never tells me about it anymore. Says I fostered a setting where they think it's better to hide big stuff than to tell me. I'm sure the language he chose was a bit more colorful though. Pops interjected with a light teasing tone. Everyone who knows Bakugo knows he seems to have an aversion to not swearing at least once each sentence. Yes, colorful indeed. Mrs. Bakugo sighed. At first I didn't want to admit it, but the longer his words sat with me, the more they ate at me. So the next day I sat him down this time and told him he had free rein to tell me anything without fear of repercussion. Her eyes flicked to Izuku again, but it seemed more out of habit than having anything actually to do with him. He shared some things with me that I had no idea about. Her expression briefly became stone-faced and angry again. But I am glad I know now. No matter the fallout it's going to cause. The following day he came to me again and told me about the circumstances that led to you meeting and living with your parents. Her eyes stayed on Izuku this time. I am sorry for thinking the worst of you, Izuku. I thought I was just protecting the terrific burden and last bit of light my friend had left me in the world. Especially as I had failed you so spectacularly. I know you might not be open to it right now, and it was never legally acknowledged. Izuku felt his dad tense up next to him at that. Technically I am still your godmother and I'd love a chance to get to know you all over again. Izuku looked over to his parents who seemed to have relaxed again when Mrs. Bakugo had finished. They just smiled at him. It's up to you, kiddo. His pops said. His dad rubbed his back again. Yep, nobody is going to be mad no matter what you choose to do. Izuku shuffled in his seat. This had gone so totally in the opposite direction that he thought it would have, and for once it seemed to be a good thing. He didn't want to jeopardize it though with secrets at the beginning. Izuku gathered up his courage and spoke his mind before he chickened out. Would Ibuki be allowed to know he's also my brother? Mrs. Bakugo chuckled at that. You're sweet for trying to protect him and his secrets, but I already know he contacted you on his own. It came out yesterday with our own sit-down chat. I had teased him about having a girl or boyfriend given how glued he was to his phone lately, and after a while he told me everything. Izuku blushed at being found out. I think I would like to get to know you again, Auntie. She smiled at him and wiped away a stray tear hearing that. Thank you, Izuku. His pops clapped his hands and smiled at them all, now that that's out of the way. Anyone want some new tea? Nobody had even touched their cups during the whole conversation. Mrs. Bakugo, would you like to stay for lunch? It's Hino again actually. No Mrs. but you both can just call me Mitsuki and I'd love to stay for a while. She smiled. Ms. Hinoha. Must be her maiden name. Izuku found himself thinking. He also wondered what Bakugo, would he still be Bakugo now, had told her to cause such a separation from her husband. Izuku knows satisfaction brings back a curious cat, but given how scary his godmother seems to be, that's a minefield he'd like to avoid if he can. They ate lunch, and pretty soon everyone was talking comfortably to each other as if this lunch was just one of many they had had over the years. Beyond still being slightly scared of her, Izuku thinks he's really going to enjoy getting to know his godmother again. There are brief snippets in his memory of her, but beyond the last day his mom was alive, much of that time is lost to him. I'll be in contact with your dads for when you guys, or just you can come over for a visit. Things are a bit chaotic at the moment. His godmother said, smiling at him as they stood in the doorway. Bye, Auntie Mitsuki. Izuku called out as she waved goodbye. Izuku rushed back to his parents and practically tackled his pops with a hug, earning a soft oof out of him and a cackle from his dad. Careful you don't break your pops there, kitten. He's not as agile as he used to be. He teased. Shota Aizawa. Oh shit. Izuku let go with a giggle, having lived through this particular fight before. As predicted, his pops jumped over the couch and gave chase to his dad, who was already trying to run away. Izuku took over the couch and pulled out his phone. Speak no evil, monkey Ibuki, baby bro hatching chick. Yesterday 7:48 p.m., This you? Thinking face. 7:50 p.m., grinning face, with sweat rolling on the floor laughing. Where do you even find these cat face with tears of joy? 7:50 p.m., that's a secret, shushing face. Good night, sleeping face. 7:51 p.m., nighty night. This is it. 8:13 a.m. morning. 8:13 a.m. morning. How you can sleep until now is disturbing, expressionless face. 8:15. Not all of us live with your exercise-crazed brother. Besides, I'm a cat. I'm made for sleeping, grinning cat face. 2:38 p.m. Your mom is scary AF face screaming in fear. Thanks for warning me she was coming by the way. 2:39 p.m. Scaredy cat. Rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing. Why would I ruin the surprise though? Where's the fun in that? Face with tears of joy. 2:40 p.m. Besides you're like stressed enough with your next date with the blonde. Squinting face with tongue. 2:41 p.m. This is gonna be you if you scare me like that again. Tired face. 2:42 p.m. I thought she was gonna give me like a restraining order or something. Persevering face. 2:44 p.m. Face with tears of joy. You found your own one. Zany face. You stress too much. Go kiss your boyfriend or something. Rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing. Izuku shook his head at the antics of his brother. Now that Ibuki had brought it up though, Izuku has been rather stressed about the next date he was going to have with Denki. He had made his mind up that by the end of it he was going to ask him to be his boyfriend. He'd been building it up in his head ever since Denki had asked him if Izuku could manage it so that he was free the whole of Saturday this weekend. His mind had run wild on theories on where they could be going or doing that would require the whole day. Given the surprise he had today, Izuku can only hope tomorrow's date will keep the streak of good things happening alive. His parents came running past making him laugh at their silliness. The chase called out to his instincts and before he knew it he had joined in. On the attempt to catch his dad. It eventually devolved into a free-form game of tag. If nothing else, all the running was going to make sure Izuku slept through the night. A hand softly shaking him caused Izuku to let out a small meowing trill. Slowly he opened his eyes which met his dad's. Come on kitten, you asked me to wake you up early. Remember? That was past Izuku, he hummed into his pillow. Past Izuku is a JRK. His dad chuckled and tried to partially neaten out his bed head of hair. Yes. Well, if I ever run into your past self somewhere down the line, I'll be sure to let him know. Izuku groaned but relented and forced himself into a sitting position only to lean against his dad's chest. I should have listened to you about loud blondes. Hey, his pops protested standing in the doorframe. Sorry pops, can you make waffles with anchovies? His pops ummed at the combination even if he knew he was going to do it regardless. You just had to bring home a cat for a son, didn't you show? He teased, already walking away to go make the requested atrocity. Love you, Pops. Izuku called after him. His dad was just enjoying the exchange but poked Izuku in his ticklish sides. No love for your dad then? Izuku squirmed away. Only if you promise to never bring up what happened yesterday ever again. Izuku felt a cold shiver travel down his spine at the memory. Not even if you ask me about it? His dad queried with a tilted head. Izuku violently shook his head. I will never be asking you about that, thank you very much. You go into far too much detail. So promise me? His dad rolled his eyes. Teenagers. Fine, I promise I won't bring up the topic of safe SEC and how it still applies to homosexual couples, nor how to partake in it without injury unless you ask me directly about it. Happy? Izuku grumbled at the phrasing of it all but nodded. Izuku is hardly a prude and human standards of shame never really applied to him. However, gaining the XPLCT knowledge of how NTR-CRS is performed, especially members of the same gender anatomy. That's just one step too far. Especially to consider given that the knowledge applies to his parents too. Nobody wants to think of their parents doing things like that. Now please get out so I can dress. I'm going, he said getting up to leave. And no giving Denki the same talk while he's here. Izuku called after his dad before he closed the door and rounded on his closet, intent on wearing something that could work with anything. He still had no idea what they were going to be doing though, so he could only prepare so much. Izuku had just finished brushing his teeth for the second time to get rid of the fish smell. Really, what was he thinking, anchovies on a date day? He might as well have hung a sign around his neck saying "Don't kiss me." He was putting the finishing touches on his hair so it looked intentionally messy instead of just slept wrong kind of messy when the doorbell rang. He nearly dropped his brush at the sound. Denki was here. He looked at himself in the mirror and felt panicked. Did he properly brush his teeth? Did he have any zits he didn't see earlier? Does his hair look stupid? Gods, what was he wearing? Who thought this combination of clothes would look good? He really should cancel. There's no way someone like Denki can be seen with a disaster like him. Right? Izuku! Kaminari is here. That was his pops calling him. Izuku left the bathroom fully intending to tell Denki he was an idiot and should go spend the day with someone who isn't such a disgusting mess. Only, when he reached the living room where he was waiting, something stole Izuku's breath and voice along with it. There stood Denki looking as handsome as ever, but somehow today he looked better than he ever had before. Those gorgeous honey-colored eyes moved over Izuku before meeting his own. Wow! Denki sighed. You're like extra pretty today. Are you sure you want to go out with me? Izuku chuckled. Denki was having the same doubts as him. For a moment he wholeheartedly agreed with his dad. Teenagers indeed. PBRY hormones are a beach and a half. Izuku moved closer to Denki and took his hand. Only if you still want me, he flirted, gaining confidence from knowing he was just giving in to hormones earlier. Alright boys, less of that while your dad is still around, Don't want him to start talking again, right? His pops hinted at him so he didn't entirely embarrass him in front of his date. Izuku suppressed his horror and blush at the thought of that and pulled lightly on Denki's arm. Right. We'll get going then. His dad came up behind his pops then. Please try to be home by 8 at the latest. If something comes up that means you can't, we'd rather you call than sneak in and lie about it. Okay? Izuku nodded and Denki joined in. Yes, Dad. See you guys later. Have fun, boys. His pops said as they turned to leave. They were almost out the door when his dad called after them. Use protection if you have too much fun. Oh my God, Dad! Izuku yelled, shoved Denki the rest of the way out the door and slammed it in his haste. Izuku was sure literal steam was coming off of his face given how much he was blushing. Sorry about my dads, he said softly. Denki just chuckled. It's fine, it's what parents do. It's like part of the job to try and embarrass us, I think. That filled Izuku with a strange kind of fondness for his parents. He certainly didn't enjoy the embarrassment, but he was strangely happy they cared enough to do it. At least Denki didn't think he was an utter freak for it. Well, let's actually get going before they start clocking in overtime then, Izuku jokes and hurries them along. When they were safely far enough away from his parents' possible further embarrassment attempts, Izuku slipped his arm around Denki's. So, you still haven't told me what we're doing? Denki smiled at him, and Izuku was nearly so enthralled by it that he almost missed the reply. I kind of wanted it to be a surprise, but I'm not sure it's going to be okay. Izuku tilted his head, unsure how whatever Denki had planned wouldn't be okay. As long as it didn't involve dogs, he was sure he could cope. Denki took it as a sign to continue but still looked incredibly nervous. Only, since you told me that you're doing better with crowds now, I thought we could spend the day at the carnival and go on the rides and then go see one of the movies they show in the pop-up cinema. Izuku leaned into him a bit as they continued to walk to the station. That sounds amazing, Denki. Izuku felt his tension seem to leave Denki. Awesome. They got a few looks as they took the train, but neither of them noticed nor cared much if they did. Just being around each other and talking about nothing specific was enough to right the world. Izuku wondered if either of his parents felt like this just being around the other. He certainly hoped they did. It was amazing that something so small made him feel so safe. Izuku was enraptured by all the various things happening around him when they had stepped onto the carnival grounds. For one, he was thankful he never went anywhere without ear protection, especially the ones the support department had made for him, eliminating sounds above a certain decibel but leaving him able to still hear. He'd hate to miss something Denki said to him. Denki decided that they would ease their way up to the roller coaster when he saw Izuku try to take in everything he was seeing. It's a bit silly, he started, but moved them over to it nonetheless. Want to ride the teacups? Izuku chuckled at him. Are you going to be the sugar in my tea then? Denki winked at him, never missing a chance to flirt back. If you'll be mine. They spent most of the day going on rides and playing the little side games. Denki had wanted to win Izuku one of those enormous stuffed bears but was only able to manage a small keychain plushie in the shape of Pikachu. Denki swore it wasn't planned when the stall owner gave him the prize. This amused Izuku immensely and he already loved it, looping it on his jeans belt loop for now. Along the way they had bought various snacks and foods at the vendors. Izuku had never experienced so many new things in one day and he was thoroughly pleased he was doing it all with Denki there. Eventually going on the roller coaster late in the afternoon proved to be a mistake, both of them barely holding in the contents of their stomach. They managed, but just barely. Needless to say, they stayed away from rides for the rest of their time there. They chose to watch the younger kids try to beat the game, which would earn them a goldfish. They would cheer them on or give advice to help them along. Soon though, Denki was dragging him away from what he had affectionately dubbed his litter to not miss the start of the movie. They forestalled the thought of gorging on cinema snacks in case it defeated the purpose of their past victory over the roller coaster-induced nausea. They chose to share a large container of popcorn though. Who can watch a movie in the cinema without popcorn? Denki had proclaimed when Izuku looked skeptical. He eventually had to agree that the idea of not getting popcorn in the very place it was practically invented for seemed ridiculous. Izuku was glad Denki hadn't chosen one of the horror movies that was available. He'd rather cut off the rest of his hair than have to explain why he broke the law by using his quirk because he was scared witless by fictional murderers. No, he was quite content to sit through a lowbrow comedy and lean against Denki while doing it. That was so ridiculous. Haha. Izuku laughed as they left the small cinema. I know, right? Denki chuckled in agreement. That thing he did with the wooden leg. I don't think I can view old-timey pirate movies the same after that. They were so engrossed with talking about the movie neither of them immediately noticed that during the 2-hour time span the movie took, it was no longer daytime. Izuku held a stitch in his side as Denki perfectly delivered a hilarious line from the movie. Denki looked around after he had caught Izuku, stopping him from falling over. Oh wow, guess we were in there for a while, huh? Izuku recovered from his laughing fit and also noticed the change in the sky. He fished out his phone from his jeans pocket and turned it back on. 7:34 p.m. the time read. Ibuki had sent the usual good night. Izuku quickly replied and smiled at Denki. He really didn't want their time together to end. He hadn't even had a chance to ask him if he would be his boyfriend yet. Izuku was about to reluctantly say that they ought to start heading back when a loud bang startled him. It was followed by a series of bright colors filling the sky. Fireworks. Denki suddenly grabbed his hand. Come on. I know the perfect spot, he yelled with delight as he dragged a willing Izuku along. He had led them to a riverbank with a view overlooking the carnival, but most importantly they had a much better view of the fireworks. They sat down next to each other, Izuku once again leaning into him to watch the show. A few fireworks later, Izuku threw caution to the wind and gently turned Denki's beautiful face towards him and kissed him. Izuku would have been okay with just that, but Denki returned the kiss in earnest, holding his head and fingers cupping the side of his face. The kissing grew more intense, and for the first time Izuku felt Denki's tongue probing at his lips and without hesitation allowed it to invade his mouth. At first their tongues seemed to be in a sort of battle for dominance, but eventually it became more of a dance that they were seemingly made for. Izuku could get addicted to this very easily. Being this close to Denki and being aware that there are ways to be even closer one day. Sadly, both of them are only mortal flesh and blood beings, and soon their lungs cried out with a need for air that refused to be denied. Both of them huffing for air with smiles on their faces, they rested foreheads against each other. That was Denki started. Amazing, Izuku finished. Yeah. Much as he wanted to return to making out, he also wanted to see the fireworks. Denki made the choice easy by moving to sit behind him and placing his legs next to him and arms wrapped around his waist. Resting his head on Izuku's shoulder, he said, "Today was so much fun." Izuku hummed in agreement, gathering courage for the question he felt was now the perfect time for. Denki? Do you dash? Izuku blew out a breath to settle his nerves. Do you want to go out with me? Like officially? Exclusively, I mean. Like be your boyfriend? Why yes. Denki chuckled. I thought we already were boyfriends, Izu. Izuku was confused. When had they said that? Huh. Denki kissed the side of his neck. I don't pull out a date like this just for anyone you know. Oh. Izuku mumbled, blush overtaking his face. Silly kitty. Yes, Izu, I would very much like to officially be your boyfriend, he said gently, turning Izuku's face and leaning forward. They were soon kissing again. It wasn't needy like the makeout session earlier though, it still made Izuku feel like his head was spinning. They broke apart to watch the last of the fireworks. When it was clear no more fireworks were going to be launched, they stood up and made their way back to the street. As they started walking to the station, Izuku held Denki's hand and leaned in a bit closer to him. Today has been amazing, Denki. Thank you. I had tons of fun too. Plus it's nice to know you realize we are boyfriends now, he said, gently poking at Izuku's side. Izuku was about to protest that action when they walked past a lady who Izuku briefly mistook for his mother. It's not the first time that's happened, but for some reason, unlike the other times, he didn't feel immensely sad about it. His phone rang and pulled him out of his thoughts. He went to answer it and saw the time, 8:15 p.m. It was his dad, no doubt wondering why he didn't call to say he'd be late. Izuku secured his hold of Denki's hand and started running them to the station as he answered the phone, smiling the entire way. Once his dad was mollified by the explanation of the fireworks show going long and they were safely on the train, Izuku's mind wandered back to that lady they saw. His mother's last words came back to him suddenly. Moma loves you, Izuku. But he no longer has to run. Survive. He no longer has to just survive. He's finally found and is surrounded by love again. Izuku realized that the people in his life now means he no longer has to worry about the other stuff. He only has to remember that his mom loves him and that she no longer is the only one. As Izuku snuggled close to Denki on the way home to his dad's, knowing his brother is safe, that just maybe not all humans are so bad after all and that having thumbs now might just be worth it,